Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Marvel Comics, starting with the ability to replicate superhuman talents. Chapter 61, Luthor Factory, the first floor below ground level. Bizarro, who looked like a walking zombie, followed Lex with a grin on his face, repeating the word, father, in his mouth. This big silly man seemed to have never been troubled, shouting with a smile on his face, not noticing Lex's increasingly ugly cheeks at all. After a period of teaching, Bizarro has learned some basic vocabulary. Shut up, Bizarro, go to the corner and stand for a minute. Lex glared at Bizarro fiercely. Oh, Bizarro scratched his head. He didn't know how he made his father angry. He moved his legs and walked to the corner to stand, muttering and counting, 1.2.3. So, why did he call you father? Gino asked while lying on the sofa. Lex sighed, because those idiots told B0 that whoever created him is his father. Gino grinned. Congratulations, you have such a big son at such a young age. Does Victoria know? Lex glared at Gino fiercely. Shut up. Gino. The two brothers bickered every day. At this time, a security guard approached Gino. The man bowed down respectfully and said, Mr. Gino, the security guard at the door sent word that your classmate Chloe is waiting outside the factory. Chloe. Gino stood up and rubbed his cheek, a little curious. What is the girl doing here? Are you worried that you haven't come to class for a few days? Sighing in his heart, Gino said quietly, tell the guard to let her in. Chloe walked into the huge Luthor factory. It's unclear whether it was intentional or accidental. The buildings of the Luthor factory look like the shape of a nuclear power plant, with some towering chimneys spitting black smoke into the sky. The girl stared blankly at the chimney above her head, feeling lost in thought for a moment. Dad works as a workshop director in this factory. Snapped. A gentle touch on the shoulder. Chloe tensed her shoulders in fear. She turned around and met a pair of pure blue eyes. Kino. Facing those blue eyes, Chloe stuttered and backed away. I don't know why, after not seeing him for a few days, my eyes that I was used to seeing in the past looked more pure and blue. What's wrong? Gino smiled, waved his right hand in front of Chloe's eyes, and joked, what's in my eyes? No, it's just that your eyes look beautiful. Chloe turned her head away to hide her guilt. The setting sun seemed to put a layer of gold powder on the girl's beautiful short golden hair. Gino said casually, maybe it's a little dark today. This is of course not the reason. His eyes are blue because he has been practicing freezing beams during this period, so they look a bit blue. Yes, that's right. Chloe nuzzled the book in her arms with her chin, looked at Gino and said, the final exam is next week, I think you need to review. I have marked the key points for the exam in the textbook. Gino listened patiently to the girl's words, nodding in agreement from time to time. Ding-a-ling bell. A series of phone rings interrupted the two of them. After answering the call, Pete's anxious voice came from the phone. Kino. Clark has fainted. Chloe on the side pricked up her ears and listened. Listening to Peter's words, Gino was a little surprised. Clark fainted. The two looked at each other. Okay, I'll be there soon. Kino hung up the phone and looked at Chloe. Chloe, come to the hospital with me. Clark passed out. Gino came to the small town hospital again, feeling quite like revisiting his old place. Smelling the pungent smell of disinfectant in the corridor, he felt a little dazed. He remembered that 13 years ago, he and Lex had a new life in this hospital. Gino opened the door and walked into the ward with Chloe. On the white hospital bed, Clark lay with a calm face, his eyes closed tightly, breathing evenly, and he seemed to be fine. What happened? Gino looked at Peter, who pursed his thick lips and told the story. Infected factory employees. Gino frowned and said, I don't know about this. When Earl was expelled 10 years ago, he followed his mother to visit some mysterious magicians. However, it is indeed something Lionel can do. The young man frowned, but he thought of another thing in his heart. Through Pete's narration of Earl's reaction, it is possible that the other party was also affected by kryptonite and stated that everything was caused by Lionel. Perhaps, it can also be proved from the side that my father began secretly researching kryptonite as early as 10 years ago. But, why Lionel never told him these things? What is the other person hiding? With a layer of gloom in his heart, Gino's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and asked, where is Earl now? There are some things that he plans to ask in person. How did Earl become like this? Was it the influence of kryptonite? What did he see in the chemical plant? These questions are all waiting for Kino to find answers. Peter scratched his head and pointed to the ward next door. He was handcuffed to the hospital bed. Da da da. The clock on the wall rotates with rhythm. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the pungent smell of steel. In the dim ward, Earl slowly opened his eyes. A person's first reaction in a strange environment is to observe. He subconsciously wanted to sit up on the bed. Wow! The cold sound of iron chains sounded in his ears. Earl turned his head and found that his arms were handcuffed to the head of the bed. Hoo-hoo! Earl panted nervously and clenched his fists subconsciously. Was he caught? Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Before Earl could respond, the door opened and a tall young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stood at the door looking at him expressionlessly. The boy was wearing a casual white short-sleeved upper body, black shorts, and sneakers. He was whistling and slowly walked towards Earl. Who are you? Facing the stranger who broke into the room, Earl swallowed nervously and stared at the young man's face. Confusing thoughts grew in Earl's mind. Who is this person and what is he going to do when he breaks in? Could it be a killer sent by Lionel? Earl also worked in the Luthor group, and had heard colleagues mention the disappearance of living people technique of the Z family. The girl in the iron bucket under the concrete underground of Wall Street has the most say. Earl Skeena, right. Kino ignored the man's question and just stared at the black man on the hospital bed. He stood in front of the man and said with an indifferent expression, I want to ask you a few questions. You used to work in a small-town chemical plant. What made you what you are now? Listening to Gino's inquiry, Earl did not answer. Instead, he stared at Gino with a wary expression and asked, Who are you? Oh, I forgot. Gino sighed, reached out and patted his head, as if he was very annoyed at his forgetfulness. He stared into the black man's eyes, put his hand on his chest, and said word by word, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gino Luthor. Listening to Gino's words, the black man's eyes suddenly widened. Da da da. The clock is still turning. But Earl's heart was filled with huge waves in the hospital bed. Panic and helplessness swept through every cell and limb of his body, seeping into his internal organs, causing the black man to keep his eyes wide open and his thick lips parted, but he could not make a single sound. The words, Luthor, were repeating in his head. These two words have taken up too much part in his life, and his tragic situation today is inseparable from the surname, Luthor. Earl also imagined that if he saw someone from the Luthor family, he would punch them in the face with his fist. But Gino stood there, staring at Earl quietly with his blue eyes. He didn't know what was going on. He was watched by Gino, and there was only endless fear in his heart. The human experience engraved in the DNA was urging Earl to run away and scream, as if the person standing at the head of the bed was not a human, but a ferocious beast. White tiger. This is ridiculous. Earl swallowed, suppressing the fear in his heart while clenching his fists. Are you from the Luthor family? I'm asking you a question. Gino's expression was impatient, and his eyes gradually glowed with a dark blue light. The air around him seemed to have dropped a little, and Earl looked at the arms covered with goosebumps in horror. Answer my question, what was Lionel doing at the chemical plant 10 years ago? Gino has always disliked his father, an ambitious and evil man. He didn't even attend his grandfather's funeral. He even suspected that if Lionel was given enough benefits, he would even be willing to sell his soul. Earl suppressed the fear and trembled and opened his mouth. No, you are from the Luthor family, and Luthor is all liars. Okay, this is your choice. Kino didn't intend to waste time with the black man. He wanted to freeze him and take him back to the underground base for interrogation. Kino. The door was pushed open roughly, interrupting Gino's thoughts. The boy turned around and saw Clark rushing in with an anxious look on his face. Clark glanced at the hospital bed, looking at the expressionless Gino and the horrified Earl. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his friend had not killed him yet. Kino, listen to me, there is a misunderstanding here. Clark walked to Kino, looked into the young man's blue eyes, and was slightly stunned. Clark was confused. After not seeing each other for a few days, Gino's eyes seemed to be brighter. Clark. Gino glanced at the boy and said, I plan to ask him what he saw in the Luthor factory. I can help him if necessary. This wasn't a lie. For Gino, Finding out what Lionel did at the factory 10 years ago was far more important than killing Earl. You're right. A smile appeared on Clark's face, and Gino's rare softness made him happy. He turned to look at Earl and said, Earl, Gino is my friend, he is a good man. Clark said sincerely, you can trust him. If he said so, Earl should be able to believe him. However, contrary to Clark's expectation, Earl frowned with resentment on his face. No, the Luther family is all bad people, Clark, you have been deceived by him. Earl was very emotional, and his hands were shaking because of his nervousness. He felt betrayed. Crash. The scene that Clark was familiar with happened again. The black man's body twitched violently, and the extremely fast frequency easily shattered the handcuffs. He wants to run. Gino did not hesitate, his eyes shot out pure blue light beams. Etc. Clark's expression changed drastically, and he stepped in front of Earl. Clark raised his arms. Snapped. The turquoise light hit Clark's steel arm. Buzz. The blue light slowly covered Clark's entire arm. Clark frowned slightly, looking at his arm with confusion in his eyes. It hurts. The plaid shirt jacket was quickly covered with a thick layer of frost, and the biting pain made Clark look in agony. Buzz. Freezing rays kept hitting Clark's arm, and the original frost condensed into crystal clear ice at an extremely fast speed, covering Clark's entire arm. Earl, who was rescued by Clark, also stopped trembling. The black man did not hesitate. His green eyes swept around and landed on the window behind him. Wow! The black man held his head, smashed the glass, and jumped straight from the two-story building. Kino. When Chloe and Peter arrived, they saw blue beams of light constantly bombarding Clark. Buzz. The powerful and heavy sky blue beam pushed Clark, constantly retreating and pressing him into the corner. Clark lowered his head and could only raise his arms to block the beam with difficulty. He couldn't retreat, there were his father's friends behind him. Soon, Clark's lower body, shrouded in the beam, was also covered with a thick layer of polar ice. Kino, stop it. What are you doing? Chloe rushed forward and grabbed Gino's arm, trying to stop Gino. Call. Gino slowly let out a breath of cold air, and Chloe's call brought him back to reality. The boy extinguished the freezing light in his eyes. At this moment, the ward was filled with cold mist from ice floating throughout the room. In the corner, half of Clark's body was stuck in the icicles, and his beautiful thick eyebrows were wet with frost. The terrifying cold temperature made Clark unable to control himself and shivered. Clark struggled to lift his frost-stained eyelids, stretched his legs, and tried to escape the grip of the frost, but found that he could not move at all. Helpless, Clark could only look at Kino with his arms raised, and said sincerely, Kino, there must be a misunderstanding in this. Clark. Gino gritted his teeth, feeling angry about Clark's choice. That guy escaped. And he's a murderer, so you just let him go. Have you forgotten about Gray? Gino looked deeply at Clark. He was very disappointed with Clark's choice. After saying these words, the young man turned and left. He was going to find out where Earl had gone. After Kino left, the tense atmosphere in the room melted away. In the corner, Peter, who was afraid to breathed in the cold air greedily, looked around with his arms folded, and exclaimed, this is incredible. Kino can shoot freezing rays from his eyes. Looking at Clark, who was frozen in the ice, Peter smiled evilly and said, Clark, can you also shoot light from your eyes? Listening to Peter's words, Clark fell into silence. The big boy tried to mobilize his eyes to feel the energy, but there was no response. Clark smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I can't do it. The boy glanced at the ice chips on the ground, his heart filled with solemnity. Unknowingly, Gino became a lot stronger. Does this have anything to do with the fact that the other party disappeared in the past few days? What does it have to do with that chemical plant? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Clark smiled awkwardly again. Now, quickly find a shovel to rescue me. It's too cold in here. At night, Kent Farm. Inside the cabin, Clark was wrapped in a blanket. His hair was wet after just taking a shower, and he used paper to wipe away the clear snot flowing out of his nose from time to time. I really can't imagine it. Jonathan and Martha stood in front of Clark, staring at Clark with cold expressions. Martha crossed her arms, her eyes full of worry. Clark, what do you want me to say about you? We just went out for a day, and you can be related to the murder case. Martha and Jonathan went to the metropolis for vacation this morning, but before they had time to spend their wonderful honeymoon, they received a call from Pete and learned that Clark had fainted. This put the couple's honeymoon plans in jeopardy. He ran back to the town in a hurry. Jonathan sighed, rubbed the beard on his chin, handed Clark a tissue, and joked, "I don't think my child will ever get sick." Clark sniffed in embarrassment, and the scene in the hospital flashed through his mind. After Gino left, Chloe and Peter found tools but could not break the ice. Clark had no choice but to wave his fists and break the ice in 30 seconds to escape. But don't underestimate these 30 seconds. For Superman, 30 seconds is enough for him to swing his fist thousands of times. Then the police on standby in the hospital received the news that Earl had escaped, and took the 3 Clarks to the police station to take notes. It wasn't until Jonathan and Martha arrived at the police station that Clark was spared from spending the night in the detention center. Gino's ability that exploded in the hospital flashed across his eyes, and Clark had a headache again. Gino's strength had increased so quickly. If the other party insisted on killing Earl, he couldn't think of how to stop him. "Okay, Clark, have a good rest tonight." Martha rubbed Clark's hair, stood up and walked to the kitchen. "I'll make you some ginger water to keep you away from the cold." Jonathan also patted Clark on the shoulder and walked to the second floor to change clothes. After the couple left, Clark rolled his big eyes. The next moment, like a bolt of lightning, the boy opened the door and ran towards the warehouse. Clark ran towards the second floor of the warehouse. In the originally abandoned warehouse, a black man was lying on a wooden board. Yes, after escaping the hospital, Earl, fearful of being caught, retreated to the second floor of the barn. Aha! Earl was not shocked by the sudden appearance of Clark in front of him. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and begged, "Clark, please help me." The black man said pitifully, "You have also seen that the children of the Luthor family are abnormal. Lionel must be brewing an evil plan." Clark listened silently, feeling slightly shaken. Just like Earl said, Gino's strength is indeed weird. Earl continued to tell his tragic experience. "Some time ago, I was sent to clean the 3rd floor of Luthor Chemical Plant. Those people were using some green stones in the town to conduct secret experiments. That stone can be made into a fertilizer that encourages plant growth. I accidentally fell into the crops and several rocks pierced my skin." As he spoke, Earl stretched out his trembling hand and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. The pitiful appearance made Clark feel weak. He knew how Earl felt. Whenever he was close to kryptonite, his body would become weak. Earl was keenly aware of the pity in Clark's eyes. The black man struck while the iron was hot. He weakly grabbed Clark's arm and said, "Clark, do you know? Before the accident, I had a wonderful family, a beautiful wife, and lovely children. But the accident destroyed everything I had. My wife divorced me, and the child was awarded to my wife by the judge." Earl shook Clark's arm, and big tears fell down his cheeks. He looked up at Clark pitifully. "I just want to return to normal now, and then take care of my family." "Earl." Clark pursed his lips. His eyes were tangled at first, but looking at Earl who was tortured by kryptonite, his hesitant eyes gradually became firm. "How can I help you?" After hearing Clark's words, the black man was overjoyed, wiped the tears from his face and said urgently, "On the 3rd floor of Luthor Chemical Factory, there is the secret to returning me to normal." Luthor Chemical Plant. Clark frowned in thought. He remembered that the school seemed to be organizing a visit to the Luthor group tomorrow. "I know, Earl." Clark patted the black man on the shoulder and looked into the black man's eyes. "Leave it to me, I will help you." At the same time Clark made his promise to Earl. Luthor Castle. The originally peaceful pasture was blown by a gust of wind, causing the grass blades to sway. Aha! Like a gust of wind and like thunder, Gino stood in the hall as if he appeared out of thin air. "Master." The blonde maid brought the milk, and Gino took a sip of the milk and pressed down his dry lips, his eyes sparkling. "I've searched almost the entire town, but there's no trace of the black man. Where did he go?" Gino leaned on the sofa and tapped the armrest of the sofa with one hand. "No, there was one place he hadn't been yet. The Clark family's Kent farm." Because of the conflict with Clark in the evening, Gino didn't want to break into the Kent farm, which would only make the relationship between the two more awkward. But Gino changed his position, holding his chin and muttered to himself, Clark shouldn't be stupid enough to believe what a murderer says, right? As the night grew darker, Gino simply stopped thinking about it and got up and returned to his house. Turning on the computer, a message quickly popped up. The news came from Tina, the spy sent by Gino to monitor Talia. Tina, everything in the Assassin's League is business as usual, but I heard that a man named Booth passed Lei Xiaogu's trial and successfully graduated, and he refused Lei Xiaogu's solicitation and gave up joining the Assassin's League. Browsing the information from Tina, Gino's eyes stayed on Booth's name for a moment. He passed the trial of the Assassin's League and refused Lei Xiaogu's recruitment. Possibly, this person might be the pseudonym of the Bruce Wayne who wanders around the world. As his fingers tapped on the keyboard, Kino simply replied, I understand. Ding dong, the message was successfully sent. At the same time, he was far away in a dark room on Alcatraz Island. Tina stood helplessly behind the computer chair, watching the brown-haired woman typing on the keyboard with a playful and evil smile on her face. Talia's collagenous fox face was full of mockery. Through the reflection of the computer screen, the woman glanced at Tina, who looked like a frightened cat, lightly opened her red lips and said, Don't be nervous, Tina, I just told the truth for you, this man won't find out. Tina nodded, her eyes full of bitterness. As early as after meeting Talia, she was told the purpose of her visit by the woman using Veritaserum. But for some reason, Talia did not choose to imprison herself, but instead let herself follow her. Sighing in her heart, Tina's eyes were full of tiredness. When will this exciting double agent life end? The early morning sun hits the yellow school bus. Honestly, I hate today's trip to the Luther chemical plant. Chloe frowned, her cheeks reflected in the glass. The girl looked unhappy. Peter, who was in the next seat, said with a bad smile, It's because Chloe's father also works in a chemical factory, and her father is also a show-off maniac. Shut up, Pete. The two were bickering, but Peter was a little surprised that Clark didn't say a word. He just lowered his head and looked at the iron plate of the school bus, as if he was watching something. Peter stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Clark's eyes. Clark, what are you thinking about? Ah, Clark came to his senses in a panic and licked his lips. I didn't think about anything. And from an angle that no one can see. Under the chassis of the school bus, Earl, a black man, was hiding in the luggage storage mezzanine with a difficult expression. Everyone, welcome to Luther Chemical Plant. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie puffed out his chest with pride, holding a document bag in his hand and looking at the dozens of students who visited today. Clark, Chloe, Pete, and Lana and her ex-boyfriend Whitney. The middle-aged white man smiled and said, I am Gabe Sullivan. I am the manager of the factory and a proud father, right? Chloe. In the crowd, feeling the looks from all around, Chloe smiled awkwardly, That's right, Dad. What else does the manager want to say to these students? At this time, a group of people surrounded Lex and walked toward the elevator. Mr. Lex. Gabe quickly left his job of receiving the students. Oh, today is a student visit day. Lex stopped, glanced at Clark, and raised a smile on his lips. Gabe, let me show them around. He is very curious about Clark's current strength. The big boss spoke, and Gabe nodded in agreement. Lex turned to his assistant and ordered, Lena, go bring them over and let them take the elevator up. I'll wait for them on the 4th floor. Everyone. Lex's assistant had no good temper. The old woman said with a slumped face, Put all the electronic equipment you carry in the storage box. Taking pictures and running around are not allowed in the factory. Ah, this lady. Clark took the opportunity to ask, I heard the factory once had a 3rd floor. Is that true? The assistant shook his head without hesitation. No, it's a rumor. Okay, everyone, come with me, let's take the stairs. A large group of people followed the assistant into the elevator. Shortly after they left, the black man Earl pushed open the iron door of the storage room and turned towards the emergency passage on the other side. He walked through countless corridors filled with iron pipes and walked upstairs that smelled of rust. Soon, the black man reached the door of the 3rd floor. Hoo-hoo. He took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. Gotcha. As the iron door opened, what came into view was a small locker. This is impossible. Earl's emotions were instantly ignited by the scene before him. He broke into the storage room like crazy and kept rummaging through it. However, Except for a white wall and a cold iron frame, there was nothing else in the room. This is impossible. The only hope was shattered. Earl's eyes turned red, and the black man beat the cold wall crazily. His future, his hope, are all gone. With a twisted mentality, Earl couldn't accept this fact. The black man muttered, "No, there must be a third floor." His hand went to his suit pocket. A dark American II pistol was held in Earl's hand. The black man's eyes were full of confusion, and he stretched out his thick palm to rub the gun body. Gotcha. With the bullet loaded, Earl showed a broken smile. No, there must be hope. They must have hidden the third floor. Fourth floor. Students, notebooks in hand, gathered in a large office on the fourth floor of the factory. The surroundings are full of sophisticated equipment, and a group of scientists in white coats are monitoring various parameters on the computer. Everyone, welcome to Luther Group. Lex led everyone around with his hands behind his back. This is the command center of the factory. 100,000 tons of animal waste are processed here every year. Lex smiled evilly, licked his teeth and said, "I hope you don't bring any flammable materials, otherwise everyone will be blown up." There was echoing laughter from the crowd, but Clark was the only one with a sad look on his face. He was a little worried about whether Earl could successfully infiltrate. Whoosh! A crash of steel interrupted Lex's speech. The bald and overbearing president glanced at Gabe. "Manager, go and see what's going on." Gabe stepped toward the source of the sound, a locked iron door. Wow! Before Gabor could get closer, the iron door was knocked open. The tall, strong black man with a fierce look stretched out his hand to grab Gabor's neck, then raised the dark muzzle of the gun and pressed it against Gabor's temple. The man didn't even react before he was choked by the black man and subdued. The classmates were also frightened and overwhelmed by this sudden scene. Only Chloe screamed in horror, "Dad!" The next second, many people came to their senses and realized that they had been kidnapped. Some timid girls even cried out of fear. Clark also roared, "Earl, what are you doing?" At this moment, Clark's heart was full of regret. He should not have been so generous with his kindness. Clark decided to prevent the tragedy he had caused. The boy swung his arms and opened his legs. He started to move at great speed in a millisecond. Everything around him seemed to freeze and slow down. Clark ran towards Earl and stretched out his right hand to grab Earl's gun-holding arm. Snapped. At the moment of skin contact, the kryptonite flowing in Earl's body burst out with dazzling green light. "Ah!" Clark yelled before being easily pushed down by Earl. Bang! Clark fell to the floor in embarrassment, but the crowd was in chaos at this moment, and no one noticed Clark's abnormality. People were screaming and crying. "Shut up!" Earl yelled at the crowd, silencing all the noise. His voice was low and hoarse, and he yelled at Gabe, "Gabe, you are the manager here, you should know where the third floor is, take me there. Otherwise, I will shoot you with a gun." Now he just wants to recover, and he can easily give up the lives of others. "Father!" Chloe in the crowd clenched her fists. The girl subconsciously wanted to rush forward to rescue her father, but Lex grabbed her wrist. He lowered his voice and said, "You go through the emergency door at the back. The password is 1017. Go to the basement level to find Gino. Hurry." Chloe rolled her eyes and suppressed the fear in her heart. She nodded and moved back carefully. "Hey, your name is Earl, right?" Lex stepped forward to attract Earl's attention, his bald head full of arrogance. "Since you want to kidnap someone to find the third floor, why don't you find a hostage of sufficient weight?" Earl alerted. "Who are you?" Lex puffed out his chest. "I am Lex Luthor, the owner of this factory." Luthor family. The black man suddenly became furious. "It's all because of the Luthor family." He pushed Gabe away and hit Lex hard on the cheek with the butt of the gun in his hand. Bang! The huge force knocked down Lex, and the bald man fell down and spat out blood on the floor. The blow just now left his mouth ulcerated and injured. "But it's just right." Earl walked towards Lex with a ferocious smile and pointed the gun at Lex's head. "Lead the way and take me to the entrance of the third floor." Lex endured the burning pain in his cheek, his mind racing. He had no idea there was a third floor building in the factory. But now the black man Earl is in a bad state and is on the verge of a crazy collapse. The first thing he has to do is to stabilize the opponent's emotions. At the same time, a strategy was used to lead the black man to Kino's location. Lex rolled his eyes and pretended to be weak. First, the third floor has been evacuated. Then where is it now? With Lex's confirmation, Earl was even more convinced of his judgment. The Luther family had indeed concealed the specific location of the room. The saliva sprayed on Lex's bald head. He lowered his head and said with a faint look in his eyes, "The third floor has been moved to the basement level, which is in the elevator. The speed is too slow and the power is too small." Bang! The sharp and swift fist hit the pale and withered cheek hard. The zombie-like Bizarro collapsed on the cold iron plate, covering the side of his face with one hand, looking up at Gino with aggrieved eyes. "Uncle Gino, bad." Listening to Bizarro's weird accent, Gino helplessly raised his forehead. "Shut up, Bizarro, call me Gino." But Gino ignored Bizarro, picked up the water glass on the ground and took a sip. Dee-dee. A cold electronic sound sounded in the empty laboratory. Gino turned his head, and through the huge explosion-proof door that slowly rose, he saw an anxious Chloe standing outside the iron door with her fists clenched and tears in her eyes, waiting. "Chloe." Gino frowned and looked at Bizarro. "Go back to your room, Bizarro." Bizarro obeyed Gino, and his figure flickered and disappeared like a breeze. After Bizarro left, Gino also walked towards the door. How does Chloe know the password to the underground base? Gino frowned, thinking about the reason. Did Lex tell her? Bang! Reaching out and pressing the door close button to block the iron door from opening and revealing the secret of the laboratory, Gino leaned over and rushed out of the laboratory at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The electronic door that was originally opened dropped again. "Chloe." The boy's soft voice sounded from behind Chloe. The girl was startled by Gino suddenly standing behind her, and even bit her lip out of panic. But the next second, the girl seemed to have found her backbone and threw herself into Gino's arms, bursting into tears. "Gino, please, save my father." "What happened to your father?" Gino wanted to push Chloe away, but looking at the crying girl, he silently lowered his arm. Big tears wetted Gino's shirt. He patted Chloe on the back and asked as patiently as possible, "Tell me quickly, otherwise how can I help you?" He remembered that Chloe's father was the factory manager, and then thought that the girl actually knew the password to the laboratory. A bad guess came to mind. Sure enough, when he heard Chloe's next words, Gino's guess was confirmed. Yes, it was a murderer from Metropolis who sneaked into the factory. He held the visiting students hostage and pointed a gun at my father, and your brother was among them. Now they are on the fourth floor. Clark tried to stop Earl, but was knocked down. Chloe babbled, but strangely she did not wait for Gino's response. The girl raised her head worriedly, only to see a face as cold as ice. His blue eyes were filled with murderous intent, and Gino stood there silently with his lips slightly lowered. However, this invisible silence was like a huge mountain pressing down on Chloe, preventing her from opening her mouth to speak. Kino. Croy swore that he had never seen Gino with such an expression. That pretty face contained violent murderous intent, silently venting the anger at the moment. Kaka. There was a heartbreaking sound of bones exploding, but it was just the sound of the young man slowly clenching his fist. Gino slowly raised his head and looked above his head. His eyes passed over the solid concrete floor, past the complicated lines and steel pipes, and finally locked on the elevator that was being lowered by a steel cable. In the elevator, a familiar figure was being pointed at the temple by a black man with a gun, and the two seemed to be having a heated conversation. Gino glanced at the elevator shaft and had an idea in his mind. The elevator slowly headed towards the negative floor. Earl's hands were shaking unconsciously. Soon, he would recover soon. Boom! A heart-wrenching vibration exploded in the elevator room. What? Earl raised his head nervously. It seemed like something jumped from the second floor to the elevator. The black man drew his gun and pointed it at the iron plate above his head. "No matter what you are, I warn you. Lex Luthor is in my hands." Boom! There was another crisp sound, and this time, the sound seemed to be getting closer. "Get away!" Earl roared, pulling the trigger overhead. Bang bang bang! 3 bullets sprayed out from the muzzle of the gun, whizzing through the iron and disappearing into the darkness above their heads. In the deep silence, everything seems to have returned to tranquility. Dead. Earl breathed a sigh of relief, but deep down he even felt that he was a little too nervous. Bang! Before Earl could take a breath, 5 slender fingers suddenly pierced the iron sheet above his head. Tear! The two hands on top of his head easily tore through the iron sheet, and then Earl saw a pair of blue eyes glowing with blue light. Buzz! The cold light hit Earl's right arm immediately, freezing his entire arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. My hand! Earl let out a miserable wail. The thick freezing ray might only sting Superman slightly, but when placed on Earl, who was only of average physique, it was tantamount to stripping him naked and throwing him into the Arctic glacier. Heavy ice wrapped Earl's entire arm, and the pistol was also wrapped in ice. From a distance, it even looked like a work of art full of violent aesthetics. Snapped. Gino jumped out of the elevator along the torn crack. The boy glanced at Lex, who had blood on the corner of his mouth, and a haze flashed in his eyes. Gino raised his head, looked down at Earl, and stretched out his right hand and slowly opened it. Earl's eyes widened. I saw 3 flat bullet slugs lying on the broad palm. How can this be? Earl was absent-minded for a while. He thought of the scene in the hospital again, and his eyes were full of fear. You are a devil. Bang! Earl's response was an iron hand holding his chin. Gotcha! There was a heartbreaking sound of bone cracking, and Gino actually crushed Earl's jaw alive. Woo! Mixed with blood and broken teeth, Earl's tongue trembled and he made an indistinct sound. Be good, open your mouth and eat them. With a smile on his face, Gino put the bullet in his hand into Earl's mouth, and pinched Earl's neck to make him swallow the bullet. It's okay to throw things around. Not a good nigga. Watching Earl eat the warhead, Gino looked thoughtful, then pointed at Lex and said, You punched my brother, now I'm going to punch you, is it fair? Earl shook his head wildly, knowing the consequences of being punched by Gino. Ignoring the pleading and whimpering black man, under Earl's desperate gaze, Gino slowly raised his right fist, his eyes filled with plainness. Remember, in the next life, don't mess with Luthor. Blood, broken bones, teeth, tofu. These things are like the paint splashed by a painter, like the improvised graffiti of an artist. They are scattered throughout the elevator, and together they create a beautiful picture called death. Lex expressionlessly flicked a piece of flesh that fell on his black suit. Although he tried to stay calm, his pale cheeks and rolling Adam's apple revealed the bald man's current state of mind, and he felt sick. Witnessing a living person's head being blown off is no less than a horrific torture and nightmare for anyone. Kino. Lex spoke with difficulty and glared at Gino. Next time you kill someone, don't do it in front of me. Well, Mr. Lai is kind-hearted and doesn't want people to die in front of his eyes. Gino didn't answer, but stretched out his hands to hold the elevator door. Jumping down from the elevator shaft on the second floor and then ruthlessly entering the elevator room, this delicate elevator obviously cannot withstand this level of damage and has fallen into a strike state. Roughly pulling open the iron door, the number on the electronic display above the head stayed at 1 inch, and with the heart-wrenching sound of steel friction echoing, the elevator opened, and Gino and Lex walked out of the elevator. Kino. The expected person appeared on the first floor, with an awkward smile on his face, obviously feeling guilty for the trouble he had caused. When the boy caught a glimpse of the tragic situation in the elevator, the smile that originally hung on his face condensed. The awkward smile was still on his face, but Clark stood there blankly. Even in summer, his limbs felt cold. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. This was Clark's first time witnessing the horror of death. Not long ago, after Earl kidnapped Lex and left, Clark's extraordinary physique did not take long to recover as before. At that time, there was only one thought in his mind: stop Earl. But when Clark used his clairvoyance ability to catch up with the elevator, he saw blood-stained elevator, headless corpse. Horrible and disgusting images constantly impacted Clark's mind. The result was very different from what he imagined. Poor Earl, the black uncle who often taught him singing in his childhood, has now turned into a headless corpse, and even the human trachea can be seen from the bloody neck. The right arm frozen by the ice and the broken elevator made Clark easily guess what was going on. Gino tore open the elevator, restrained Earl with his frozen vision, and then punched the black man in the head. And it's not a good thing if a person's brain is too developed. Clark can easily construct scenes in his imagination, and then his brain can't accept such a bloody picture. Vomit. Clark's stomach was churning and he lay on the ground retching subconsciously. Clark couldn't understand that Gino could stop Earl in other ways. But why did the other party kill this poor black man? Why are you so calm? Clark glared at Gino with the same eyes as a murderer. The young man spread his hands. Then what should I do? Make a gesture of repentance? I don't think I was wrong. Gino sneered, shook off the blood beads on his hand, and accused mercilessly, besides, what qualifications do you have to question me? If my guess is correct, this black man should have been hiding in your house last night, right? Gino said sharply. And the reason why he can avoid the company's security check may also be because of your help. See what you did, bringing an extremely mentally unstable madman into a dangerous chemical plant. Gino took a step forward, put one hand behind his back, and pointed to the body in the elevator with one hand. That crazy black man pointed a gun at my brother, just to find the legendary third floor. You put everyone at risk and naively thought you had the power to control the situation. But you'll just mess it up and live like Hamlet in contradiction. You haven't thought about what would happen if your black uncle friend didn't find the answer he wanted. Gino retracted his right hand, extended his index finger and raised his thumb, making a shooting gesture towards his temple. Bang! Gino spit out the syllables of shooting. He injected Clark coldly. When the time comes, my brother will die, and this is all due to your kindness. But he didn't shoot. Clark stood up slowly, resisting the desire to vomit, and opened his mouth to retort. Gino snorted. That's me nipping the danger in the cradle in advance. Clark took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fists. So, this is the reason why you kill people wantonly. His death is your choice, Clark. Gino stared at Clark and said word by word, you can ask for my help. But you didn't. You preferred to believe Earl's story. In your opinion, this black man is more trustworthy than I am. So, you treat Earl with your choice, and I'll treat him with mine. Gino looked at Clark, his blue eyes scanning Clark's cheeks that were flushed with anger. Do you remember the first time we talked about justice? I said that I will not let go of anyone who harms my family and friends, people. He bullied my family, my brother, and he deserves to die. And now, Gino no longer indulges in memories. He is half a head taller than Clark and his aura gradually becomes fiercer. You are like a moral saint asking me not to kill people. Even if this person may take away the lives of my relatives, you still want me to stand by and watch. Clark, Gino's tone gradually became stronger. If the people being pointed at by the gun were your parents, would you still be able to say such righteous words? Gino didn't even have to guess. If Martha was really held at gunpoint, what he would do was no different from his own. Clark was speechless. He subconsciously recalled the scene of Martha being kidnapped. Then, Clark felt his cheeks were hot and could not speak. If his loved ones were kidnapped and he was extremely angry, he might make the same choice as Kino. So, Gino sighed, looked at Clark, and said word by word, your double standards make people laugh. After the words fell, the atmosphere between the two gradually became silent. The original shame turned into shame and anger. Lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Gino's words were heartbreaking. Clark's chest was heaving violently, and he was constantly breathing heavily. Yes, Kino. Clark became angry and yelled. You are always right, and you always have a lot of reasons to explain why you were right. But Earl was also my friend, and you killed him. Gino chuckled with contempt, stared at Clark with a hint of provocation, and slowly said, that's because he deserves to die. See what he did. He broke into a fertilizer factory filled with dozens of tons of ammonium nitrate with a firearm. If the firearm went off, half the town would be razed to the ground. So, I don't think I was wrong to kill him. Everyone's life is in his hands. If he doesn't die, who will die? Gino looked at Clark coldly. Are you going to die for him? Clark was speechless. He clenched his hands tightly, making a sound of bones twisting. The young man's strong self-esteem prevented Clark from lowering his head and admitting his mistakes. Gino didn't care about Clark's reaction. He pointed at his eyes and said, look at the red bloodshot eyes. What's wrong? The boy smiled and raised his fist. Do you want to fight me? Use force to make me accept your childish and ridiculous worldview. Anger. It's a wonderful emotion. It inspires people's courage and makes cowardly people brave to explode. It is a violent beast hidden in the hearts of living things. It only takes a word, an action or even a look to awaken this ferocious beast. A one-story building at the moment. There were 3 people and 1 corpse standing in this empty hall used to receive guests. Lex moved towards the emergency exit. Being a smart man, he planned to go to Bizarro with both hands prepared. No one noticed Lex, and of course, if they did, no one would care. Gino and Clark looked at each other, and they only had each other in their eyes. There is certainly no ambiguity in this sentence. Each other knows each other's strength, and of course they know who is the real opponent. Clark. Gino's hands were hanging naturally, as if he was not nervous about the upcoming battle. He even had the heart for small talk. You think I'm preaching to you, but have you ever thought about it? Gino raised his arm and slowly clenched his fist. The air flowed out between the fingers, making a whining sound because of the speed. The young man completed what he had not finished before. I'm just telling the truth. Gino's words completely angered Clark, and Clark's hands even trembled slightly because of his anger. So, you always thought I was a fool, reckless, ignorant, and impulsive, right? Gino didn't speak, but glanced around Clark with his eyes full of pity, as if he was saying silently, yes, that's it. Besides, even your decision to beat me up is extremely stupid. Gino spoke again, pointing to his chest, with a self-deprecating look on his face. I learned to ride horses from the age of 6, and from the age of 7 to 9 I was taught by Miss Siwa, the most powerful fighting master in the world. I have the best teachers in the world and the most powerful gifts. I can even give up freezing sight to fight you. The only outcome for you is to lose. Gino still looked calm and calm. With the strength of a Kryptonian, why does he need to learn fighting skills? That's because Gino has never forgotten that in the near future, General Zod will descend on Earth with a group of Kryptonian outlaws. He has been planning his future since he was very young and has never slacked off. Because Gino understands that with the same talent, the only thing left to compete is who works harder. Gino held his chest high and his head high, asking like a graceful medieval nobleman, so, tell me your choice, Clark. Call. Clark lowered his head, his peripheral vision passing over Earl's headless body, and his already angry mood rose again. Clark roared out his plan. I'm going to beat you up. Aha! With just a slight exertion, Clark's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Gino. He raised his right fist and hit Gino hard on the cheek. However, Gino just tilted his head slightly and dodged Clark's fist. Just as Gino thought, with the same talent, the only thing that competes is combat experience. I got knocked down 100 times in Miss Siwa's first class. You know, my reaction speed was no longer slow at that time, but I was still easily knocked down by that woman. However, the suffering he suffered at that time gave Kino unparalleled fighting experience. He could even figure out the opponent's next attack just by looking at the movement of Clark's legs. Gino easily dodged Clark's fist, and his upper body and legs worked together to move around and avoid Clark's fist. If you zoom out and slow down, it's like a very unfair boxing match. It's like a budding rookie shaking his fist at an experienced boxer. Hoo-hoo. Clark kept shaking his fist. At normal speeds, the battle between the two is just two afterimages that are constantly entangled. Panting heavily, Clark gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. Thousands of fist swings made him sweat profusely. His physical fatigue was bearable, but Clark couldn't accept Gino's reaction. Facing his all-out attack, Gino easily dodged it. It seems to confirm what Gino said, you have no chance of winning. Another fist with strong wind was easily dodged by Gino. Clark broke through the defense and roared, can you only dodge? After listening to Clark's words, Gino sighed. Turning his head again to avoid Clark's straight right punch to the cheek, the young man said indifferently, you asked for this. Before he finished speaking, Gino no longer avoided, his legs stood on the floor of the hall, and his hands that were originally behind his back suddenly came out. Snapped. An arm clasped Clark's arm, and then Gino pulled suddenly. Huge power was transmitted from his arm, and Gino's swift attack even left Clark with no time to think. Seeing Clark being dragged down by him with a panicked look on his face, Gino unceremoniously raised his right knee. Bang! A fierce knee strike landed heavily on Clark's tender abdomen. The severe pain made Clark frown and his whole body bowed like a prawn. But Gino did not stop his offensive. The boy raised his elbow and punched Clark on the back again. Bang! Another swift blow hit Clark's back. The swift attack was like a skillful combination of skills, making Clark unable to lift his head. Gino grabbed Clark's arm again and threw him over the shoulder, knocking Clark down neatly. Flop. Clark, who was still attacking fiercely a second ago, now fell to the floor in a state of disgrace, looking at the ceiling with eyes full of confusion and shame. Just like what Gino said, he lost. Whether it's speed, strength, or reaction, Kino far surpasses himself. Seeing Clark lying on the ground with a weak look on his face, Gino showed no mercy. He raised his fist and punched Clark on the cheek from a high position. The young man said while beating him, "What do you still want?" The whistling fist carried heavy power, like a hammer striking Clark's handsome face. Red blood flowed from Clark's nostrils. He had never had such a miserable day. How long? Another punch hit, and Clark's eyes were blurred at this moment, and afterimages appeared in everything in front of him. The eye circles are puffy and the ears are ringing. He seemed to see 3 Kenos waving their fists at him. To grow. Gino's roar rang in Clark's ears. Clark looked at the raised fist and knew the power contained in it. One last punch and he will die. Clark watched as the fist fell, grazing his cheek and shattering the concrete floor next to his ear, leaving a huge punch mark. "This is for Lex." Clark heard Gino's voice, and his beautiful face was full of mockery. "You survived, you should be grateful to yourself for saving Lex. This thing saved your life." Ignoring Clark, who was lying on the ground with blood all over his face, Gino rubbed his sore fists and slowly stood up. The young man walked away with a brisk voice. "We're settled, Clark." A hospital bed filled with the smell of disinfectant. Clark woke up faintly. The pain in his head reminded Clark that everything that had happened recently was so real. "Hey, are you awake?" Lana's voice sounded in her ears. The girl held an apple in her hand, flipping the fruit knife with her skillful hand to peel off the peel. Her big eyes were full of heartache. "You are too reckless." Clark was silent and was sent to the hospital, but what happened next? The boy asked. "What happened?" Lana fiddled with the knife in her hand and blinked with her big eyes. Luther Chemical Plant called the police, and then it was said that the prisoner shot and broke the elevator because of his excitement. After that, he lost control of the hardware and fell from a height and broke his head. Everyone is safe now, except for your head bleeding a little. Clark was silent as he listened to Lana's explanation. It seems that Gino has taken care of everything. Yes, the Luther family is always smart and shrewd. Uncle and aunt have been taking care of you. Martha went back to the farm to prepare dinner for you, leaving me here to watch you. But how did you get injured? Lana handed Clark the fruity-smelling apple. The girl has seen the performance of Gino and Clark. Both of them have extraordinary abilities, but they don't know exactly what can hurt Clark. Clark pursed his lips, and the boy in a hospital gown pressed his hands on the hospital bed and slowly sat upright. Looking into the goddess's eyes, Clark hesitated for a moment before telling Lana what happened between him and Gino. Oh my God. Listening to Clark's description, Lana couldn't help but cover her mouth. This is too much. Blasting the opponent's head off with one punch was so cruel that Lana simply couldn't imagine such a scene. You also feel that what Gino did is wrong, don't you? Clark's big eyes lit up, looking eager for recognition. However, to Clark's surprise, Lana shook her head after thinking seriously. No, Clark. Lana opened her teeth lightly and said, "If I were Gino, I would probably choose tough measures to subdue the murderer. This is the best choice for everyone." She glanced at Clark cautiously, stretched out 2 fingers to pinch and described, "Actually, sometimes, you should be more cautious." Listening to Lana's words, Clark rarely answered, but lowered his head and stared at his hands. Does even Lana feel that she is wrong? Young Clark raised his head and looked at the scenery outside the window with confusion. Under the setting sun at the hospital, several birds were perched on a big tree, calling each other and emitting crisp calls. Clark knew that he had lost his friend Gino. Luther Castle. At the hall door, the maids in charge of cleaning bowed to say hello to the young heir. The girls' eyes met, silently discussing that Kino seemed to be in a bad mood today. Gino nodded indifferently, picked up the milk brought by the blonde maid and drank it in one gulp. Call. Exhaling a breath, Gino threw himself into the sofa and closed his eyes slightly. There were too many things that happened today, which made him mentally exhausted. A faint scent of perfume invades your breath. Immediately afterwards, Gino felt himself being hugged from behind, and a pair of soft white arms pressed against Gino's chest. They follow the trajectory all the way down. Snapped. Gino slowly opened his eyes and gently clasped the mischievous little hands. Through the TV series on the LCD screen right in front, a woman with a good figure wearing a black dress was hugging Gino with a charming look on her face. "I'll give you 3 seconds, let go of me." Gino said cold words with an expressionless face, and the majesty in it made the woman's eyes flash unnaturally. She subconsciously let go of her hand and stroked the goosebumps on her arms, her eyes full of surprise. Why would she obey a little brat? But the woman quickly adjusted herself. She flicked her long wavy golden hair, with a charming look on her face. She lightly opened her red lips to reveal 2 rows of white teeth, and stared at Gino with her beautiful big eyes. She moved her long legs, swaying her curvy figure, and sat gently on the sofa next to Gino. She lowered her voice, trying to create an ambiguous atmosphere. "I didn't expect your attitude towards me to be so bad." Gino ignored the woman, just picked up the unfinished milk on the table and took a sip. He glanced at the woman with a sneer. "Victoria, what do you have that deserves my respect? A stupid woman who has nothing but beauty but only sells her looks to get what she wants." Gino made no secret of his disdain for Victoria. He stared at the pale-faced woman and said, "I don't care if you were sent by Lionel to test Lex, or whether you were sent by the Harvey family to steal business secrets. That's between you and Lex. Things in between. Don't try to tease me, I'm not interested in business." With the power of a god, how could Gino care about so-called wealth? After saying this, Gino stood up without mercy and returned to his room. Lying on the spacious bed, Gino sighed quietly. Victoria's information flashed through her mind. This beautiful woman's name is Victoria Harvey. The Harvey family has always been a competitor of the Luther family. It seems that the sudden visit of this old man's ex-girlfriend may bring a new round of tests to Lex with the orders of the Harvey family, or with Lionel's will. It is the so-called honeypot, which is used to test whether the future successor of the family can resist the temptation of beauty and other tricks. However, these people underestimate Lex too much. There was a sneer on Gino's lips. He was ready to watch Lex battle wits with these idiots. Smallville Township Police Department. In the evidence room, the police officers stood in a row without breathing, like soldiers undergoing review. There was no other reason. In the evidence room, there was a fat woman wearing a suit and tie standing. Her dark skin proved her identity as a black person. It is said that this woman is a big shot who came out of the White House and has worked for the FBI, CIA and other large violent institutions. In a small town, hundreds of people die every year for all kinds of weird reasons. Amanda stared at the various photos on the wall. The shriveled mummies, the electrocuted car mechanic, and the headless corpse that recently died at the Luther factory. These mysterious and weird events are what attracted her to the small town. Amanda picked up the documents on the table and flipped through them. Her well-informed brain quickly led her to conclude that this report was full of loopholes. It is impossible for an elevator to fall and hit someone on the head to cause such an injury. Amanda looked at the bloody photo and sneered from her thick lips. "It's more like being hit in the head with a heavy-duty Barrett at close range." She picked up the missing Julie file on the table again, with an inexplicable look on her face. The day before the girl disappeared, a deceased person died in the town because he lost 98% of his body fat. Amanda lowered her eyes and thought, these missing persons are concentrated in Smallville High School, or they are related to the Luther chemical plant. Looking at these weird and mysterious cases, Amanda's eyes flashed with a strange light. As a lackey for the big shots in the White House, she knows the world is not as simple as it seems. Not long ago, she received an assignment to investigate the strange things that had happened in the small town of Smallville over the past few years. The woman's brown eyes glanced at the Luther factory case file, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Let's start with this case." Chapter 71. Saturday. Early morning. Lex was sitting at his desk busying himself. As the manager of a small-town chemical plant, Lex is busy. Master Lex, the old butler, in a neat suit, knocked on the door and walked into the desk after receiving permission. "There is a woman outside the manor who calls herself Amanda Waller and wants to see you. She said she wants to consult you about the Luther factory." Amanda. Lex frowned, and his originally careless sitting posture became slightly straighter. As a member of the upper class of free America, Lex had naturally heard of Amanda Waller's name. The fat mad dog, the loyal dog of high officials, the black glove of the government. These are all labels on Amanda. Simple, obedient, and easy to use, these are the reasons why Amanda can reach a high position. Of course, maybe there is a little bit of black skin magic added. However, if you don't have strong strength, you won't even be qualified to be a dog for those officials. Amanda is such a person. In addition to being loyal to her owners, she is also a good biter. And now, this difficult guy has come to the town, which undoubtedly makes Lex feel a little nervous. Generally speaking, when Zibin wants a person to disappear, he can do it by paying some money and hiring some killers. But this is not universally applicable to politicians. After all, beating a dog depends on the owner, and Amanda's owners are all in high positions. Eliminating Amanda on a physical level will only turn each other against each other. Lex said no more and waved his hand to signal the butler to leave. Not long after the man left, Victoria, wearing a nightgown, walked into the study with a faint smile on her face. She had been eavesdropping outside the house before. It seemed that her ex-boyfriend had hidden many secrets. She said, "You look like you are in trouble, do you need my help?" Lex smiled at the woman. "Oh, dear, if you can, please help me call Gino down." Victoria sneered in her heart, but she said with tea-talk, "Maybe I can help you with such a small matter, so you don't need to trouble Gino, right?" Victoria held a grudge against Kino's words that humiliated her in the evening. The woman finally found the opportunity and frantically applied Kino's eye drops in front of Lex. "I know, but let's call him down." Lex smiled and blocked what the woman wanted to say. A shrewd woman knew better than to be in a hurry. She smiled, winked at Lex, then twisted her waist and walked towards her brother-in-law's room. Watching Victoria leave, the smile on Lex's face disappeared immediately, so fast that even in the blink of an eye. Lex stared at Victoria's back coldly, gestured with his fingers on the table, and slowly said a short word, "Idiot." He knew what this woman's true purpose was. But just as Gino guessed, Lex didn't mind playing with this stupid woman, just treating it as a pastime while building up strength. But the other party's behavior of slandering Gino still made Lex angry. Lex. It was rare that he slept in but was pulled up from the bed by the cheap guy. Gino played with the kryptonite in his hand and walked down the stairs. He complained dissatisfiedly, "Why did you wake me up so early?" "Kino, we are in trouble." Lex put his chin on his hands and looked at Kino and said, "Amanda has come to the town and has set her sights on us." Gino shrugged, sat down at the table opposite Lex, and glanced outside the door, where a black skirt was looming. He lowered his voice. "Are you worried about the things we hide in the chemical plant?" "That's right." Lex pursed his lips. "This woman is not greedy for money, she is only passionate about power. If she insists on investigating, our plans on this land will be ruined and divided up by the people in the White House. No, no one can take away our things." Gino interrupted Lex, holding the side of his face with one hand, looking at the serious Lex with amusement, stretched out his finger and tapped the cheap man. "Say it, Lex, what do you want me to do for you?" He didn't believe that the scheming Lex would be helpless. Perhaps Lex had already found solutions to hundreds of problems when he learned of Amanda's arrival. Lex was silent for a moment, and a cold light flashed through his dark green eyes. "Just wait and see what happens. If this woman insists on getting to the bottom of it." He smiled, and the smile was quite strange and cruel. "Then, I will send a small gift to her neck." On a black Lincoln sedan. Smelling the incense in the car, Amanda quietly stared at the historic castle not far away through the car window. As a dog in the White House, Amanda knows the importance of conglomerate giants like the Luther family in the United States. There is an unspoken line between the chables and the powerful, that is, each other will exercise restraint, cooperate and fight with each other. But the heir to such a behemoth is willing to live in a barren town. Thinking about the strange murders in the town for a long time, Amanda felt that there was a thick layer of fog in front of her eyes and she couldn't see clearly. She stretched out her thick tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, like a greedy big toad. The more mysterious this existence is, the more it stimulates her research thoughts. What is the secret hidden under the town by the Luther family? She couldn't wait to dig in. She's very good at this. Politicians are filthy from head to toe. Doo-doo. There was a knock on the car window and the driver lowered the window. The white-haired old housekeeper of the Luther family was in a suit and leather suit. "Ms. Amanda, the Luther family welcomes you." "Okay." Amanda smiled, but the gloomy smile also had a hint of scheming. She simply regained her composure, moved her chubby body out of the car, and followed the old housekeeper into the castle. In the hall, several maids have prepared black tea for guests. The ancestors of the Luther family crossed the ocean from England to the American continent, and the habit of drinking black tea continues to this day. Looking at the fork and spoon made of gold, Amanda sneered in her heart, "These luxurious vampires are really rich." She struggled to bend her knees and sit on the luxurious sofa. Her bloated figure made the sofa groan in pain, but fortunately it could withstand Amanda's weight. The fat black woman picked up the tea and took a sip. Two young men walked out of the hall. A bald young man with a serious expression and a calm face, and next to him was a young man with blonde hair and an ordinary face, but with an air of indifference to everything. "Ms. Amanda, welcome," Lex said like a qualified businessman, with a bright smile on his face. But the blonde young man beside him sat unceremoniously on the sofa at the other end, without even looking at Amanda. "Mr. Luther." Amanda looked away and stood up to hold the palm handed to her by Lex. "Nice to meet you." "Is such that." In the hall, Amanda stared at Lex with her brown eyes and said, "Thanks to Mr. President, I recently formed a group called the National Special Incident Response Team. This team is responsible for investigating all abnormal events occurring throughout the United States. And I noticed that there are hundreds of mysterious deaths in Smallville every year. I'm very curious." Amanda clasped her hands together, making a pressing gesture, and slightly bent her huge body to apply pressure, "So I want to visit the Luther family. After all, as a leading local company, you may know some inside information." Lex did not answer Amanda, but looked at Gino. The two looked at each other, obviously having made up their mind. "That's right, Ms. Amanda," Lex said with a smile. "We did notice the anomalies in the town and set up a technology laboratory in our factory. And we have researched a lot of interesting items." Listening to Lex's confession, Amanda suddenly opened her little eyes, sparkling with brilliance. She licked her lips, as if she saw a sumptuous lunch. She didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. Something that would allow the Luther family to invest in research must be very remarkable. She seemed to have seen more power and prestige beckoning to her. "So," Amanda said patiently, her eyes full of greed, "can you take me there? I want to visit. If it's valuable." Amanda began to paint the pie for Lex. "I will pass this situation to the White House and ask the White House to fund your experiment." Lex showed an ecstatic expression, with excitement on his face. "Really? Ms. Amanda, my experiment is too expensive. And my father is unwilling to help me. Of course, I keep my word." The smile on Amanda's face became even stronger. She didn't expect Lex to be so easy to deceive. This made the woman feel contempt in her heart. The Luther family, nothing more. The woman has even planned her next plan in her heart. She will find some excuses to announce the illegal experiments at the Luther factory, and then seize the factory. After that, Lex's research results will belong to her. Then what are we waiting for? Lex stood up first, as if he couldn't wait to take Amanda to attract investment. Amanda smiled and stood up, not forgetting to grab her bag from the sofa. The woman glanced at Gino, who was sitting motionless on the chair, and couldn't help but wonder, "Isn't this child following you?" "Ah, my brother is deaf, don't worry about him," Lex said enthusiastically. "Come on, Ms. Amanda, I can't wait to show you the results." The woman nodded, and before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Lex's deaf brother. However, there was no one on the sofa. The first floor of the Luther chemical plant. The elevator opened, and a huge and majestic metal door appeared in front of the group of people. Amanda's two bodyguards in suits looked alert, with their right hands on their gun holsters to guard against what might happen at any time. Sure enough, the Luther group knows the secrets of the town. Amanda sneered in her heart, watching Lex enter the computer password. Drop. The password was entered successfully, and the originally closed metal door slowly rose. Countless experimental cans are placed in an orderly manner on the huge base. Strange creatures soak in the jar. My God, what is that? The two bodyguards looked at a huge iron cage in the center of the experimental base with shocked expressions. There is a huge bat monster imprisoned there. Upon noticing the intruder, the bat monster opened its mouth full of fangs and roared at several people. Hoo-hoo. Looking at this extraordinary and mysterious creature, Amanda felt her breathing speed up and her whole body was extremely excited. No wonder so many strange things happen in the small town. All the secrets seem to be in this laboratory. Then, what is that? Holding back her excitement, Amanda asked Lex. Lex explained. It's a vampire that absorbs human body fat. We've been studying her. Amanda looked up at the bat monster, confusion written on her face. Ms. Amanda, Lex's voice interrupted her thoughts. What did you say about investment? Oh, investment. Amanda showed an indifferent smile on her face and glanced at the bodyguards on the left and right. Two strong men flanked Lex on the left and right. Lex Luthor. Amanda's face was cold, and her original smile was gone. She said seriously, the Luthor Group has brought danger to the safety of the residents of the town because of its illegal research on unknown creatures. Now let me inform you. Your group has been sealed. Amanda realized that she no longer wanted to wait. Seal the laboratory, report the news to your superiors, and receive a reward. How could you do this? Lex showed an unbelievable expression. You agreed to my investment. Ha ha. Amanda sneered and interrupted Lex. Mr. Lex, I believe this lesson can teach you to never believe what politicians say. Amanda said confidently. You are just my prey. Lex wanted to say something more. Okay, stop playing around, Lex, I have a test next Monday. A lazy voice sounded from behind Amanda. What? The two bodyguards looked like they had seen a ghost. The three of them turned around. In the corner, I saw a familiar blonde young man leaning against the cold wall, staring at the three of them with bored eyes. Next to him, Bizarro was squatting like a zombie, his eyes widened and he was trying to look angry. Are you not mute? A bodyguard shouted what Amanda wanted to ask. That was just a bad joke, Lex. That's enough, what do you want to do? Amanda is not an idiot. How could a fat black woman who has been in politics for many years not know that she fell into Lex's trap? She took a step forward and stared at Gino menacingly. What do you want to do? Gino smiled, walked towards the three of them, and said in a brisk tone, from the very beginning when you entered the town, you have already come into the sight of the Luthor family. Gino sounded regretful. Lex plans to see what you will do. But you did not disappoint us. You are very ambitious and want to explore the secrets of this town. Even trying to get information from Lex. The distance between Gino and Amanda was getting closer and closer, and the woman couldn't help clenching her fists, her face cold. Back off. The two bodyguards saw that something was wrong. They raised their pistols and pointed the dark muzzles at Gino's head. However, the young man seemed to turn a deaf ear and still walked towards this direction. Fire. The bodyguard did not hesitate and pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet flew out along the barrel of the gun, and the tail of the bullet was dotted with flames to drive the airflow, whistling and spinning towards Gino. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Gino slowly raised his palm. Bang. The solid copper warhead hit the white palm, as if it had hit steel. The originally round warhead was squeezed and deformed under the devastation of thrust and resistance. Da-da. The shriveled warhead fell and hit the iron plate at everyone's feet. Gino looked at the stunned three people with a smile on his lips. Now, who is the prey? Underground base. Da-da. Gino walked slowly towards the three of them. He's not afraid of bullets. The black bodyguard rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't believe what he saw. A high school student on campus blocked the deadliest firearm with just the palm of his hand. The twisted bullet casings on the ground proved that what they just saw was not an illusion. Black people don't believe in evil. Bang bang bang. There were several more gunshots, and they didn't even see the boy move. They just stretched out his hand slightly, and the bullets he fired were thrown to the ground again. Amanda's eyes were full of fear, and she tried to open her little eyes to see clearly how Gino did it. Call. Gino blew the dust off his palms and stood in front of the bodyguards. The young man smiled at the two of them. You look surprised. His words successfully brought the stunned bodyguard back to his senses, and the two black men rushed towards Gino with their fists waving. Oh, boring. Gino shook his head. The next second, two big hands suddenly grabbed the black man's neck, and then made their heads hit each other. Bang! Like an exploding watermelon, the broken head mixed with brains spilled onto Amanda's face. "Ah!" the woman screamed like a screaming groundhog. "Shut up." Gino glanced at Amanda. The woman suddenly felt like a duck being pinched by the neck, biting her lips and not daring to make a sound. Gino threw away the two headless corpses in his hands. He looked at the blood on his hands and then shook off the blood beads. A few drops of blood traced a graceful arc in the air, and then landed on Amanda's lips. The faint smell of blood floated in the air. Amanda's pupils were dilated and she looked like she was in a daze. She was petrified. Women have always considered themselves to be brave and strong people. But today, after witnessing all this with her own eyes, her heart was shaken. An emotion called fear grew in Amanda's heart, which reminded her of her black father who ran away with his pants up when she was 6 years old. Fear was eating away at the woman's mind, and the desire to survive deep in her heart kept reminding her to do something. What should she do now? Resist. The two bodies on the ground are the best answer. Begging for mercy. Praying to a young high school student. Amanda was full of tangles in her heart. But, when a pair of blood-stained sneakers caught her sight, the so-called self-esteem and glory collapsed in an instant. "Do not kill me." Amanda heard herself scream like a pig, and her knees, which she thought were strong, bent naturally and knelt on the ground. Amanda kept telling, "I am the president's staff, a member of Congress, and the leader of the paranormal incident team. You can't kill me." She even considered the issue from the perspective of the Luther family, and said in rapid succession, "If I die, the White House will definitely send someone to investigate, and the town will be exposed to more and more people." The pair of sneakers slowly stopped. Then, bang! A sneaker stepped on Amanda's head hard, causing her head to be in close contact with the floor. The endless sense of humiliation made Amanda clench her fists instantly, and she heard the blonde boy's voice, "It's so interesting, Senator Amanda. I think what you said makes sense, so what do you think I should do?" Amanda suppressed her anger. She unclenched her clenched fists, and said in a low voice, "As long as you let me go, I am willing to serve the Luther family." Ha ha ha. A burst of clear laughter sounded above the head. Gino looked at the fat black woman who was trampled under his feet, shook his head and said, "But, Ms. Amanda, you just said that the words of politicians can never be trusted. Now you want me to let you go. Although I don't believe you." Gino leaned down and looked at the ugly woman, "But I am a good person and I am willing to give you a chance. It just requires a small price." As he spoke, Gino gestured with his two fingers and smiled brightly, like a devil who had tricked people. He clapped his hands, and Bizarro, with a silly smile on his face, brought out a syringe. Gino knocked the needle and said with a smile, "Please allow me to introduce it to you. Nano bomb. It's the familiar black Lincoln again." Amanda turned her head sideways and stared out the window at the Luther chemical plant with malicious eyes. The woman rubbed her thick neck, a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. But immediately, she knocked on the car seat like a deflated rubber ball and signaled the driver to drive away. "Ms. Amanda." The driver started the car and the Lincoln drove smoothly away from the factory. The black driver glanced at the woman in the rearview mirror curiously, "How is the progress of your investigation?" Amanda glanced at the driver and said expressionlessly, "Nothing was found. Everything is normal in this town." On Monday. Jingle bell. As the exam bell rang, the students dropped their papers, cheered and screamed and rushed towards the corridor. The final test is over, and what awaits them next is a 2-month summer vacation. Gino and Chloe walked side by side. Since Kino broke off their relationship with Clark, Chloe and Peter have obviously followed different playmates. If permuted and combined, it is probably Gino Chloe. Clark Pitt. In the corridor, Chloe glanced at Gino with her peripheral vision. The girl hesitated for a moment and slowly asked, "So, what are your plans for the summer vacation?" "Me." Gino shrugged. "I don't know, maybe I'm staying in a small town." Before he finished speaking, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Taking out his mobile phone and looking at the phone number on the phone, Gino answered the call with an expressionless face. "What's the matter? You should have a holiday, right?" Lionel's voice came from the phone. He said slowly, "Your mother recently wanted to go back to Gotham City to visit your grandfather, and she wants you to go with her, eh?" Gino was silent for a moment, and then responded, "I understand." Gino hates his father, but he loves his mother. Wow, I didn't mean to hear it, but you are going to Gotham during the summer vacation. Chloe shuddered and said, just hearing the word Gotham gives me goosebumps. What is Gotham? Many titles come to mind when people hear its name. Sin City, Devil's Land, anything related to chaos and evil can be affixed to Gotham City. It was a chaotic and evil place, everyone agreed. Yes, Gotham City, my mother wants to visit my grandfather. Gino took back his phone. He loved his mother, and naturally he would not let her go to a sinful place like Gotham alone. Chloe sighed. Oh, I originally planned to invite you to the bonfire party next week, but it seems there is no chance. There will always be a chance, Chloe. Gino smiled, lowered his head, and ruffled the girl's hair. See you in the fall. Chloe lowered her head, but still cheered up and said with a smile, okay, I'll see you in the fall. Entering Gotham line tomorrow. Long live my beloved Gotham. Metropolis. Under the rich night sky, there are skyscrapers composed of countless neon lights. These colorful lights are intertwined and twinkling in the night, like a beautiful picture unfolding flatly. Just from the paint and body lines, you can tell that a black car that was expensive was parked slowly in front of a manor. A pair of long straight legs stepped lightly on the tiles in front of the manor. The young man in a black suit adjusted his tie on his chest. He slowly raised his head, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Under the dark night, a gold-plated plaque hangs on the iron gate of the manor, Swaymore Asylum. Speaking of Swaymore Asylum, it is an authoritative institution with a long history. This mental hospital existed as early as the beginning of the development of the metropolis, but in that era there were few crazy people and the business of the mental hospital was sluggish. However, with the development of the times, the pace of life has become faster, and there are more and more lunatics in the city. The Swaymore Manor, which originally welcomed all comers, has also successfully transformed. They only serve the elite class. After the security guard at the door verified his identity, the closed iron door opened, and Gino stepped into the huge manor. The road is lined with blue flowers. Gino took off a bunch casually and walked into the manor castle. Security guards stood around the hall. The mentally ill people in hospital gowns are each obsessed with their own world. Some people just walked with their heads down, walking in a hurry, circling the hall. Some people were standing on tables, chairs and benches, singing loudly and chanting unpleasant tunes. Gino walked through these mental patients and headed towards the second floor. Stepping on the wooden stairs to the second floor, Gino heard a melodious song echoing in the corridor. The song was soft and slow, like a mother singing a requiem for a child. Gino looked at the blonde woman leaning against the locked window with a complicated expression. That's his mother, Leticia Elliott. 4 years ago, he finally couldn't stand Lionel's endless cheating and quarrels. The flower who had grown up in a greenhouse since childhood chose to commit suicide. She jumped headfirst from the 4th floor of her home, and Gino caught her at the time. However, due to her height, the woman hit her head, and this was the root of her illness. This incident was like a thorn in Gino's heart, and it was also the root cause of the stiff relationship between him and Lionel. No one has a smooth life, even Gino, who has unlimited possibilities. After Leticia jumped from the 4th floor, she secretly found a deserted place and cried for a while. Gino looked at his mother. She touched the cold glass with one hand, as if she wanted to pick up the little flowers through the window. And her other hand was holding 2 little bear dolls tightly. Even wearing the smallest hospital gown could not hide her thin figure. The dark circles under the eyes prove that the woman's sleep quality is not good. There was a peaceful smile on her lips. When she heard the footsteps behind her, the woman turned her head. She saw the handsome young man walking towards her, and the woman's peaceful smile turned gloomy in an instant. She shouted and rushed towards Gino. Leave quickly. The woman made a driving gesture with her hands, waving her arms constantly to drive away the intruders. This is my castle, no Lionel, Mom. Gino reached out and clasped the woman's wrist, staring at the woman with the same eye color as his with blue eyes. It's me, Gino. I'm here to see you. After listening to Gino's words, the woman tilted her head and looked at the 2 dolls in her hands. There was confusion in her eyes. But, my 2 children are with me. As she spoke, the woman took out a piece of candy from the patient's pocket and stuffed it into the golden stuffed bear, stroking the toy's head with gentle eyes. Your favorite candy, Gino. Watching this scene silently, Gino sighed. Why do you feel that little bear with no hair on its head is so pitiful? All right. He gave up his plan to let Leticia Elliott recognize that he was Gino. In the world of mentally ill people, only by obeying them can you achieve your goals. Gino put it another way. I am Mr. Lauren Elliott's driver. I am here to take you back to Gotham. After listening to Gino's words, the woman's original vigilance disappeared, and she cheered like a little girl. Father asked you to pick me up. That's right. Gino took out a small crumpled blue flower from his pocket and handed it to Leticia with a smile. Look, this is a small flower that is a specialty of Gotham. Don't you always like the flowers in Elliott Manor? Gino glanced at the flower bed under the mental hospital. In order to make Leticia happy, he spent a lot of money to transplant and plant the flowers here from Gotham. Just to make Leticia happy. Leticia stretched out her little hand to take the blue flower in surprise. She smiled at Gino. Then let's go. She waved her arms and ran towards the first floor. Go home. Yes. Gino followed the woman and said calmly, go home. Gotham. This cold and cold steel forest supports everyone in this city. The constant sound of gunfire under the night sky seemed to disturb the cold moon in the sky, casting a dark and hazy luster, illuminating the bleak face of the city of Gotham. Countless tall chimneys spewed gray-black gas into the air, giving every air in Gotham an unpleasant and pungent smell of soot. This is Gotham. Chaos, filth, evil, any disgusting, unfortunate, angry, sad adjectives can be found in this city. It is like a roaring beast in the night, devouring the soul of everyone in this city. This weather. A brown-haired man in a suit stood outside Gotham Airport. He looked at his watch and then at the airport exit. In the wait that is not long but a man thinks it is long. A woman in a light blue dress jumped out of the hall, followed by a blonde boy. The people passing by were not surprised by Leticia's behavior. Because this is Gotham, there are a few lunatics and psychopaths popping up every day. Leticia, the brown-haired man shouted to the woman, come over here. Thomas. Leticia tilted her head and looked at the brown-haired man. It's me, Leticia. Thomas smiled, happy to see his only sister. Uncle Thomas. Gino followed with his suitcase. Thomas glanced at Gino and sighed. Gino, welcome to Gotham. By the way, when you go back, don't forget to tell me about my curse on Lionel. Gino shrugged. I will, but he must not care. The three of them got into Thomas's car. Along the way, Leticia was like a curious child, picking up the glass and observing the surrounding scenes. In the front seat, Thomas was chatting with Gino. I'm attending a banquet with me tomorrow night. I have a good friend I want to introduce to you. As his sister's favorite son, Thomas loves the house and the people, and wants to introduce his connections to Gino. Gino nodded and said, I will, Uncle. Elliott Manor late at night. The old mansion in Gotham City's East End occupies a vast area. There are a few crows perched on some locust trees at the door. A black car drove slowly, disturbing the dormant raven. They flapped their wings and flew away, croaking, and their miserable screams once again added a bit of eerie charm to this silent manor. Here we are. Thomas stopped the car and stared at this quaint manor with complex eyes. To be honest, I haven't come back very often since I grew up. However, Thomas watched the excited Leticia run into the manor, put his hands on his waist and smiled. This is a good place for mental patients to rest. Gino didn't respond, just stared at the manor. There were two stone owl statues placed at both ends of the iron gate at the entrance. He remembered that when he came here to visit his grandfather Lauren when he was a child, the rubies on the stone statues were still there. But now it has disappeared, which shows that the city's security environment is becoming increasingly chaotic. Thomas thought that Gino was worried about Leticia. He sighed and patted Gino on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, I know many capable psychiatrists in this city. I think I can find someone to diagnose and treat Leticia. The two walked into the manor while talking about Leticia's condition. They were greeted by a white-haired old man. He was trembling and wielding a cane and bowing with great effort. Heir of the Elliott family, welcome to your arrival. The master is already waiting for you inside. When he said this, the old man stared at Gino, as if the owner of this manor only wanted to see one person today. Thomas looked slightly unnatural when he heard the old butler's words. He shook his head. Leticia and I are waiting for you outside. Gino frowned, and Lauren's appearance appeared in his memory. He was a tyrannical old man who always had a straight face and liked to yell and lose his temper. Gino had little interaction with him. When he was a child, he stayed here and played with Thomas. Lead the way. Gino thought for a moment and decided to meet this unfamiliar grandfather. Push open the old wooden door. There was an expensive chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the living room, but it was already covered with dust. The messy knives and forks and leftovers on the dining table also silently tell the story of the Elliot family's past glory. Gino saw an old man in purple pajamas lying ill on the sofa. His skin is wrinkled, and his old cheeks and backs of his hands are covered with brown age spots. The old man's hair was sparse, saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes were closed, and he seemed to be dying. Master Llewellyn, Master Gino is here. The old butler's voice woke up Lauren. The half-buried old guy slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Gino carefully with his cloudy eyes. The old housekeeper left silently. Get closer, Laurent said to Gino. Gino took 2 steps, and as the distance got closer, he could smell the rotten smell exuding from Lauren's body. Time is such a terrible thing, taking away a person's life silently. Gino stopped. The next moment, Laurent suddenly stretched out his hand and clasped Gino's wrist. His eyes were full of envy, and he kept saying things like, "It's great to be young. What do you want from me?" Gino shook off the old man. He didn't know what the old man had for lunch. Something sticky fell on his wrist, so Gino took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped his wrist. Hey, looking at Gino's movements, Laurent let out a strange laugh and said, "Don't dislike me, I called you here to give you a gift. Open the cabinet opposite. There is a small gift I prepared for you." Gino raised his eyebrows and followed the direction of his finger towards the cabinet in the corner. His eyes swept over the wooden cabinet. The closed wooden cabinet gradually became transparent in Gino's eyes. He saw a small silver box and an ordinary white bird-shaped mask placed in the cabinet. His eyes were slightly focusing on the iron box. Gino's gaze easily penetrated the silver iron box. I saw a pool of silver white flowing liquid contained in the iron box, which looked like melted silver. However, what surprised Gino even more was that the silver liquid was shining like the Milky Way. What is this? Gino is interested in a luminous liquid. The young man opened the cabinet and took out the iron box. Pap! As the iron box was opened, a pool of silver flowing liquid came into view. Sniff sniff. Gino sniffed lightly, but there was no smell at all from this thing. Tasteless. Gino labeled the mysterious liquid again. How is it? Lauren coughed, interrupting Gino's thoughts. Isn't it beautiful and magical? What is this? Gino really didn't know what this thing was. Laurent stared at the iron box in Gino's hand and said, "This thing is called amber gold, a metal that can prolong life and slightly enhance people's ability to heal themselves." You said it's metal. Gino raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to lick the liquid, and it felt cold, like a pool of spring water. Laurent grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Of course, I lived to the age of 95 with it. Gino was curious. So, how did you get it? How to get it? Gino's words seemed to ignite Lauren's anger. He stood up tremblingly, his voice hoarse. This thing belongs to our Elliot family. The old guy was so angry that he limped towards the wall with the curtains drawn. Then, he held down the black curtain and pulled hard. Look at these paintings. Gino looked at the wall. I saw several oil paintings hanging on the wall in the corner. The first painting shows 4 young people with their families on a sailboat. Each of them is high-spirited and looking at the sea, as if something is waiting for them somewhere. Ahem. Lauren coughed and pointed to the first oil painting. This is the origin of Gotham City. 4 ambitious young people traveled across the ocean together and came to the former Gotham, a wild place. The old man Lauren's eyes flashed with reminiscence. The Wayne family, the Elliot family, the Kane family, the Cabot family. 4 founders of the family founded Gotham City. Gino's eyes moved to the second oil painting. The second oil painting has a strange appearance. It is split in the middle of the frame, and the upper part is a city. Above the large cities, a young man was looking down at the entire city with his arms crossed. The lower part is an intricate pipe, with a hall hidden inside. There were several chairs placed in the hall, and the leading figure was shrouded in darkness, holding his chin with both hands, as if he was talking to his companions. Lauren's voice rang in his ears. After founding Gotham, the Wayne family loved this city. They wanted this city to develop freely, so that everyone could get education and everyone could have enough to eat. Create a city without hunger and poverty, eh? But our ancestor Elliot didn't think so. He created an organization called the Owl Council, attracted powerful local forces to join, and expected that the city's development direction would be determined by prominent families like them. Quote. Listening to Lauren's words, Gino's face gradually became weird. Good guy, why do the Elliot family sound so like the villains? Lauren is still talking about the origins of Gotham City. He told Kino how the Court of Owls grew bigger and stronger under the leadership of the Elliot family, and became a behemoth that shrouded Gotham City. Lauren closed her eyes in confusion and murmured, "Beware of the Court of Owls, they will monitor your travels at all times." A peek into Gotham City from the dark, hidden in the attic with low walls. He is with me when I dwell in my home, and when I lie down and in my bed, he is with me, eh? Don't ever mention his name, or the sharp claws will come after you. Lauren opened his eyes, looked at Gino who looked indifferent and said, "This nursery rhyme spread in Gotham is not a lie. The wealth and power of the Court of Owls are far beyond your imagination. They have Gotham's most powerful assassins at their disposal to eliminate those standing in the way of the Court of Owls." So, Gino ignored Lauren's praise of the Court of Owls and focused his attention on the last scene. On that picture scroll, a downcast figure hunched out of the dark hall. The young man stared at Lauren with his blue eyes and said, "Has the Elliot family been expelled from the Court of Owls?" Gino's words caused Lauren to fall into silence. His face turned red and he argued, "That's just me leaving voluntarily." After listening to the old man's words, Gino understood now. The boy's lips curled up in amusement and he looked at Lauren. "So, you committed something and were kicked out of the Court of Owls by these people, right?" Luo Lun didn't answer, but Gino walked around Luo Lun. "Let me guess. Why did you tell me about Amber Gold? You want me to help you fulfill the dream you've always wanted to fulfill and return to the Court of Owls, right?" Laurent was not angry after being exposed by Gino. The old man who was angry a second ago regained his composure. He sat back on the sofa tremblingly, looked at Gino and said, "My child, you are very similar to me when I was young. I can see the ambition shining in your eyes, you desire many things. And the Elliot family name can help you." Lauren told him his plan. "Originally, I planned to let Thomas inherit my wishes, but he only wanted to study medicine and become a stupid doctor. So you came to find me." Gino snorted coldly from his nostrils. "Listen to me." Laurent stretched out his hand to signal Gino to shut up, and he continued, "I once did a stupid thing in the Court of Owls and was expelled. But they gave me a chance and offered to have my heir join the Court of Owls." Lauren stood up again and took out the white owl mask from the cabinet. He put the mask into Gino's hand. "Take it, half of your blood belongs to Gotham, they will not reject you, you can join that organization and enjoy the support of the entire city. The Claw Assassins will be driven by you, and the Amber Gold will sustain your life." Gino picked up the mask handed over by Lauren. This one was thin and light, with only a pair of eyes and nostrils exposed on the full-length white mask. He played with the mask in his hand, turned to stare at Lauren, and chuckled, "You were kicked out of the court in embarrassment, but they gave you a place. You know what this behavior looks like to me. It's like the owner threw a dog bone to the dog that was kicked out of the house." Gino's voice gradually became louder, and he slowly straightened up, his tall and mighty body exuding an intimidating aura. "The Court of Owls belongs to the Elliot family." The young man's voice gradually became lower, and he stared at Lauren with his blue eyes. "And now, you want me to go find these thieves with a dog bone and kneel down? Sorry, I don't like accepting charity from others." Gino gently clenched the left hand holding the mask. The white mask shattered under the squeeze of the force, and the ceramic-like mask fragments fell to the floor. "No!" Laurent let out a shrill scream. He threw himself on the carpet without any image, kicking up bursts of dust in the carpet. The old man trembled and kept picking up the mask fragments from the ground. He raised his head and glared at Gino. "Look what you have done. You ruined your only chance." "No." Gino's voice was louder than Lauren's. The old man was surprised to find the blue light in Gino's eyes. The bright blue light was far more dazzling than the amber gold in the box. A trace of cold mist spread around the young man's eyes, and the surrounding furniture was also covered with a thick layer of white frost. He heard his grandson sneer and say, "What I want, I will get it myself." Gino looked at the oil paintings on the wall and seemed to be talking to himself. Amber gold, mine. The claw assassin will be mine too. The court of owls will be mine too. The secrets they have will also be mine. Gino twisted his neck and made a crisp sound. Whatever I want, it will be mine. He couldn't understand why he should follow Luo Lun's example and find someone who came to his door to be a dog when he could clearly rob it. If it's a good thing and its owner is a villain, grab it, that's Gino's way. He was not one to be kind to a bunch of things that should be hung from a street lamp. Besides, the Court of Owls was founded by his mother's ancestors. Taking it back by himself would only return the property to its original owner. You. Lauren looked at Gino's blue eyes and the terrifying aura of domination. Only then did the well-informed old man realize that he seemed to have never understood his grandson. The young man in front of him was far more mysterious and terrifying than he imagined. The killing intent in Gino reminded him of the claw assassins in the court. Gino ignored Lauren's mood at the moment. He leaned down and said in the old man's ear, "Now tell me, where is their lair?" Gino's words brought Lauren back to reality. He pursed his lips, took a deep breath and said, "I don't know." Gino frowned. "You really don't know?" The old man said confidently. "Of course, the Court of Owls is very cautious. They have hundreds of strongholds throughout Gotham's underground passages. Every once in a while the location changes. Gino listened silently, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. These rich people really have nothing to do. Why do they like to build so many strongholds? Are you afraid that one day you will be caught hanging from a street lamp?" Lauren sighed. "Originally, if you kept the mask, you only had to put it on your face and walk around Gotham City, and someone would find you, but now, your only chance has been ruined." "You mean the mask?" Gino glanced at the fragments on the ground. Then, he glanced at Lauren and hatched a new plan in his mind. The young man pointed at the fragmented mask and said, "Then why not put it back together?" "No, seeing the broken mask will only alarm them and make them hide deeper." "Really?" Gino looked at the mask thoughtfully. "It seems that the so-called Court of Owls is very cautious." After thinking about it, the young man sneered, "Since they don't want to be exposed, then I will lure them out. Do you know what the claw assassin looks like?" Gino got the claw assassin's clothing from Lauren, and at Gino's request, Lauren introduced several famous tailor shops in the city to Gino. Gotham late at night. Gino is walking on the road. The red light district in the busy city is full of entertainment, slutty young ladies, sluggish drug addicts, and drunken drunkards who fall asleep on the roadside. The charming laughter of the lady, the roar of the gambler unwilling to accept his failure, and the rising and falling sounds brought a chaotic and unique beauty to this sinful city. In this red light district street, the air is filled with pungent smells mixed with various vomiting smells, but the people seeking pleasure here have long been accustomed to these smells. Each of them has a cheerful smile on their face, but from there nothing the confusion in the hearts of these people can be seen in God's eyes. Gino bought a crude bat mask from a stall and put it on his face. "Would you like a newspaper, sir?" "Just $1. A dirty child blocked Gino's path. Children in Gotham are all very smart. This boy with dirty cheeks glanced at Gino's suit and watch, as well as his moist skin. This rich man was very young, and he looked like a decent person at first glance. Gino threw a coin, and the child caught it awkwardly. Then he hurriedly handed a newly released newspaper to Gino. Gino watched as he walked. On the main page of the black and white newspaper that smelled like ink was a striking headline, "Gotham's richest man, Bruce Wayne returns to Gotham." Gino heard many people talking about this matter in the surrounding pubs. Some people said, "It's funny, the richest man in Gotham has something wrong with his brain. What are you going to do back in this rotten city? Visit the graves of his two parents." After saying this, there was a burst of laughter in the tavern, and the sarcastic smile spread far through the tavern door. Gino continued to walk ahead. Suddenly, a thin girl blocked Gino's path. "Sir, do you want to come and play?" The girl was wearing a large brown windbreaker. As she spoke, she lifted up her coat to reveal the lace underneath. "No, you're too ugly." Gino's expression was flat and ugly. "Fake squid." Listening to Gino's words, the girl extended her middle finger to express cordial greetings to Gino, then she turned to walk towards another man at the other end of the street. "Sir, do you want to play?" Gino glanced at the two people talking. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a strong man in the middle rushing out of the corner. He was wearing a white suit and looked like a nouveau riche. Fark. The man seemed to be the street girl's boss, and he roughly grabbed the girl's wrist. "Look at this guy, he's dressed like a cop." Gino also glanced at the man stopped by the pimp. The other person wore a felt hat, clean jeans, and a brown windbreaker on his upper body. To be honest, it's a bit weird to wear this outfit in the summer at night. "I'm not a cop." Gino heard the man speak slowly. But several strong gangsters with various weapons gathered around. Someone is going to be in trouble. Gino looked away. He had already reached his destination, a garment-making room. Gino walked into the room, took off his mask, revealed his true face, and told his boss what he wanted. After activating the money ability, the boss said he would come to pick up the goods at noon tomorrow. Jingle. Gino opened the store door and walked out. On the street not far away, the fighting continued. The young man I saw before was standing in the center of the road. He was dancing with a pair of fists like a tiger, and his hands and feet were very good. There were gangsters who were knocked down by his fists and lay on the ground wailing and screaming. The street girl whom I had just met seemed to be standing there in shock, and her boss obviously did not expect that this cop could be so capable. Seeing the other party rushing towards this side, the man gritted his teeth and pushed the girl standing in front of him towards the young man. The young man seemed to have no intention of attacking the woman. He stretched out his right hand and gently pushed the girl away. However, from Gino's perspective, he had already observed the dagger hidden in the cuff of the street woman. Aha! Taking advantage of the young man's back to the street girl, the girl pulled out a knife and launched a sneak attack. The sharp blade gleamed coldly under the neon light. Ah! She let out a piercing scream, arched her body, brandished the dagger and stabbed the young man in the right leg. The next second, PFF'd, the dagger pierced the young man's thigh. The sharp edge of the knife tore through the jeans, cut the skin, and pierced the flesh. Ah! The young man screamed and subconsciously kicked the woman. A huge force hit the woman standing on the street in the abdomen, causing her to groan, stagger back and fall. The situation was chaotic. The blood-stained jeans gave the young man a gloomy expression. Seeing that the young man was injured, the thugs who had originally escaped regrouped again, brandishing their weapons and charging at the young man again. Looking at the melee of the crowd, Gino just stepped away, but the next second, a cold voice sounded in the young man's mind. Negative emotions from Bruce Wayne +10, +10. Bruce Wayne. Gino paused and looked at the crowd again. Looking at Bruce Wayne fighting with the gangsters, he seemed to be wearing makeup and contact lenses, and had no similar characteristics to the man Gino saw in the newspaper. Gino was a little silent. It's hard to imagine that the future famous Dark Knight, the super brain of the Justice League, is currently fighting endlessly with a group of gangsters. Moreover, a femoral artery was pierced by a street girl. Through fluoroscopy, Gino could see that the wound on Bruce's right leg was constantly spurting out blood. It would only take a while for this guy to go into shock due to excessive blood loss. It can only be said that the fledgling Bruce Wayne is still too inferior, and there may still be a long way to go before he can become the bad beacon of this city. Gino gave up the idea of leaving. He was even in the mood to take out his mobile phone and record the fighting scene. This is Batman's embarrassing moment in the future, and Gino feels that it has certain collection significance. Of course, this was all done casually. The reason why he stayed here was to gain points from Bruce. Gino played with his fingers and leaned against the wall, listening to the +10 that kept ringing in his mind. The roaring police car broke into this chaotic street. It's hard to imagine that nearly 30 minutes had passed since the fight, before Gotham police arrived at the scene. Hearing the roar of police cars blasting through the red light district, the gangsters who knew the nature of Gotham's black police officers dispersed in a hurry, leaving only Bruce Wayne standing there with his fists stained with blood. Hey! Two black policemen in dark blue uniforms drew pistols from their waists. For Gotham police officers, the best way to deal with trouble is to solve it. They pointed their pistols at the men. Pressing the trigger with their index finger, they chose to shoot without hesitation. Bang! The bullet casing popped out of the gun chamber, the bullet shot out along the muzzle, and a little smoke filled the air. Bruce's eyes widened. The training he received from the Assassin's League made him subconsciously crouch down to try to avoid the bullets. A single gunshot ignited panic throughout the street. People screamed and ran in every direction. These local old Gothamites have rich experience in fighting for their lives. It's noisy. Gino frowned, and the next second, he took steps slowly. I want to ensure that Bruce cannot die here. The reason is very simple. From the moment he met until now, Bruce has only provided himself with 500 negative points. This lamb still has a lot of wool that can be harvested, and the Zibin family also knows how to recycle it. Gino doesn't intend to let Bruce die like this. As Gino raised his right foot, the air seemed to thicken. Aha! Everything around him seemed to have been pressed into slow play, and the bullets that were originally rotating rapidly were also piercing the air at a slow speed, and the tail end of the warhead pulled out a beautiful cone-shaped airflow in the air. The shoes I stepped out once again stepped on the cold ground. The light projected by the purple neon lights gradually stopped in midair, and the spinning bullets stopped in the air. Time has completely stopped. Panic-stricken people, ferocious-looking police officers. Everything seemed to have been pressed on pause. Space and time seemed to be condensed at this moment, like a beautiful movie scene. Gino was not surprised by all this. The faster the speed, the slower the time. This is the relativity of time in the theory of relativity proposed by the great physicist Einstein. And the step I just took seemed to only take 0.01 milliseconds or less according to human time measurement units. In short, extraordinary speed can accelerate one's own action to the point of approaching the speed of light, thereby extending time infinitely and achieving the miracle of pausing time. Of course, strictly speaking, Gino did not suspend time, but his speed exceeded the time unit set by humans, achieving the time dilation effect mentioned by Einstein in physics. If he is fast, everything around him will slow down. Gino was walking leisurely. The expressions of the people around him froze at this moment. He walked up to Bruce and looked at the wound on Bruce's thigh in his frown. He turned around again and glanced at the 2 bullets fired at Bruce. If nothing goes wrong, one of the 2 bullets following a straight trajectory will hit Bruce's left chest in the next second. The other bullet would hit the gastrocnemius calf of Bruce's other intact left leg. This is not a situation Gino wants to see. Only a living Bruce is a good Bruce. Oh, troublesome. Gino stepped towards the bullet. He stepped forward and held between his fingers the bullet that would hit Bruce's left chest. It was warm and hot in the hand, but the body was hot enough to burn the skin but could not hurt it at all. Gino just squeezed it gently with his hands, and the warhead made of copper metal was squeezed and deformed. He held the slug in his palm. As for the other one, bullets on Bruce will provide you with considerable points. Then, he returned to where he originally stood. Looking at everything still around him, Gino somewhat understood the happiness of the speedster. With everything at a standstill, if a speedster wanted to do something bad, it might only take a few years to get half the women in America pregnant with his child. However, Gino is pessimistic about this. If he wants to do this, the premise is that the unlucky guy can bear it physically. The young man smiled and shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He raised his right arm and lightly snapped his fingers together. Snapped. The crisp snap of fingers sounded, and the chaotic and noisy sounds echoed through the busy red light city again. Bruce's mind was still stuck on the moment he heard the gunshot. The next moment, there was a numbness in the calf of his right leg. As if being hit by something, Bruce lowered his head and saw his bloody left leg. The originally intact Jean's leg was scorched by the heat of the bullet, giving off an unpleasant smell. The bloody wounds brought Bruce back to his senses, and he knew exactly what happened. He was hit by a bullet. This bad news put a layer of gloom on Bruce's already bad mood. A negative emotions from Bruce Wayne +20. Bruce took a deep breath. He knew that he had to stay calm in the current situation. The man looked around. Among the people running away in panic, there were also 2 black policemen walking toward him. And, in the corner, a tall young man wearing a bat mask and sportswear. He saw the man open his palm, and a shriveled bullet fell down the palm, hitting the mud pit and splashing a little water. He saw the masked man look at him deeply. Then, That person disappeared out of thin air. Bruce wanted to rub his eyes to try to prove that his eyesight was fine. He thought again about the purpose of coming to this street. See with your own eyes the changes and development of Gotham, and then make up your mind to challenge the city's evil. However, the first step on the road caused Bruce to suffer setbacks. The strength coming from his shoulders brought Bruce back to his senses. 2 police officers held the weak Bruce on one side and escorted him into a police car. Hey, you're going to a detention center tonight. Bruce wanted to resist, but he lost too much blood and his body was too weak to move. Bruce was pushed into the police car, and he leaned weakly on the back seat of the police car. The car window slowly rolled up and drove away from the alley. Bruce turned his head with difficulty and looked out the window. Under the neon lights, at the entrance of the alley, the guy wearing the bat mask appeared suddenly and without warning. He tilted his head, then stretched out 2 fingers and aimed his other hand at his temple in a shooting gesture. Immediately, the figure disappeared without warning again, as if what was left there before was just an illusory bubble. What? This strange and terrifying scene made Bruce breathe faster. What is that thing metaphorizing? This was the first thought that came to Bruce's mind. The smarter a person is, the more things his brain can think of. His thoughts were subconsciously drawn far back in time. 2 fallen men, a gun, and 2 bullets. Bruce fell into memories. He seemed to be standing in a familiar alley again. The cold concrete floor seemed to always have a pool of blood that could not be washed away. He remembers a lot. He remembered the movie he watched that night. He remembers his parents holding his hand and walking into a dark alley. He remembered the masked murderer who appeared out of nowhere. He remembered the dark pistol glowing with orange flames. He remembered his father's roar, his mother's scream, and the broken pearl necklace hitting the ground. It seems that the voices and faces of my parents in the past still appear in my mind. Bruce's expression grew darker. If there was anything that was Bruce's backlash, it was the death of his parents. No matter who you are. Bruce's voice was filled with anger. I will remember you. A negative emotions from Bruce Wayne plus 1000, plus 1000, A. Dididididid, A. The red and blue lights on the roof of the car flickered into the car, reflecting Bruce's uncertain face. The roaring police car was driving on the circular mountain road, and the 2 policemen were laughing and discussing which brothel they should go to after get off work to hang out and enjoy themselves. Bruce's eyes gradually became firm. He couldn't be taken back to the police station, he couldn't reveal his identity. Stop the car and let me out, Bruce said slowly. To be honest, if a normal person had lost so much blood, he might have fallen into a coma. However, the super strong willpower and the scene of 2 fingers and a gun he saw before leaving Bruce to miraculously straighten up. The black police officer sitting in the passenger seat turned his head and warned Bruce with his eyes, "Hey, you'd better sit still." But, the moment the black policeman turned his head, Bruce opened his hands and lunged towards the front seat. Bang! His hands clasped the steering wheel and twisted suddenly. The 2 black policemen were frightened and wanted to stop Bruce. "Oh, you madman." As the steering wheel moved to the right, the police car that was going straight veered off the road, staggered off the road like a drunken man, and fell down the slope. Boom! The overturned police car slowly came to a stop after hitting a big tree. Bruce kicked the broken window and climbed out of the police car on his hands and knees. There was a strong smell of gasoline in my nostrils. Bruce was silent for a moment, but he still dragged his seriously injured body to rescue the 2 policemen from the car. Boom! There was another explosion, and the flowing gasoline burned and exploded instantly when it encountered flames, sending black smoke straight into the sky. Bruce dragged his seriously injured body away and walked away. He had to leave here and find a way to save himself. The covered wound was oozing with blood. Bruce gasped for air. He took out his cell phone. Result: the broken screen and fuselage of the mobile phone declared that the mobile phone was scrapped. The vision in front of me gradually blurred. Click, click. It seemed to be the sound of boots stepping on branches. Bruce turned his head with difficulty. In the endless woods, under the cover of the moonlight, he saw the strange figure again. The other party stood under a towering locust tree, and then, an arm stretched out into the darkness. The gentle moonlight illuminated the suit and fell on the mysterious man's right hand. The hand was holding a phone. Although he couldn't see the person's true face clearly, Bruce could tell that the other person was in a good mood. He played with the phone and looked at Bruce with a playful look. Then, he was throwing the mobile phone with the white glove on his right hand like a superior god. A brand new mobile phone traced a beautiful arc in the moonlight and landed on the empty grass 200 meters away from Bruce. It was like a light called hope, falling not far away from Bruce. After doing all this, the other party stepped towards the depths of darkness. Wait a minute. Bruce dug his fingers into the soil with both hands. He supported his upper body and roared angrily. He wanted to find out the true identity of the mysterious man, but that figure gradually disappeared into the moonlight. The feeling of weakness swept through the whole body again. Bruce could only put down the idea of exploring the true identity of the mysterious man. He used his hands and legs together, like an anesthetized patient who had just stepped out of the hospital bed. Pain and fatigue continued to sweep through his body, and the man didn't know how long he had been crawling. Until I grabbed the brand new touch-tone mobile phone and pressed the button to dial the number of the housekeeper AFU. After informing the other party of his location, the tight thread in Bruce's mind finally broke. He rolled his eyes, his cheeks dug into the wet soil, and became unconscious again. Wayne Manor. The ancient castle built of black marble is quiet and majestic. The iron fence of the manor isolates the castle from the outside world, as if someone separates his soul from the world. When Bruce woke up again, he found that he was covered with a thin quilt. He looked around, and the familiar layout of the room made a big stone fall in his heart. He returned to the castle again. Bruce tried to push himself up to sit up. Hiss. Severe pain shot through his legs, tugging at Bruce's nerves. He opened the quilt and saw his legs wrapped in white gauze like rice dumplings. Although it hurts, I can barely walk. Bruce hobbled his legs to the window. He opened the curtains, and the soft moonlight fell on Bruce. He was silent for a moment and closed the curtains again. Bruce sat back on the bed, but his mind was thinking about the scene last night. Just as I guessed, the crime rate in the city of Gotham is soaring horribly at an unimaginable speed. Master Bruce. There was a slow knock on the door from behind. An old man in a straight suit walked towards Bruce with a tray in hand. Your breakfast. The steaming breakfast was placed on the table not far from Bruce. The gray-haired old man stared at Bruce's back silently, his eyes full of distress, but his words were somewhat venomous. Master Bruce, the aorta of his left leg was cut, and his right calf was penetrated by a bullet. Honestly, it's a miracle that you survived this kind of injury. I know, Alfred, but I'm fine. Bruce shook his head and stood up. He refused Alfred's support and walked towards his parents' house. He was going there to think about something. Go make some resolutions. Bruce went to his parents' room. A bust statue was placed in the originally spacious room, and this statue looked like Bruce's dead father. He threw his body onto the soft sofa. Bruce squinted his eyes and looked at the statue, but he was thinking about everything that happened last night. Sinful Gotham, a mysterious man wearing a bat mask. Bruce took a deep breath, his beautiful blue eyes full of fatigue. I have the richest wealth. Have superb martial arts. Have great housekeepers. He stared at the statue, his eyes full of burning flames. I tried to wait. I tried to be patient. But what should I do? He seemed to be asking the statue, and also seemed to be asking himself. What can I do to make these heinous criminals fear me? No one answered. However, the masked man's raised two fingers and shooting gesture came to mind again. Bat. Bruce muttered to himself. My fear. He thought about the time he fell into the Batcave as a child. Those countless flying bats have been Bruce's fear for many years. Bruce's eyes flashed, and he seemed to suddenly figure something out, and murmured. If you want to make others fearful, then become fearful. Bruce took a deep breath and had an idea in his mind, a plan. He rang the bell at hand, his voice low. AFU, contact the technology department for me and ask them to send some materials. I want to build something. The next night, Elliott Manor. In a room facing south, Kino was adjusting his tie. Her slightly curly blonde hair is paired with a black slim-fitting suit, which accentuates her strong figure. Gino straightened the tie on his chest and looked at himself in the mirror calmly. Hey, Gino, don't forget to have a banquet tonight. Thomas's voice sounded outside the door. I remember. Gino responded loudly, his eyes falling on the canvas bag in the corner. and his eyes were playful. I am looking forward to attending the gathering of Gotham's upper class. This game of cat and mouse. Gino clasped the expensive watch on his wrist. He is ready. The young man walked out of the room and looked at the handsome boy. The brown-haired Thomas, who was almost middle-aged, pulled the tie around his neck and said with a smile, "To be honest, you are as handsome now as I was when I was young." Gino shrugged. He had nothing to say to his shameless uncle. The two walked along the second floor into the living room. Leticia, who had just undergone psychological treatment, was lying on the sofa and sleeping, with a soft blanket covering her body. Not far away sat a bespectacled female doctor wearing a white coat and beautiful blonde hair. The girl's lower body is paired with a knee-length skirt and black stockings, and paired with a pair of black high heels. She looks youthful and beautiful. A pair of beautiful blue eyes stared at the doll in Letitia's hand, her pretty face thoughtful. "Dr. Harleen, what's the diagnosis?" Thomas scratched his head and walked between the two of them. His eyes glanced at Leticia, who was sleeping, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Her brain nerves have been irreversibly damaged. Harleen pursed her lips and stroked the thin black stockings on her thighs with both hands. The woman slowly stood up, her little nose under the black-rimmed glasses shrugged. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, "To be honest, recovery is possible. She's mentally devastated. Coupled with the influence of brain nerve compression and living environment and other factors, she developed an escape personality. I only want to remember the memories I want to remember." Harleen looked at Leticia. Inexplicably, a flash of envy flashed in her eyes. No one can escape their past, except mental illness. Gino silently glanced at the sleeping Leticia. It seems that Dr. Harleen's medical skills are very good. His eyes glanced at Dr. Harleen. Big bright eyes, a straight bridge of nose and a rosy little mouth. Will this woman be the famous Harley Quinn in the future? Gino had some expectations in his heart. If so, it means he can harvest points from it. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Harleen. Thomas smiled and took out a few bills from his pocket wallet. He was just about to put money into Harleen's hands. However, Thomas glanced at the clock on the wall and couldn't help but slap his head in annoyance. "Kino, do you have a dance partner?" Gino was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He had just arrived in Gotham, had almost no social interaction, and had nowhere to find a dance partner. So, Thomas glanced at Harleen and said, "Miss Harleen Frances Quinzel, would you like to attend a dinner party with Gino?" Harleen glanced at the handsome young man, and then at the ink stains on her hands. A feeling of inferiority engulfed Harleen's heart. The girl shook her head subconsciously. "No, forget it, I don't want to go." "It's such a pity." Thomas winked at Gino. "It seems you can only attend the banquet with me. If there is a next time, I hope you can make an appointment with your dance partner in advance." Maybe. Iceberg Restaurant. This long-established restaurant was originally founded by the Cabot family and is Gotham's oldest upscale restaurant. Melodious and classical music echoed in the splendid restaurant. Countless expensive sports cars of various styles were parked outside the restaurant. Those who come here to attend the banquet are either rich or noble. The hall was full of guests, laughing and joking. Buzz. The Lamborghini sports car roared to a stop outside the restaurant. The obedient attendant quickly opened the car door for the owner. Bruce, wearing a suit, stepped out of the sports car with long legs. This car is so cool. The cool sports car appearance made the attendants express their sincere admiration. Bruce smiled nonchalantly. "Maybe you should look at another one." The thin lips under the tall bridge of the nose evoked a smile, and the co-pilot opened the door, and two black-haired and blue-eyed women stepped out of the car wearing luxurious dresses. This erotic scene immediately made those who witnessed it label Bruce Wayne a playboy. "Sir, please come with me. Your seat is over here." The two female companions held Bruce's arms and surrounded him towards the center of the hall. "Bruce," a surprised voice sounded, and then Bruce saw a man standing up among a table of guests. "Thomas." Bruce also had a look of joy on his face. There are 3 things worth being happy about in life. In good health, a dream come true, old friends reunited. Bruce and Thomas are good friends. They grew up together until Bruce chose to travel the world as an adult and Thomas chose to become a surgeon. Thomas laughed and stepped forward, throwing his arms around Bruce. It's obvious that their friendship hasn't faded over time. Follow me and I'll introduce you to my nephew. Bruce followed Thomas to the table. Gino Luther, my sister's son, is also one of the heirs of the famous Luther family. Bruce looked at the smiling young man. The other person was sitting on a chair, one leg crossed over the other, with a lazy expression and a casual attitude, as if he was the owner of the restaurant. The two looked at each other. The next moment, an inexplicable sense of fear suddenly rose in Bruce's heart. This terrible feeling made Bruce tense up subconsciously. He didn't understand how this feeling came about. It seemed that the young man sitting in the chair could threaten his life at any time. The training he received in the Assassin's League made Bruce's sixth sense extremely sharp, and his sixth sense told him that this young man was dangerous. However, no matter in terms of physical appearance, Gino seems to be just a young man in his early 20s. With the unique publicity and vitality of young people, how could such a young man make him feel afraid? Hello, Gino interrupted Bruce's thoughts. He heard Gino's voice ringing in his ears, and the blue eyes looked gloomy. I am Gino Luther. The boy stood up with a smile and extended his hand to Bruce. Nice to meet you. Bruce remained silent and stretched out his hand as well. The two palms were clasped tightly together and then separated. The two sat down. The atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. Gino fiddled with the knives and forks on the table and looked at Bruce with a smile. He took the lead in provoking the topic. Mr. Bruce, I have not been in this city for a long time. What do you think of the city of Gotham? Chapter 81. Banquet. Hearing Gino's question, even Bruce Wayne, who was known for his calmness, had a hint of astonishment on his handsome face. He didn't expect that the other party would ask this question when they met for the first time. How should I answer this question? From an economic perspective? Or from the humanistic environment? Bruce looked at the pair of blue eyes opposite him, feeling that Gino's metaphor would not be so simple. Mr. Bruce. Gino's voice brought Bruce back to reality. As expected of Bruce, he reacted quickly and thought of a countermeasure in just a few seconds. He planned to give an answer that suited his personality. Bruce smiled, put his arms around the two female companions beside him, raised his eyebrows flirtatiously at Gino and said, To me, Gotham is paradise. Although he was smiling, there was sadness in Bruce's heart. For the real Bruce, Gotham was his heartbreak. My parents are buried here, and my lifelong wish is just to save this hopeless city. Negative emotions from Bruce Wayne +50. After harvesting a wave of negative points from Bruce, Gino did not intend to force Bruce. The young man smiled and picked up the champagne in his hand. Here's to Gotham. Bruce also raised his glass, to Gotham. As the glasses and shadows mingled, a young and beautiful red-haired girl also appeared on the stage of the venue not far away. She held the microphone and said, Gentlemen and beautiful ladies, welcome to the charity banquet organized by Mr. Maroney. Tonight, we will hold an auction, and all proceeds from the auction will be used to fund the Gotham Orphanage. At this time, Thomas, who was next to Kino, approached Kino and lowered his voice. The person sitting at the front table is Mayor Carlos, and the person next to him is her lover. Next to him sat Maroney, one of Gotham's biggest gang bosses. With Thomas's introduction, more and more people's names were remembered by Kino. Each of these people is either rich or noble. Gino knew that these guys with smiles on their faces would look like dirty faces in the dark. His eyes swept around the hall. The splendid hall was full of people. They were all wearing suits and ties, and they were all dazzling. Everyone has expensive watches and jewelry on their hands. These people are all blood-sucking insects crawling on the city of Gotham. Gangs collude with officials, bribe judges and lawyers, and together they greedily absorb the wealth of the entire city. To put it in crude terms, if someone dropped several grenades into this hall, the result would be devastating, and perhaps even Gotham would fall into anarchy. I'm going to the bathroom. Gino stood up and nodded slightly to everyone. Kino's position became vacant. Bruce glanced at Thomas and said casually, Your nephew is very good. Where will he go to school this year? Bruce thought to himself, if you want to understand a person, the best way is to start with the people he knows. Yes, but his father is a tyrant and mentally ill. Thomas had no good impression of Lionel and sneered. Kino should stay in the metropolis and receive the best education, but his father brought him here, a town that has nothing to lose. Thomas rubbed his chin and was about to say something else. But, bang, It seems that the line is overloaded or the voltage has tripped. As the lights flickered, the hall that was originally bright as day suddenly fell into darkness. What happened? Why is there a power outage? There was a commotion from the crowd below. The organizer quickly stepped forward and shouted for everyone to stay calm. Amidst the commotion around him, Bruce swallowed the last piece of steak on his fork, and in the darkness, his big blue eyes flashed with solemnity. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground resounded in the hall. Many people took out their mobile phones to disperse the darkness. Their eyes turned to the center of the banquet. The screen radiates light to illuminate the center of the banquet. In the mottled night, a man in a suit with his neck turned 180 degrees had a ferocious expression and his mouth and nose were stained with blood, lying on the cold marble floor. People looked up at the dome. The glass above them shattered. It looked like the body had been killed and then dropped from the sky. This fat man with a bloated body had his eyes wide open in front of him. The expression on his face was filled with confusion, as if he had not expected his own death. Oh, God! Looking at the corpse, a soft-hearted lady reached out and covered her mouth. Some people gasped, recognized the deceased, and squeaked out words through their teeth, "It's Maroni." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was excited. These prominent families in Gotham could not help but be surprised. As a boss who accounted for half of the Gotham gang, he died in the banquet restaurant tonight for no apparent reason. This desperate dinner took away his life in the darkness. But what made everyone even more curious was who killed Maroni. Everyone was discussing the case in whispers. Until, a heavy breathing slowly sounded in everyone's ears. Whoosh, whoosh. This sound is heavy and contains rules. Soon someone subconsciously turned the screen to illuminate the corner. What it is. In the dark corner, a tall black figure stood. He was covered in jet black plate armor and wore a gold-plated hood, but what was even more eye-catching was that he was wearing a pair of orange goggles where his eyes were, which attracted attention in the dim banquet hall. When they saw this tall figure dressed up, many men and women at the banquet changed their expressions. The tall black figure swept his eyes over these people, seeming to have their faces in mind. Hey, what are you? Naturally, there were security guards in the banquet hall, and they rushed towards the uninvited guests. However, the boys brought by Maroni were obviously much faster than the security guards. The two angry boys pulled out pistols from their pockets and pulled the triggers at the shadow. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time as the bullets sounded, the figure also rolled to avoid it. The agile figure jumped over the dining table and the wall until the two killers emptied the bullets in their pistols. Aha! The masked man flicked his right hand, and in the next moment, several cold flying knives pierced their necks. The extreme speed brings strong kinetic energy, and the sharp blade pierces the throat and cuts the blood vessels. PFF'd. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the marble floor with blood spots. Aha! The two strong men covered their necks with blood on their hands, refusing to fall down. The blood flowing from the neck made tonight's banquet even more cruel and bloody. After doing all this, the mysterious man's voice became hoarse. Beware the court of owls. Sharp claws will come looking for you. Quote. The assassin softly sang a nursery rhyme familiar to old Gothamites. After doing all this, he took out two small bags and threw them on the ground. Bang! The thick smoke raised up obscured their vision, and the spicy and pungent smell made many people cover their noses and hold their breath. Bruce stared at the thick smoke. When the breeze swept away the thick smoke, there was no one where the assassin had been standing. The man frowned and glanced around, thinking about how the other party would leave. Maroni is dead. He died at this luxurious banquet together with his two younger brothers. Gotcha. The originally disconnected current was restored, and the blazing light once again illuminated the hall. People clamored to leave here and witness 3 living lives dying in front of them. These rich and powerful people were not willing to stay in such a dangerous place. What happened? Gino picked up the napkin on the table, wiped off the water stains on his hands, and sat back down in his seat. The young man had a calm expression and a brisk tone. He inserted his fork into a piece of steak on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. He did not forget to comment, "It's a little too cooked." It seems that the chef is not in good condition tonight. Thomas ignored Gino. He stood up first and rushed towards the 2 strong men who had been stabbed in the neck. As a doctor, Thomas practices the principle of saving lives and helping the wounded. But the dilated pupils of the corpse discouraged Thomas from taking any further actions. "Oh my God, Bruce, let's get out of here." The two vases brought by Bruce panicked and stood up, carrying small bags, urging Bruce to leave. Everything is chaotic. When people are in danger, their first reaction is to run away and stay away from danger. However, Bruce shook his head and motioned for the two women to go first while looking at Gino. The handsome young man was still wearing the black suit and neat tie. Gino glanced at the corpses in the distance with a look of surprise on his face. Someone died. The acting was so flawless that Bruce couldn't be sure for a moment that Gino was related to the murderer. Bruce nodded and said, "Yes, it was the gangster Maroni who died." "Then this assassin is a good person. He is killing harm for the people." Gino gloated. "I heard that he is a gangster and runs a lot of gray businesses. Does Mr. Bruce think he deserves to die?" Gino put down his fork and held his chin with his hands. "If every criminal is killed by assassination, can the city of Gotham return to normal? Can Gotham return to normal by killing all the bad guys?" Bruce even subconsciously recalled the scene in Gotham after the criminal disappeared. However, the sound of sirens interrupted Bruce's thoughts. Compared with the slow police dispatch in the slums, the Gotham police fully demonstrated their professionalism when facing the powerful. James Gordon, 29 years old, retired from the United States Navy Special Forces and joined the Gotham City Police Department a week ago. Gordon has a not-so-beautiful but virtuous wife who is pregnant, which means Gordon needs a stable job to earn money to support his family. Society is never warm, only cold and cruel. If Gordon were willing to become a dark cop, then his life might be much easier, but Gordon is an outlier among the Gotham police. For example, never accept bribes or attend fun gatherings with colleagues. Such an unsociable guy is naturally ostracized by his colleagues and superiors. So, faced with this extremely bizarre murder, the boss sent the unlucky Gordon to handle the case. "Lighter, Fran, you lead the team to seal off and protect the scene. Frank, follow me to find someone to take notes." Gordon rubbed his eyebrows. He was not happy during this time. The exclusion and suppression from his superiors and colleagues made him physically and mentally exhausted. Gordon walked into the hall. At this moment, many people had already left the Golden Hall. His eyes swept across the three corpses. It was obvious that this was a homicide. Call. Gordon took a deep breath, and soon, the police officer in charge of the confession reported the situation to Gordon. Gordon frowned as he listened to the police officer's report. The assassin suddenly appeared, killed Maroni and walked away. This kind of transcript looks as absurd as some science fiction online novel. Forget it, take the body back to the autopsy room first. Early morning. Gordon watched as the medical examiner removed the knife from the deceased's broken throat after dissecting the body. The body of the silver flying knife was engraved with an owl pattern. While he was thinking, a mysterious wind sounded behind him. "Wow, it's like some clothes are swaying in the wind." "Who?" Gordon tensed and turned around suddenly. Under the dim yellow light, the black shadow looked like a huge bat, standing quietly in the corner. The dark black cloak was swinging in the wind, and paired with the black armor, this guy looked mysterious and weird. Under that pair of pointed-eared masks was a pair of cold eyes. Gordon quietly pressed the pistol on his waist. As long as the other party made any movement, he would shoot immediately without hesitation. Who would infiltrate a forensic workplace wearing something resembling a costume? Answer. Mental patience. Take it easy. Gordon heard the pervert in black speak slowly. "I'm here to help you." Batman ignored Gordon's little movement, walked to the body and picked up the murder weapon in the tray. His eyes paused for a moment on the owl pattern on the flying knife. Thinking back to some rumors about the Wayne family, Batman had some guesses in his mind. He dropped the throwing knife and turned around to leave. "Wait, you can't show up suddenly and leave rashly." Gordon pulled out his pistol, and after holding back for a moment, he opened his mouth and shouted, "I now suspect that you are connected with the murderer. Squat down with your hands on your head and accept the investigation." Batman didn't stop. Under Gordon's gaze, he pushed open the window and jumped down. "God." Gordon covered his mouth. "You know, this is the 5th floor." He rushed to the window to save the other party. However, when Gordon ran to the window and looked down at the dark night, he saw the man in costume raising his arms and spreading his black cloak under the neon lights. In the night, the howling night wind blew through the black cloak, making a harsh whistling sound. The opponent was like a bat with open arms crossing the city shrouded in night, gradually disappearing from Gordon's field of vision. Oh, God. Gordon rubbed his eyes. He felt that he was absolutely crazy. Gotham sewers. The turbid sewage flows through the underground waterway, with garbage and the corpses of some creatures rolling in it, which looks disgusting. Zoom out through a thick wall. At a dark round conference table, a group of men and women wearing white masks and various expensive dresses gathered together. The scent of various expensive perfumes filled the air. Everyone. The leading guy knocked on the table and said, "Someone is impersonating us in the Maroney case tonight." The white candle flame flickered, and the reflected shadows swayed. After he finished speaking, someone immediately answered, "Impersonating the Court of Owls, he will pay the price." A group of people hide their true faces behind masks and discuss fiercely with each other. "He will expose our presence. He will pay a brutal price." They whispered, "Activate our connections. Investigate his background. Then, send out the claws." Elliott Manor late at night. Gino threw away the canvas bag in his hand. The young man took off his suit, revealing his muscular body. Wow. The zipper opened with Gino's strength, and a costume of a clawed assassin fell out. Looking at the costumes on the ground, Gino's head was full of black lines. Why would there be superheroes who like to wear uniforms to fight? This is simply a ridiculous torture. To be honest, fighting in this kind of uniform is not only inconvenient to breathe, but the tight-fitting clothes also greatly restrict the user's body movements. If you move too much, you may even tear the lines of your tights, causing an embarrassing situation. On top of that, it would be a disaster if the wearer had intestinal issues. Kicking the canvas bag under the bed, Gino lay lazily on the bed, holding green kryptonite in his hand, absorbing the special energy in it. He thought about everything that had happened tonight. Play as the Talon assassin and kill Maroney in front of all the rich and powerful in Gotham. If his guess was correct, the people who saw his appearance change instantly at the meeting might all have something to do with the Owl Council. However, Gino was not anxious at all. He was looking forward to the moment when he would uncover those rats in the shadows. Early morning. The red light district is as busy as ever. Marco is a gang leader in Gotham City. To be honest, in Gotham City, where gang competition is extremely fierce, he alone cannot occupy the position of mid-level gang leader. But luckily he was funded by some mysterious people who helped him secure his position. Correspondingly, he needs to help those mysterious people investigate some strange things from time to time. Like tonight, a guy in a weird costume assassinated Maroney. To be honest, Maroney's death was a disaster for the underworld. His power fell apart, and other forces were also ready to eat Maroney's original cake. Marco pushed open the door and walked into the tailor's shop. "Welcome to Olivier Taylor's shop, what do you need?" The person responsible for welcoming Marco was an old man in his 60s. He holds a pencil for recording measurements in his ear and a tape measure wrapped around one hand, looking like a typical tailor. Looking at the old tailor, Marco's eyes rolled around and he smiled wickedly. "Excuse me, can you make this kind of clothing?" He took out a piece of white paper from his pocket and drew a Talon assassin costume on it. The old tailor rubbed his eyes, looked at the design drawings, and muttered, "It's so strange. A few days ago, a kid also customized this kind of clothes for me." Hearing the tailor's words, Marco suddenly felt that his breathing was a little faster. He didn't expect that the first store he walked into would have clues. "Excuse me, do you know his name?" Marco pursed his lips and looked at the old tailor. "Well, look at my head, I can't remember a lot," the old tailor said in a long tone, with a greedy look in his eyes. Of course he remembered the young man. Although he wore a mask, he left his name. Marco smiled. Having been involved in both black and white circles for many years, he naturally knew what the other party wanted. Marco took out a bundle of knives tied with a small rubber band from his pocket and threw them on the counter. The old tailor picked up the pile of dollar bills, knotted them in his hand, and showed a satisfied smile. He turned around and walked into the counter, and quickly took out a small piece of paper. "This man calls himself Gino Luther, and he lives in Elliott Manor." "Very good." Marco put away the note with satisfaction. Then he raised his left hand. A dark revolver was caught in his hand. Bang! The bullet pierced the old man's skull, and there was still a greedy smile on his face when he died. Marco blew away the smoke floating from the muzzle of the gun, then reached out and took the pile of dollar bills from the old tailor's hand. He took off his gentleman's hat and paid tribute to the old tailor, then turned and left the tailor's shop. It's the familiar round-table conference hall again. A group of dignitaries wearing white owl masks sit in a circle around each other. Our faithful hounds bring the latest news. The guy sitting at the head slowly spoke. It has been confirmed that the person who framed the court that night was Lauren Elliott's grandson, Gino Luther from Metropolis. When they heard the name Elliott, many people present snickered. The loser. Did he instruct his unfortunate grandson to take revenge on us? This guy seems to have lost his mind. Is the Luther family involved? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If the Luther family dares to stretch out its claws, we will chop it down. They discussed in whispers. Okay, gentlemen and ladies. The leader knocked on the table. The noise faded away like a tide. In the silence, the person in the first seat slowly said, "We will proceed according to the plan discussed last night. Send out the clause to claim your life. The Elliott family name is too old. It's time for it to withdraw from the stage of Gotham's history. No matter what time of day, the sky in Gotham is always gray." Early the next morning, Gino, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sound of rain. Gino rubbed his eyes and looked out the window. Heavy rain fell from the gray sky. The heavy raindrops made a crackling sound on the window. After Gino got dressed and walked downstairs, he saw Dr. Harleen sorting out the consultation records on the table. Dr. Harleen. Gino looked at the heavy rain outside the window, then looked at the girl. "Good morning." Harleen smiled shyly. "Good morning, Mr. Gino." Gino smiled and did not talk to the shy psychiatrist. He stood in front of the glass window of the house, staring out the window with his blue eyes. Harleen subconsciously looked at Gino. She stared into those blue eyes, feeling a little curious. She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Gino, what are you looking at?" "What are you looking at?" Gino raised the corners of his lips slightly. He gently closed his eyes and said softly, "Miss Harleen, didn't you hear me?" The psychiatrist was slightly startled, and even pricked up his ears. "What did you hear?" Gino didn't answer, and concentrated on his hearing. He heard the movements outside the manor. In the heavy rain, the raindrops pouring down from the sky made a crackling sound on the clothes. There seemed to be something, like a group of people, walking quietly towards the manor. Gino opened his eyes, and his originally gentle gaze instantly became sharp and terrifying. Through the glass and the iron gate of the manor, Gino saw a group of weirdos wearing black uniforms and owl-eye patches. Each of them is tall and burly, with several flying knives equipped on the armor straps on their chests, and their hands are inlaid with two cold bayonets, which are exposed like the claws of birds on a rainy night. Cold murderous intent. Gino slowly opened the door of the manor. The young man walked out of the house and let the pouring rain hit him. The rain in Gotham also exudes a cold and pungent chemical smell. Gino took a deep breath. He watched the assassins jump over the 2-meter-high iron fence with a single leap. They stepped silently on the wet ground, and their orange eye masks emitted a dazzling light in the rainy night. Gino smiled, opened his arms and said, "Does anyone want to leave before the fight starts?" Wow! The pouring rain fell from the clouds, hitting Gino's cheeks and sliding down his chin. The claws raised their hands silently, tilted their heads like real owls, and made a coo sound in their mouths. In the manor at this moment, Dr. Harleen was also frightened by this extremely weird scene and stood still. In the rain curtain, the two sides were clearly facing each other. A group of sharp-clawed assassins surrounded Gino. Judging from the number of people, even one person with one knife could chop the figure into pieces. Boom! Another thunder sounded from the clouds, and then a bolt of lightning pierced the night. The sound was like a signal from the referee on the field. Aha! A group of claw assassins rushed towards Gino. They have a tacit understanding of division of labor and act quickly. Chang! The assassins raised their right hands clasped with iron gauntlets. Then, cuckoo! They made sounds similar to those of owls, and the sharp blades in their hands stabbed the figure from all directions. Oh, God! Harleen's eyes widened in the room. She tremblingly took out her mobile phone from her pants pocket and planned to call the police. The sharp blade broke through the raindrops and cut graceful traces in the air towards Gino. Snapped. A sound like gold and iron colliding exploded on the rainy night. Harleen rubbed her eyes. She believed that she saw it correctly. The sharp claws on the hands of the assassins slashed a series of sparks on Gino's body. The assassins didn't kill him with a single blow, and jumped back smartly again. Taking advantage of the gap to distance themselves, they threw the flying knives in their hands to attack Gino. The flying knife cut through the rain curtain and hit the man of steel. Littering is not a good citizen of Gotham. The heavy rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Gino didn't plan to stand in the rain again. Although it was cool to do so, the feeling of his clothes getting wet from the rain was not pleasant. Gino only moved slightly, and in the next moment, his hands were filled with a pile of sharp flying knives. Harleen in the room was even more suspicious of her eyes. The flying knives thrown by the assassins fell into Gino's hands like magic. And looking at the flying knife held nonchalantly in one hand, it seems that he is not afraid of being cut by the blade on his palm. The assassins seemed to be surprised by this strange scene, but they did not pause. They still drew the samurai swords behind them and silently launched a second round of charge and assassination. Let me see which one I kill first. Gino watched the swarm of claws rushing toward him. He picked up a throwing knife in his hand and pointed it at the assassin closest to him. Aha! Gino threw the throwing knife. The next moment, bang! Similar to the sound of a torpedo exploding in the water and detonating in the rain curtain, the thrown flying knife exploded into the rain curtain and pierced the head of a sharp claw with a terrifying impact. With the help of terrifying power, the flying knife was turned into a Barrett bullet by Gino, and the head of a sharp-clawed assassin was blown into pieces of fleshy residue flying in the sky. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Gino kept throwing the flying knives in his hands. He only needed to aim at the target and shake his wrist slightly, and the flying knives would turn into precise bullets and blast the heads of the claw assassins. It was not that the assassin raised his knife to block, but the result was that the flying knife collided with the samurai sword and shattered together, and then turned into countless metal fragments and pricked the clawed assassin's face. In the assassin's manner, as the number of flying knives in Gino's hand became less and less, the claw assassins who rushed towards him fell one by one. There is no doubt that this is a massacre on one side. This group of claw assassins had no idea what kind of opponent they were facing. And inside the manor house, brains mixed with raindrops dripped onto the grass. Harleen witnessed this bloody and violent scene with her own eyes. She felt that she should be filled with extreme fear. But, I don't know why, a different kind of emotion grew in the girl's heart. She rubbed her legs, her breathing gradually became faster, and she stared at the tall figure standing in the night. Ah! Harleen let out a small moan, and there seemed to be another personality in her head calling her to follow him. He actually did it. An old voice sounded not far away from Harleen, and the gray-haired Lauren looked like she had seen a ghost. He looked at the headless corpses on the ground. The old man knew the terror of these clawed assassins. They were a group of emotionless humanoid weapons. The assassins with superb martial arts were regarded as the most trump card of the killing moves by the Court of Owls. At this moment, they all died in Egypt. Lyot Manor. Lauren was breathing heavily, and now he wanted to push open the door and rush towards Gino, urging him to rush to the Court of Owls to possess those precious treasures. He didn't expect that the young man outside the window actually did what he said. Gino didn't know or care about the emotions of the two people in the room at the moment. He stepped towards the dead claws that had been stabbed all over his face by steel debris. The young man reached out and pulled off the man's mask, revealing a pale and swollen face. It seemed that he had drank too much of some mysterious drug. The man's blood vessels were glowing a deep purple, as if he had been poisoned. It seems that the methods used by the Court of Owls to train Talon assassins are not only shady but also cruel. But it's not surprising that Kino is here. For these old Gothamites, human life is the least valuable thing. Whoosh, whoosh. Lauren held an umbrella and walked tremblingly behind Gino. The rain hit the umbrella, and Lauren looked up at Gino's back. What are you going to do next? Gino raised his head and stared at the rain curtain in the sky, stretched out his hand and watched the water droplets hitting his hand. Lauren heard Gino's voice ringing in his ears. Go write a list of the ones you know and give it to me. The Court of Owls should also change its name. I see. Lauren nodded. He didn't know where those guys gathered, but he knew a lot of them. After seeing the great power of this young man, Laurent chose to dedicate everything he knew to Gino. Laurent walked into the manor with the help of the steward who came over. Gino took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Talia in the contact list. Come to Gotham's Elliott Manor at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bring your subordinates with you. Just a few seconds after the message was sent, Gino received a reply, which stated that it had received the message and asked how many members of the Assassin's League were needed. The Kino editor sent out a message, as many as you want. He is a good person, and there are at least dozens of members of the Owl Council. In addition to their family and friends, there are hundreds of people in total. It will take some effort to kill all these people and then take away their wealth. After all, Mr. Gino is kind-hearted and doesn't want to see blood. He plans to put on a wave of black gloves to do these dirty things, and at the same time mix the water so that Mr. Bruce Wayne can be busy for a while. Gino smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to the expressions of those Owl members when they know that all their Claw assassins are dead. I believe it will be wonderful. To be honest, my father has always hated this city. He believes that 80% of the bad people in the world exist in Gotham. In his words, this is a city with a stinking water named Sin. At Gotham Airport, Talia got into a special car with Tina sitting next to her. Today, the woman is wearing a black long-sleeved dress, a black short skirt, and lightweight black stockings and high heels. Her temperament is cold and mysterious, which can easily inspire a strong desire to conquer in men. Tina next to her also followed Talia to Gotham, but the girl is a high school student, so her dress naturally looks more youthful and energetic. Light blue jeans, a white short-sleeved upper body, paired with long black hair and white-soled sneakers, giving her a youthful and beautiful look. The girl pursed her lips and did not answer. To be honest, she wasn't having a good time during this period. Before she was caught and threatened by that Kino, she was just an ordinary high school student in a small town. Although she accidentally killed her mother, Tina felt that she was still a good girl. But after meeting Gino, everything changed. She originally thought that Gino was greedy for her abilities and wanted her to transform into a different woman to serve him. You know, her ability can not only change her appearance, but also the strength of her physique and muscle tissue. In Western terms, it is a standard succubus body. As a result, what did that Kino do? He actually gave her a shot of nano bomb. After being sent to Talia by Gino, the woman Talia threw herself into the Assassin's League to learn various killing techniques and lurking disguises. Now, Tina is considered a semi-qualified assassin. Just looking at her tight forearms, you can see the intensity of the girl's training. By the way, Tina. Talia suddenly tilted her head and looked at the girl. What do you think of Gino Luthor? How about what? Tina frowned. Although she was taken by Talia, she was essentially sent by Kino to monitor Talia, so her boss was Kino, and the girl was not too afraid of Talia. Talia chuckled. If you let him be your boyfriend, would you be willing? Boyfriend. Tina sighed quietly, remembering the scene when she was forcibly injected with nanobombs that night. Her eyes were full of resentment and her tone was resentful. Then I would rather jump off the building. Falling in love with Gino. Tina fantasized about that scenario. Gino held the needle with a smile on his face. Are you in love? Inject a nano bomb into your neck, and if you break up, your head will be blown up to the sky. So, who is a good person who falls in love with a devil? Either a madman or a criminal. Talia sneered. She felt that Tina was right. While the two were chatting, the car parked outside Elliott Manor. Talia and Tina stepped out of the car. Outside the huge manor, there was only a white-haired old man standing outside the iron gate. Are they Miss Talia and Miss Tina? The butler, who had served Laurent for most of his life, was quite nimble. He slowly walked towards the two girls and said with a smile, Master Gino is already waiting in the lobby. Please follow me. Ha, Talia sneered, the guy was still acting that arrogantly. They followed the old housekeeper into the manor and came to the living room. The dazzling blonde hair caught people's attention. Talia saw that Kino was standing in front of a wall full of oil paintings, his blue eyes staring at the top oil painting, a realistic oil painting of 4 people traveling across the ocean. My grandfather's ancestor founded Gotham in the 19th century along with 3 other young men. Gino turned his back to the two girls and talked to himself. Under his narration, Talia and Tina also learned about the origin of the city of Gotham. After listening to Kino's words, Talia raised her eyebrows. She felt a little sympathy for the Court of Owls, but they actually provoked the evil star Kino. Gino rubbed his head and turned to look at the two girls. "You're all dressed up beautifully today," the boy complimented casually, causing Talia to sneer and Tina to remain silent. Seeing the two people's reactions, Gino was a little speechless. He had a very bad image in the minds of these two people. However, he had no intention of repairing the relationship. Gino regained his cold expression and stared into Talia's green eyes. "Where is the person you brought?" Talia twiddled her fingers boredly and said, "They are in plainclothes and distributed in every corner of Gotham. There are about 50 of them. I hid them all in the sewers." Gino nodded, not surprised by Talia's arrangement. Although the assassin industry sounds mysterious and domineering, in fact, in order to complete assassination tasks, their working environment is usually very harsh. For example, assassins in the Middle Ages usually climbed into the cesspool passage of the castle, climbed up from the bottom, and then lurked, then stabbed the king in the butt with a dagger while the king was going to the toilet. You go and lead the team, find the people on these lists, and interrogate them with other members of the Court of Owls. Gino lazily threw a piece of white paper to Talia, with a long list of names written on it. After years of development, the Court of Owls has already penetrated into various industries in Gotham, including education, law, government, and they have people everywhere. Understood. Talia put away the white paper and eliminated the root cause. She was familiar with this matter and was not surprised that Gino could do it. The woman was about to leave the manor when she was stopped by Gino. "Correct." The young man snapped his fingers. "Don't forget to say hello to them for me." Talia was speechless. This was such a bad idea. The dim sewer smell is not pleasant. On one side of the dark passage, a group of silent warriors in black uniforms stood silently. Everyone in this group carried two samurai swords on their backs, covered important parts of their bodies with armor, and wore ninja masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. They are the League of Assassins, and iron and blood are their symbols. They are born for assassination, and they are cold and emotionless blades. Shua. A bright light was cast overhead, and the warriors raised their heads to look overhead. There was an iron staircase, and the manhole cover above was opened. Talia, who was also dressed as a ninja warrior, waved slightly to everyone. The assassins climbed out of the underground passage silently and quickly, and stood in the dark alley. They looked at Talia silently. "Warriors." Talia raised a sneer on her lips and took out the note that Gino gave her. "Work in groups of 3 or 3. Each person is responsible for one family. Be sure to ask for the list of all members of the Court of Owls." After, Talia licked her voluptuous red lips and stretched out her green-white hands to wipe her neck, cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. Wow. The assassins didn't answer. They just lowered their heads together, their armors clashing with each other, indicating that they understood the mission. "Start to act." As Talia waved, the assassins rushed towards Gotham in groups of 3 and 3. Today is destined to be a killing day. Familiar underground conference room. Compared with the splendor of last night, the chandelier above the head of the conference room was turned off today. The loss of light made the room slightly dim. In the darkness, a man with a mask on his face, a suit, and a golden show pin on his chest was walking anxiously. He said to his companion, "This is not right. It's been a day and a night and the claws haven't returned yet. I am afraid." He didn't finish what he said, but he believed that his companion had understood what he meant. "Yes." The gray-haired guy sitting on the chair sighed. "Go and inform the members to move the location." The Court of Owls has been able to exist from its inception to this day because of timidity and caution. Now the Talon assassins are likely to fail their mission, which creates some sense of urgency within them. "I'll go right away." The standing guy stepped toward the exit, held the door lock and pressed lightly. Kacha. The heavy blast door opened and he stepped out with his right leg. However, in the man's eyes, a bloody head suddenly enlarged. The necklace head suddenly hit the man's face. The strong skull shattered the mask, and then hit the man's head with a roaring wind and strong force. Bang! A dull sound sounded in the secret room, and the man sitting on the chair was obviously startled by the sudden sound. He stood up from the chair in a panic and looked towards the exit. Then, he saw the most terrifying scene since his birth. The two heads collided with each other under the push of a big hand, and the powerful force crushed both heads, just like throwing a pig's head on a hydraulic press and crushing it. The man's acquaintance had his brain shattered, and indescribable objects sputtered along the air against the wall. Only a headless corpse was left, flying upside down and smashing into the wall, twitching wildly, but it soon calmed down and fell limply on the floor. Hoo-hoo. Nervousness and fear made the president of the Court of Owls' heart beat faster and his breathing quicken. He simply couldn't believe what kind of power it took to crush a living person's head. He saw the metal door being roughly pushed open, and the hand just pushed it gently. Then the iron door flew away like a cannonball, causing deep cracks in the wall opposite. A joking voice sounded, "Headshot." The arm retracts and returns to darkness. Whoosh. The sound of armor clashing echoed, and dozens of fully armed Assassin Alliance warriors filed in. They formed a silent circle around the entire conference room. Then, the owner of those arms slowly walked out of the dark passage. With his long blonde hair and handsome appearance, the most important thing is that he is wearing a black samurai uniform, which makes him look dark and gloomy. The masked man stared blankly at the young man who swaggered out. He saw the young man smiling and said, "To be honest, this ghost place is really hard to find. I don't know what the guys who originally designed Gotham's underground traffic pipelines thought. The entire city's sewage treatment system is even wider and more complex than Gotham's." Gino stood at the entrance with his hands behind his back. A brown-haired beauty stood beside him soon. The woman had a bad smile on her face and was staring with interest at the president of the court, the only person in the hall who was not one of her own. Tisk, tisk, Court of Owls. Gino looked at the guy standing there blankly, and casually glanced at an assassin, who immediately stepped forward and pulled off the guy's mask, revealing a frightened old face. The old guy looked pampered, and there were obviously no calluses on his hands. You are Gino Luthor." The old man spoke in a hoarse voice, then looked at the assassins around him, with a hint of bitterness on his face. "It turns out that the Assassins Alliance is standing behind you. No wonder you dare to go against our Court of Owls. The League of Assassins is standing behind me." Gino laughed, glanced at Talia and said, "Go tell him the truth." Talia looked at the old man with no expression on her face and said, "It is Mr. Gino who is standing behind us. The assassins she brought were all her loyal subordinates, and they were not worried about informing Lei Xiaogu. Moreover, Talia also hopes to use Gino's power to overthrow Lei Xiaogu and become a dutiful daughter." What the old man wanted to say was stuck in his throat, but soon, a trace of madness appeared on his face, knowing that he would die. "So what if you kill me? If I am missing from the Owl Court, there will be someone else to replace me. Get in my place." Yeah. Listening to the old man's words, a flash of sarcasm flashed across Gino's face. "What does Hydra say? If you cut off one head, there will still be 9, right?" The young man didn't intend to kill the old guy now, so Gino just snapped his fingers. The next second, 2 assassins slowly walked into the hall carrying a sack. Bang! The heavy object that only 2 people could lift was easily thrown onto the conference table by Gino. Gino pulled out a sharp samurai sword from the waist of a samurai, and said without looking at the old man, "Open it and take a look, so that you can understand your death." A haze flashed through the old man's heart, and he stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if the bag contained nothing else but a countdown to his death. Wow! As the sack was opened, when the old man saw the contents in the sack, his eyes suddenly darkened. PFF'd. Before he could speak, a samurai sword pierced the old man's heart and killed him with one blow. Plop! The lifeless body slowly fell to the cold floor, and soon a warrior came forward to search for his clothes. Gino sat on the chair and threw away the bloody blade in his hand. Talia glanced at the surrounding warriors and waved them to disperse and search the stronghold. The warriors left the conference room, and only Gino and Talia were left at the huge round table. Ah! Talia chuckled lightly, her eyes rolled around, and she quickly walked to Kino's side, then gently bent over and let her beautiful butt sit on Kino's lap. "What do you mean?" Gino's expression showed no emotion or anger, he just glanced at Talia's warrior costume silently. "This organization called the Court of Owls must have some treasures, right?" Talia's charming eyes stretched out her hand to hook Gino's neck. Since her last confrontation with her beauty failed to seduce Gino, she has practiced with Tina many times. Her strength has improved significantly. At least she knows how to move her butt belt from time to time. Give Kino some excitement. So, Gino did not answer the woman's question. He knew the character of Talia, a woman who was ambitious but addicted to food. He wanted to know what Talia wanted to do. So, can you show me what valuables the Court of Owls has? Talia is not a fool. She knows that the Owl Council must have some precious treasure that can make Gino care. Since I've helped you so much, is it okay? Talia pretended to be pitiful, changing from her usual queenly demeanor. Certainly. To Talia's surprise, Gino agreed without hesitation, which made the woman a little happy. We are friends, aren't we? Gino smiled and gently hugged Talia's slim waist. Of course, this is not because Mr. Gino is kind-hearted, but he will still have some use for this woman in the future. So, give her some benefits first. Gino pushed open the thick stone door full of age. This is a deep pool that occupies the size of a living room. It contains a mysterious liquid that is transparent, colorless and sparkling with the luster of the Milky Way. What is this? Not only Talia, but also the group of assassins she brought looked surprised. Amber gold. Gino looked at the pool of spring water, stepped forward and reached out to scoop it up. A pool of colorless and odorless water flowed out between his fingers and returned to the pool again. What can it do? Talia's eyes rolled with excitement on her face. Prolong life. Gino simply described the function of this pool of amber gold. Of course, this thing is not that simple. Gino remembered that if this thing and the other 4 metals were collected on a certain Destiny's Child, he could summon Dragon Barbados. Of course, that dragon will never grant your 3 wishes. Instead, it will turn people into twisted and crazy dark creatures. Leave a few ninjas to transport this thing away. Gino gave the order to Talia. Looking at the eager woman, he knocked indifferently and said, "You can take away a small bucket, and the rest belongs to me." Talia pursed her lips and could only wave her hand to let the assassins who accepted them go find the cargo and fill it with amber gold. There is no way, the strength is not the same level, she has no right to protest at all. The two left the room filled with amber gold and opened another stone door. A library. Gino looked at the dazzling array of books with some interest on his face. This room is also the size of a living room, and there are 3 bookshelves hanging around the walls, filled with countless books. Gino glanced lightly with his eyes. His eyes passed over the books and he saw through the essence. Most of the books were just about the assassination records and meeting minutes of the Court of Owls. He walked toward the highest bookshelf. Gino took down a heavy book from above. He blew the thick layer of dust off the book cover. Talia sneered as she watched Gino flipping through the books and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be interested in reading." "Reading makes me happy." Gino said a cold joke and opened the book to page 85. Owl Talon assassinated Alan Wayne in 1922. Alan Wayne of the Wayne family, Bruce's great-great-grandfather. Gino pinched his chin. The love-hate relationship between the Court of Owls and the Wayne family goes back a long time. Gino flipped through the book again, and he quickly found more clues. Using the Alan Wayne Foundation to build 21 Owl's Nests in Gotham City. The so-called Alan Wayne Trust Fund is aimed at young architects and is used to promote the construction of high-rise buildings in Gotham City. Gino flipped through the summary and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this Court of Owls really knows how to play. Over the past 150 years, they have used the Wayne family's money to do their own things and have built nearly 20 buildings in Gotham City. Let's go, this Court of Owls is giving me more and more surprises. Gino dropped the book and left the room with the woman. Another stone door. Pushed the door open again. This room is filled with countless neat red coffins. Talia followed Gino as she approached the coffins. She found that the coffins were all open and empty inside. However, in the center of the coffins were framed photos, and the portraits on them were all skinny children. They collect orphans from Gotham City and train them from childhood to become qualified killers. When they don't need to use them, they let them sleep here. Gino rubbed his neck. It was a pity that the Court of Owls had involved all the claw assassins in order to deal with him. The two walked through the coffins. Really interesting. Gino tilted his head and looked at the maze in front of him, which occupied a huge area and had a complicated layout. It was made of marble. There is a huge owl statue placed at the entrance of the maze, and under the owl's claws is a gurgling fountain. Looking at the layout of this room, a smile gradually appeared on Gino's lips. Talia, go gather your ninjas. The woman didn't understand what Gino was thinking, but she didn't question it, nodded and left. Gino looked at the fountain and the maze. He had a plan in mind, an interesting plan for Bruce Wayne. What kind of surprise can you bring me this time? What kind of surprise can you bring me this time? Wayne Castle. Bruce dragged his tired body open the door and walked into the Wayne Manor Library. As the richest family in Gotham City, the Wayne family's library records the life experiences of every Wayne. Bruce rubbed his sleepy eyes. Ever since he witnessed Maroni being assassinated by a guy dressed as an owl, the horrifying scene brought back profound memories for Bruce. From an early age, he suspected that his parents' deaths were no accident, and he also investigated whether the Court of Owls really existed. But when his investigation left him trapped in a room for more than a week and nearly starved to death, Bruce gave up his suspicions. Let me see where you are. Bruce climbed the escalator to find the collection of family records he was looking for. Compared with Gino, who can accurately find what he wants at a glance, Bruce, who is still mortal, can only search slowly. Time passed by minute. Snapped. Bruce stretched out 2 fingers and pulled out one side of the book. He looked at the smooth writing. Alfred, the butler, was undoubtedly a loyal and conscientious butler. He also kept this huge library spotless. Bruce turned the page and found the record of his great-great-grandfather, Alan Wayne. In his later years, Alan Wayne often suspected that he was being watched by the secret assassin organization. He was diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder and schizophrenia through Arkham Asylum. He broke his cervical vertebra and hit his head when he jumped into Gotham's underground tunnel. Die. Bruce silently read the lines of text. In the past, he might have thought that his great-great-grandfather went crazy because of excessive stress. But now, Bruce is beginning to wonder if there really is such a terrifying organization in Gotham City that is secretly controlling everything in Gotham City. Master. There was a knock on the door, and Ah Fu slowly opened the door and walked in. With one hand behind his back in perfect posture, the old man said in an unhurried tone, Mr. James Gordon from the Gotham City Police Department wants to see you. He said he had something important to talk to you about. The book in Bruce's hand trembled slightly, and he thought of the files about James Gordon in his mind. A foreigner who was ostracized by the criminal police, but it is currently impossible to confirm whether this person is honest. Let's go. Bruce closed the book and pushed it into the bookcase. Ah Fu followed him, and the two of them came to the hall and saw James Gordon sitting on the sofa with a serious face. In the lobby of this ancient castle, Gordon sat on the leather sofa, his buttocks squirming restlessly. Before joining the Gotham Police Department, he was just an American soldier running on the battlefield. All he needed to do every day was run, eat, perform tasks, sleep or die. He had never seen such a luxurious hall, as gorgeous as the legendary King's Castle. Of course Gordon had feelings of inferiority. However, what made him restless was not his inner inferiority, but a horrific murder that happened 20 minutes ago. More than 40 wealthy upper-class people were found dead in an old building. The impact of this incident on Gotham was extremely profound and bad. You know, not only those 40 people, but also their family members were found dead at home. The relatives and friends of these deceased people will put pressure on the police department, and the bureaucrats they fund will not let go of the Gotham Police Department. Therefore, before Gordon left, the entire police station, from the chief to the stray dogs raised in the station, were sent out to find the murderer, in order to catch the murderer as soon as possible and give an explanation to those rich men. What's even more creepy is that their heads are separated from their bodies, and there is a notice posted on the white wall stating that they want to kill Bruce Wayne. This was also the reason why he came in such a hurry. Wayne Enterprises is a solid pillar for Gotham. If the only successor, Bruce Wayne, dies, the impact will be immeasurable. Wayne Enterprises will fall into chaotic internal strife and even be cannibalized and torn apart by outside capital. For the sake of this city, Gordon must ensure the safety of Bruce Wayne. Mr. Gordon. Gordon's worries were interrupted by a call from the stairs. Bruce Wayne, the young billionaire, was wearing a loose and luxurious nightgown, walking down the stairs with the loyal old butler behind him. Bruce looked sleepy, as if he had just climbed out of bed. His face was full of fatigue, and the lipstick marks on his face easily reminded him of Playboy. "What do you want from me?" Bruce asked lazily, his head hanging down. "Mr. Bruce." Gordon stood up and shook hands with the young man. Then he began to tell what had happened 20 minutes before. The long list of names of people who died are all famous people in Gotham City. Bruce looked a little ugly as he listened. "So, you're worried that those thugs are going to break into Wayne Castle and kill me?" Bruce spread his hands, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared, and he returned to cynicism. "Okay, what does Commissioner Gordon want me to do?" Gordon sighed. "I hope Mr. Wayne can leave Gotham for a while." Bruce nodded and looked at his butler. "AFU. Sir, I remember that there is a helicopter parked at the top of the castle. We can use this plane to go to another of your private estates and then take a connecting flight out of Gotham." Bruce smiled and snapped his fingers. "Then do it." "Excuse me, Mr. Gordon." Bruce turned around and nodded to Gordon. As if he was very afraid of death, he left with the butler and ran toward the top floor. Watching Bruce leave, Gordon also stood up and walked out of the manor, got into his second-hand car, and drove towards the crime scene. There were still many things to be busy with today. Boom! Not long after Gordon left, the roar of a helicopter soon sounded. Inside the helicopter, AFU drove the helicopter to continuously stretch the height while shouting back, "I hope you can protect yourself this time, Master Bruce, don't cause yourself more scars." "I understand, AFU, I understand." Behind him, Bruce is wearing protective gear. Gotcha. With the black shoulder pads pressed against his wrists, Bruce looked at the bat mask and took a deep breath. AFU fiddled with the signal receiver while reporting the situation to Bruce. According to the latest news from the police, the murder scene is located at the old site of Wayne Group. Listening to Ah Fu's words, Bruce trembled slightly. He thought again of the mysterious man wearing a mask that night. Could it be that guy who did it? Take a deep breath to dispel your inner worries. Bruce looked at the city below him, the city he loved and hated. Gotham. Bruce heard himself say this, and then he picked up the bat mask and put it on his head. With half of the mask covering the upper half of his face, the originally melancholy and deep eyes instantly became cold and sharp. At this moment, he is Batman. Holding the sides of the cabin with both hands, his legs suddenly exerted force to release his hands. It was like a roaring cannonball thrown out of the cabin, swooping towards Gotham under the night. In the red clouds in the evening, Bruce opened the cloak behind him with both hands and made a hunting sound in the air. It was like a big bat falling from the sky, about to bring fear to the city. The former site of Wayne Group. This abandoned high-rise building has been covered with orange warning tape. Gordon looked at the night with a cigarette in his mouth. He recalled the horrific scene he witnessed at the crime scene. The terrifying headless corpses were neatly placed in the huge office building, and on the dusty round table were heads with ferocious faces. Whoever did it is crazy. Gordon took a deep breath from the cigarette, letting the smoke mixed with nicotine roll into his respiratory tract. He dropped half of the cigarette and stamped it out. After coming to Gotham, he discovered how twisted, perverted and crazy this city really was. Gotcha. There was a slight noise from a tall building not far away. The two police officers responsible for keeping vigil with Gordon had already fallen asleep. If not for the vigilance that Gordon retained in the army, perhaps he would have ignored these movements. What happened? Gordon tightened his grip on the gun at his waist, slowly took out his legs, bent down and jumped over the cordon step by step towards the tall building. In the dim and invisible night, Gordon listened to his breathing and walked up the stairs to the 4th floor of the crime scene. A strong smell of blood broke into Gordon's mouth. He looked towards the crime scene. The ground was littered with silver body bags. In the rich night, a dim light slowly lit up. Who is there? Gordon tensed up and raised the gun in his hand the next moment. In this weird murder scene, only firearms can bring me some warmth. Take it easy. A low and hoarse voice sounded. Gordon saw the dim light slowly moving upward, revealing the familiar sharp bat ears. It's you, the masked man. Gordon said with a cold face and couldn't help but tighten the grip of the gun. Did you do this? No, I'm here to help you. The guy shrouded in darkness spoke slowly. He turned around and looked at the wall, as if he didn't care whether Gordon would shoot him in the next second. I won't believe you. Gordon sneered. A tight-fitting pervert came to the old Wayne Tower site at night claiming to be helping the police with a case. Gordon didn't think he was crazy for believing such words. No, you sniff carefully. The figure was shrouded in darkness and hid its body in the cloak, just like a bat hiding its body under its wings when sleeping during the day. Gordon sniffed the scent in the air, and then he frowned slightly. There is a faint weird smell in the air. If I had to describe it, it's like a kind of paint, or maybe a paint mixer. Gordon shrugged. This doesn't prove anything. Maybe the murderer accidentally knocked over a bucket of paint when he killed. Gordon kept talking. Besides, handling cases is a matter for the police. I don't care who you are. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Batman. He stretched out a hand and looked at Gordon. Is there a fire? What do you want to do? Gordon clenched the handle of the gun, once again associating this mysterious man with the murderer. Wouldn't he want to set fire to the crime scene? Looking at the vigilant Gordon, Batman silently retracted his hand. He originally planned to ask Gordon to do him a small favor and use this behavior to lower Gordon's vigilance. But he ignored his identity and his current behavior was technically a crime. Batman turned around and pointed at the wall with his chin. Look at that wall, is there something there? Gordon frowned, and his other hand that wasn't holding the gun pushed up his glasses, trying to see something in the dim light. Gordon looked at the dirty wall, his eyes swept across some light brown marks, and he couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. You mean this is a clue left by the murderer for us? I'm afraid so. The pungent smell in the air comes from the walls. I recognize this smell. It is the message left by a special kind of linseed oil. Who would leave information at the scene of a crime? Gordon was shocked and angry. What did the other party think of all this? A game. Lighter. Batman lowered his voice, and this time, Gordon subconsciously threw out the lighter in his pocket. When he came back to his senses, he found that Batman had pressed the ignition switch, and the flames were gradually approaching the brown mark along his arm. Wait a minute. Gordon was shocked. This was an important clue and evidence, which might be helpful to the police in handling the case. However, the orange-red flame fell on the brown traces. The next moment, boom, the originally weak flames instantly clung to the traces on the wall. They were like a pair of lingering fire dragons that instantly ignited the entire wall. The grand and hot orange-red flame danced in the dark night. Gordon looked at the row of large English letters and couldn't help but read out, "Let's play a game, Batman." He looked at the mysterious pervert in tights and found a strange look in the man's eyes, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth seemed to prove that this weirdo seemed a little happy. It's over. Gordon wailed in his heart. It seemed that this pervert in black was also a psychopath. Shouldn't the average person feel a headache and fear when encountering this kind of situation? But why is that guy happy? Batman turned to look at Gordon. Can you see the body? I think I have some clues. Gordon looked at the mysterious weirdo, feeling the rich and terrifying dark but reassuring temperament in him, and there was something wrong. Okay, come with me. Gordon led Batman to open a body bag. The strong smell of blood from the headless corpse inside made Gordon frown slightly. Batman stared at the body, taking just one look before concluding, death by decapitation by blade. The wound was smooth and there were no traces of secondary cuts. The killer was experienced and received strict training. Batman's white eye patch narrowed slightly. This killing method reminded him of some things in the past. The mysterious man followed Gordon and opened 3 or 4 more body bags. It's confirmed, Batman said after a moment of silence. Gordon looked confused. No, what are you sure about? Catching a glimpse of Gordon's inquisitive gaze, Batman briefly explained. The murderer was an assassin from an organization called the League of Assassins. As the best master detective in the world, Batman not only has extraordinary wisdom, but also has a photographic eye, and also has the sharpest judgment. During his time in the League of Assassins, he also went on some missions with the team. Although he did not kill anyone himself, he had witnessed the tragic conditions of the dead killed by his companions that were consistent with these corpses. The League of Assassins. Gordon had a white question mark on his face. He took a deep look at Batman, feeling that this guy might be getting sick again. Batman wandered around the room again. After confirming that the Assassin's League was the one who organized the murder, his gaze was no longer limited to his surroundings. Batman raised his head and looked up at the ceiling. Soon, With the help of the moonlight, he found a series of unclear black footprints on the ceiling above his head. Gordon watched Batman take off a strange and heavy pistol from his waist, and couldn't help but question, "Wait, do you think there are clues above?" Batman didn't answer. He raised his grappling gun and pointed it at the ceiling. Bang! The heavy anchor at the top of the hook whizzed against the ceiling. However, it seemed that the distance was not enough, or there was something wrong with the angle. The hook rope did not fly around the concrete beam above the head, but fell to the ground in an extremely awkward posture. Click! A sound. The anchor fell to the concrete floor. Gordon and Batman looked at each other, and both fell into a brief silence. The first launch failed. Batman tightened his grip on the grappling gun and pressed the button on the other side of the gun. Shua! Like a homing python, the lock rope drags the anchor and reloads it at the muzzle. Ha! Batman took a deep breath, raised his hook gun, pointed it at the beam, and randomly pulled the trigger. This time, his action did not fail. The iron cable went around the cement pillar under the action of inertia, and then was tied back and forth several times. Batman tugged on the hook to make sure it wouldn't slip, then pressed the trigger again. I saw the hook gun carrying him, flying towards the rafters like flying into the sky. The huge bat cape swayed in the wind. Batman stepped on the rafters with a handsome somersault. He looked up at the black footprints just above his head. He sniffed the footprints lightly, and a foul smell invaded his nose. Batman squinted his eyes. He didn't even need to think to guess where these footprints came from. In the entire Gotham City, there is only one source of such a vicious stench, and that is Gotham City's sewers. Batman rolled over and landed on the ground, with one hand behind his back and a thoughtful look in his eyes. But why did those guys come to Gotham City? He didn't think there was anything in this place that interested Lei Xiaogu. Batman walked toward the window, as silent as when he came. Wait a minute, what did you find? Gordon Land said in front of Batman. The eyes under the glasses are full of determination. Batman said hoarsely, "This matter has nothing to do with you." Having trained in the League of Assassins, Batman was well aware of the terror of those assassins, and taking Gordon there was to murder the police officer. Although the two didn't get along for a long time, Batman could feel that Gordon was a good policeman. "You do not need to know." Batman spoke again, repeating his position. Gordon pushed up his glasses and said firmly, "No, I want to know." He looked excited. "I am the policeman of this city and the guardian of this city. I have the right to know the truth from you and seek justice for these victims." The two looked at each other, and neither of them said anything. If it were a romantic drama, it would be an adventure story between a masked hero and an arrogant little police officer. Unfortunately, reality is far more cruel than a phone call. Batman was silent for a moment, then said, "Well, if you must know, I can tell you." Abruptly, Batman pointed his hand behind Gordon. "What is that?" "What?" Gordon turned his head and looked, but there was nothing behind him but darkness. When Gordon turned around again, the figure in black robe had already disappeared without a trace. Only the open window gave evidence of how he had left the room. "Sour radish bitcha." Gordon slapped the wall with both palms in frustration. He was tricked by that tight black pervert. Gotham sewers. Dang dang. The majestic Batman is like a sewer pipe worker, climbing down the iron ladder using his hands and feet. Batman drew a lighting rod from his belt to dispel the darkness, and walked down the putrid-smelling underground passage. The cloak was stained by the sewage, and his calf pants were also stained. Ignoring the stench of the sewer, Batman thought as he walked. Since ancient times, cities have always been a gathering place for superstition. After all, the residents of the city come from all over the world. People leave the small villages and towns where they have lived for generations and live in a huge maze of steel and glass that interweaves shadows and cold light. They cling to the beliefs they brought with them from home, and others bring with them various prejudices. For example, Asians will draw talismans to bring bad luck, and black people will use the carcasses of some animals to perform weird and evil African rituals. Walking to a corner in all directions in silence, Batman looked at the walls made of granite. The group from the League of Assassins came from the sewers. But Batman's mind came back to a nursery rhyme that was popular in Gotham. "The Court of Owls is here to watch. Be on guard all day and all night. Lime mud walls and granite walls, with a guard station in front of the bedside stove." There are clues to the Court of Owls. Batman narrowed his eyes. He suspected that the Court of Owls and the League of Assassins were involved. If that's the case, it's certainly a bad situation. This means he needs to deal with two behemoths and do everything he can to drive them out of Gotham and save Gotham from their clutches. He raised his fingers and tapped every part of these granite walls. Tuck tuck, I don't know if it's just luck or... The hollow sound coming from the wall made Batman clench his fists. This wall is empty, maybe there is something hidden inside. Bang! Batman punched the granite with his fist. With bricks and stones flying, a small hole appeared in the wall. Batman punched again to expand the hole until he could pass through it. Gotcha! He stepped into the cave entrance, his boots making a sound on the gravel. The lighting rod flickered a few times and lost its luster. Batman simply threw away the lighting rod in his hand and silently walked deeper into the hole. I don't know why, but he prefers to hide in the darkness than in the light. After passing through the narrow cave and the dark corridor, a huge underground maze suddenly appeared in front of Batman. Zitza! There is a huge LCD screen standing above the head. As snowflakes flickered, a huge golden conference room appeared on the screen. Batman looked up at the scene on the screen, with the corners of his mouth pulled down, showing a typical expression, doubt. Only visible within the screen. A guy wearing a pure white mask was sitting in the main seat. He just sat there, like a living human emperor. Lei Xiaogu. No, it won't be him. Batman was once tried by the League of Assassins. He also knew Lei Xiaogu's temperament. As the leader of the Assassins' Alliance, his presence felt like a cold poisonous snake, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. But the guy sitting on the golden chair didn't have that cold temperament. He calmly held the armrest with one hand, spread his legs slightly, and leaned lazily on the back chair, giving people a sense of magnanimity. The domineering. Batman looked up at the young man. He saw the young man slowly stand up. His tall body gave people a terrifying sense of oppression. This man's temperament reminded Bruce of an ink painting that hung on the wall of Ms. Siwa's training ground when he was traveling in the East. It showed the legendary overlord Shang Yu who defeated 1,000 people with one. Behind the mysterious man stood a row of members of the Assassin's League. They were neatly dressed and armed. Under the black masks, only a pair of cold eyes were exposed, staring at the screen, as if they were always preparing for a killing. Batman's brainstormed. He began to speculate about the relationship between this man and the League of Assassins, and what conspiracy they were planning to carry out. Just as Batman was thinking, the man slowly walked up to the camera. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at Batman like a superior god. He heard the other party's deep voice coming from the screen. I want to play a game with you, a fun game. This is a taping and I'm waiting for you at the end of the road. He stretched out his slender green-white fingers and tapped the assassins behind him. These people are the elite of the Assassin's League. They will sneak into this maze in 10 seconds to hunt you down. If you can escape from them, I wouldn't mind telling you the truth about Gotham. Listening to the mysterious man's words, Bruce's heart trembled slightly. The truth about Gotham City. Looking at the maze in the distance again, Batman Furui Mubo also felt a little sullen in his heart. What does this guy think he is? A clown for people to play with. Then, the game begins. The mysterious man snapped his fingers. The next moment, the screen went out, the original light was no longer there, and darkness swept through the underground maze again. What followed was the sound of rapid footsteps and the clash of armor coming from all directions. Batman knew he had to run. Chapter 91. I wonder how long it's been. Batman stumbled, holding on to the wall. Behind him were 3 or 4 members of the Assassin's League who fell to the ground and fainted. In this dark maze with blurred vision, a week had passed since he entered it. During this period, he fought off waves of assassins. Among them, he also suffered a lot of injuries. Batman clutched the left side of his waist and abdomen. His leather armor was scratched, and a medium deep scar was engraved on the opened flesh, reminding Batman that if he continues to drag it on, he will meet death. Hungry, tired, painful, bored, angry. These negative emotions are crashing into Batman's heart like waves, roaring and trying to drive him into madness. Snapped. Batman pressed against a wall and moved his body with difficulty. There was no exit from this maze, and what he told him was just a lie. As a master of the human mind, Batman could tell that the guy really enjoyed seeing him suffer and suffer. They want me to fall, but I won't fall. Batman leaned against the wall and moved slowly. When I turned the corner, the familiar stone sculpture of a giant owl came into view. Here, Batman's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the huge stone owl. A trickle of water flows over the bird, and flows from top to bottom into the pool. Dry mouth and tongue. Batman rolled his tongue in an attempt to produce some saliva. However, he couldn't keep his tongue moist after not drinking water for a long time. It is a very wrong choice to enjoy the enemy's food in the enemy's base camp. But if I don't drink water, I will die soon. Just like a poor student who sees two bad multiple choice questions A and B in front of him, he can only choose the less bad one. Batman staggered to the pool. He reached out his right hand and reached into the pool. The cold and biting water made him shiver. Wow, cold water to drink. The sweet and delicious liquid moistens Batman's mouth and burning stomach. He breathed a sigh of relief. The incandescent lights overhead hit the ripples of the lake, reflecting the twisted bat hood. Shenmue stood up, and the footsteps behind him were as familiar as ever. This was the 168th time, and a wave of people would arrive almost every hour. Swinging his strong arms, Batman ran into the dark maze again. Calm down and focus. Batman ran through the long dark corridor, and suddenly, the tall figure wearing a white mask appeared at the end of the alley. I found you. Batman clenched his fists and roared towards the end of the corridor. Tell me the truth about Gotham City. Wow. The fierce fist slammed forward and then passed through the tall body. Batman suddenly woke up and realized that what he had just seen was just an illusion. They put hallucinogenic drugs in the water. He fell weakly to the ground, gasping for air. After a while, Batman stood up again, stumbling to find a way out. He passed through another bright room and saw coffins arranged neatly. The photo of a child on the lid of the coffin proved that the owner of this place had hunted for children and trained them to be assassins. Da-da. The combat boots stepped on the cold floor, and Batman turned his head. He couldn't stay in this place. When he walked out of the room, the familiar dizziness hit him again. The vision in front of me gradually blurred. At the end of the road, the faces of an old couple slowly appeared. Although he couldn't see clearly, Bruce discovered the identities of the two old men immediately. Thomas, Martha. Bruce walked quickly towards the two of them, and the two old men smiled at Bruce. Mother Martha reached out her hand to touch Bruce's cheek with a kind face. My little Bruce has grown up. Bruce's shoulders were shaking with excitement, and his lips were trembling, unable to speak. Is this real, or is it the effect of the hallucinogenic drugs again? Yeah, let me give you a hug. Thomas still had the cheerful character in his memory, and the man opened his arms as if to hug Bruce into his arms. Shua. At the moment when they were about to touch, the faces of the two old men gradually distorted and their miserable wails gradually disappeared. Bang! Bruce's angry fist hit the marble tile, leaving a large mark. I can't tell the difference. Bruce clasped his cheeks with his hands, the anger in his heart getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but want to open his mouth and shout loudly. But Batman, who exists in his mind, warns Brusmer to speak out and be exposed. It's all lies. Bruce's voice grew deeper. Batman took a deep breath to let go of the anger in his heart, and he returned to his calm demeanor. His keen hearing noticed the footsteps behind him. In the dim darkness, Batman was secretly alert. Da-da-da. Shoes hit the floor rhythmically. Then, a finger snap sounded slowly. The tunnel was illuminated by dazzling lights, so intense that Batman couldn't help but cover his eyes. Remove your hands again. This was a narrow passage with an exaggerated length, and at the end of the road, Batman saw a figure standing quietly at the corner, and the white light stretched his shadow. As the man moved around, the shadow gradually became shorter, and Batman silently took out the batarangs from his tool bag and kept a watchful eye. He was ready to fight. The moment the figure appeared, Batman also threw several darts in his hand. The sharp blades on both sides shone with a dazzling cold light under the light, and their dark color made them look like two black lightnings striking the figure. They stab at both sides of the figure's abdomen, one on the left and the other on the right, ensuring that they hurt the opponent without killing the opponent. Gotcha. Contrary to Batman's expectation, the fast-flying dart disappeared out of thin air as if it had been disturbed by something. His eyes fell on the figure. Black suit, white mask. The mysterious man is holding 2 batarangs in his hand. I always like to play with small toys that are not worthy of being put on the table. You really disappoint me now. The mysterious man sounded a little frustrated, as if the battle of life and death in Batman's eyes was just a child's playhouse to him. Now, Gino was a little disappointed. He hoped that the current Batman could become the omnipotent Batman in the future and take out the Hell-Bat suit to fight against him. But, just think about it. Gino played with the bat darts in his hand. The person who would eat the most darts in the future would undoubtedly be Comrade Joker. It's a pity that today's clowns don't know which circus to perform in, or which shabby tavern to perform embarrassing and boring comedy jokes. Gino looked at Batman. Standing in the light, Batman wears a black cape and looks like a large black moth. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked tired. Caca. The sharp batarangs made of fine steel were easily bent and twisted. But those white palms were undamaged. It seemed that those hands were far stronger than steel. Ding dong. The iron pieces kneaded into fine iron scraps hit the stone slabs with a crisp sound. Gino clapped his hands, tilted his head and stared, as if to say, "Is this all you have?" The incandescent light hit Batman, and he said in a low voice, "Did you kill those people?" "Oh, I killed him, so what?" Gino spread his hands and had a bad attitude. A burst of, ho-ho, laughter came from under the pure white mask. "So, you killed them." Batman's words changed to a statement tone. Gino didn't answer Batman, and turned to himself. "Do you know? Every Saturday, your Gotham Daily newspaper in Gotham City will allocate a small section and arrange a life column called, Gotham Is. In this column, randomly selected Gotham citizens complete the sentence, Gotham Is. I looked through the newspapers from the last few weeks." Gino leaned lazily against the cold wall and said, "They say Gotham is cursed. Madhouse." Her aside. "There is no hope, it is extremely vicious, and the chance of victory is slim. The answers are very interesting. But neither is what I think the answer is." His voice gradually rose in pitch, and his originally lazy figure disappeared. He straightened his back and raised his head. Opening his arms, the incandescent light shone behind him, making his back seem to be covered with a beautiful halo. Gino raised his arms and said in a high voice, "In my opinion, Gotham is interesting. The corruption in her bones breeds new lunatics all the time. They scream, they laugh, they cheer around Gotham doing evil. I love Gotham so much." Gino laughed loudly. "It's certainly not because he's crazy or infected with clown gas. But because if you rank the list of villains in the entire world, no one can surpass the city of Gotham. The famous Gotham City is full of talents. Each of these villains is a walking negative point, and how can this not make Kino happy?" "You're crazy." Batman looked at the guy who laughed loudly with a low tone. "Now, the only thing you have to do is walk into Arkham Asylum and get treatment." Batman's disappointing words interrupted Gino's performance. The young man put down his arms helplessly and said with a chuckle, "This is the only reason why I don't like you very much, Bat. The clown is right, you are always too serious. Why don't you smile more?" His words were like a heavy hammer hitting Batman's heart. Being naturally skeptical, he first began to think about whether he knew a guy named Joker, and then he thought about the relationship between the clown and this guy. Batman's heart became more and more nervous, and he felt an invisible net slowly spreading from the other party. "Okay, let's get back to business, Batboy." Gino rubbed his neck, and his eyes under the mask stared at Bruce. "You said you would arrest me in Arkham Asylum, but the reality is cruel. How are you going to bring me to justice? With your ridiculous batarangs." Gino opened his legs and walked slowly towards Batman. Step by step, as the distance gradually narrowed, a terrifying power and murderous intention rose from the side of the masked man. Batman clenched his fists, his breathing quickened, his body tensed, and his pupils shrank. The next moment, the two of them took action at the same time. Aha! The cloak cut through the air and made a hunting sound. Batman flicked the cloak to block the opponent's sight, then suddenly kicked out his right leg in a spinning posture and hit the side of the opponent's face. At the beginning of the battle, Batman, the resourceful fighting master, has already planned the fighting method. You only need to hit the mandibular nerve, then clasp the opponent's neck with your elbow and suffocate him with 11 pounds of force. Wow! The black cloak flew away and hit the opponent. Batman performed a perfect, escape from the golden cicada, move, like a ferocious predator pounced on the opponent. Snapped. The arms clamped the neck, and the muscles of both arms bulged to exert force. Force enough to crush a person's neck is exerted on the opponent. However, Batman only felt like he was exerting force against an iron block. Not only did his opponent not move at all, he even heard the sneer coming from under the mask, "Too weak." This is the second time Gino has said this, and he is a little bored. The current Batcub is still too weak. Before he experienced the training of Scarecrow, Two-Face, and the Joker, Batman was just a fledgling. Snapped. A cold arm clasped Batman's wrist, and then, a terrifying force struck from the arm and spread to the entire arm. Bang! Gino throws Batman away in a classic back slam. Like a cannonball, it slammed Batman into the wall. Ahem! Batman opened his mouth and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It hurts, and my internal organs feel like burning pain. The black breastplate was shriveled and stained with red blood. Every bone betrays soreness. His legs couldn't stop shaking, but Batman's heart was filled with turmoil. One punch, just one punch. That terrifying power gave Batman a new understanding of the mysterious man. The opponent's strength is definitely not something that he can face at the moment. The mysterious man's voice had a hint of frivolity. "That's it. How can I lose?" As he spoke, Gino slowly walked towards Batman, who was holding on to the wall and getting up with difficulty. "I need to help you grow, Bat. Don't refuse this gift." Before he finished speaking, an arm suddenly grabbed Batman's neck, easily lifted him up and slammed him against the wall. His cheek slowly came close to the bat mask, and his voice was like a ghost. "Remember today's nightmare, Bat-Cub." Snapped. He freed up a hand to clasp Batman's legs and slowly lift him up. Batman wanted to struggle, but the punch just now made his body unable to resist. He watched as he was slowly lifted up. Then, crack. A sound similar to the breaking of bones resounded in the empty corridor, corresponding to the painful wail of the bat. Plop. Like a bereaved dog that had lost its spine, Batman fell to the ground in pain. The extreme pain made Batman grit his teeth so hard that blood oozed from his gums. Ding. Negative emotions from Batman +1000, +1000. Gino looked at the man who was fainting from pain. The second before Bruce lost consciousness, he ignorantly heard the voice saying, "Remember tonight, Bat, remember this fear, and then become stronger. Next time, don't let me down again." Early morning. When Bruce opened his eyes, he was awakened by severe pain. The numbness in my waist felt like there were insects crawling around in my bones. White bandages were wrapped around his waist and abdomen, and Bruce stared blankly at the familiar ceiling. He remembered that his spine was broken, and it was shattered by the mysterious man's knee. What should I do? Now that he has become a cripple, how can he fulfill his will? Change the city. Bruce struggled to control his body and wanted to straighten up. Immediately, a strange scene appeared in this room. Although his lower back hurt as if dozens of gangsters were stabbing him with knives, he miraculously sat up. This is impossible. Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a suspicious look. He is aware of his injuries and also knows of Fu's abilities. His butler did not have the ability to straighten an injured person with a broken spine. With all options eliminated, the only thing left is the truth. It was the mysterious masked man who saved him. Bruce thought back to his experience in the underground maze. Mentally and physically tortured. But what concerned him more was the information revealed in the other party's words. He once said, "You Gotham City," which means he's not from here. Bruce began his own reasoning. His physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he has close ties with the League of Assassins. He mentioned the word, clown. I don't know if anyone would really call themselves a clown. Maybe AFU should be asked to investigate. His mind was sorting through trivial matters. After taking off his identity as Batman, Bruce still didn't have a moment of leisure. I need a powerful set of equipment to fight against this extraordinary existence. At the same time, Bruce frowned and covered his waist. We must also put the transformation of the armor on the agenda, especially the back armor. The feeling of having his back broken was uncomfortable, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. Tuk-tuk. There was a knock on the door, and the familiar butler was still acting like an elegant British gentleman. Ah Fu was dragging some food in his hand, and his slightly old face was full of sadness. Master Bruce. AFU sighed. He knew that Bruce was a character, and once he decided on something, he would never change it. The only thing he could do was to silently support Bruce behind him. I think you need some late-night snacks to recuperate your broken spine. AFU placed the food in front of Bruce's bed, and took out a stack of letter paper and an empty bottle from his left hand behind his back. I think you should know that when I found you outside the manor, these things were lying next to you. So, you found me at the gate of the manor. Bruce thought thoughtfully. It seemed that what the other party said was not false. The mysterious man really didn't want him to die. But the more this happened, the stronger the sense of urgency in Bruce's heart became. He was afraid of meeting the other person again. If he couldn't satisfy that person, the madman might bring the whole Gotham City to play games with him. While thinking about it, Bruce picked up the letter on the table and opened it. When his eyes scanned the contents on the letter, Bruce fell into a long silence. Master Bruce. AFU looked at Bruce, who had his head hanging down, and asked in a concerned tone, "What's wrong with you?" AFU. Bruce raised his head and handed the letter in his hand to his butler. This is an assassination list that records the dignitaries killed by the Court of Owls from the very beginning of Gotham City. Gotham City Deputy Sheriff Michael Davis. City Council spokesperson Miguel Valdelupe. The names of politicians popped out of Bruce's mouth one after another, and as far as he knew, the causes of death of these people were attributed to various accidents. Mitchalty hanged himself in the bathroom due to too much pressure at work. Miguel was confirmed to have been hit by a speeding unlicensed vehicle while running at night, flying several meters away and died on the spot. What made Bruce even more chilling was that not long after these people died, new politicians quickly took their place. This just proves a very cruel thing. Bruce has always believed that the non-existent Court of Owls is secretly interfering with the operations of the entire city. They eliminate dissidents and assassinate enemies, thereby growing stronger and growing barbarically on Gotham City, constantly absorbing nutrients. Bruce looked at the bottle again, looking at the remaining transparent liquid in the bottle. He guessed that it was this kind of thing that restored his injury, although he didn't understand what it was. Silently thinking about putting the task of studying the mysterious liquid on the agenda, Bruce, who was silent, picked up the second letter. Unexpectedly, there were only a few sentences on the paper. The Court of Owls is dead, this is my little gift to you. Signed, Unknown. The Court of Owls is dead. Bruce, chewing on this sentence, he put down the letter, and some fragmented clues connected with each other in his head. The Court of Owls is dead. When did you die? He closed his eyes and recalled everything he had experienced recently, and the smart Batman quickly told Bruce the answer. He blurted out, "It's the group of wealthy politicians who died en masse in Wayne Tower last week." Suddenly, a sad mood enveloped Bruce. He stood up with difficulty. Under Afu's worried eyes, he walked to the window with the white paper and looked up at the dark night sky. He said to the butler, "I've always believed that the best way to understand a city is to get down to earth and feel the cracks in the sidewalk beneath your feet." Scorching airwaves over a parking lot covered in summer heat. It wasn't until everything that happened recently that I realized how wrong I was. A trace of bitterness appeared on Bruce's face. AFU, if I could discover these things earlier. He didn't finish his words, but those vicissitudes of his eyes expressed Bruce's thoughts. He thinks he's an arrogant fool. He took all these mistakes upon himself. How can I discover this earlier? Maybe I can save everything, bring the crimes to justice, and let those innocent people live happily. No one can predict everything, Master Bruce. Alfred, the old man who has accompanied Batman for a quarter of his life, walked to Bruce's side with a gentle tone. He reached out and patted the broad shoulder to encourage him. "You are always used to carrying away mistakes that do not belong to you. On yourself. But sometimes, fate is like a naughty child. You can never guess what he is thinking." "Then what should I do?" Bruce covered his cheek in pain. He heard the old man's voice slowly ring out, "Try your best." The dark eyes gradually brightened, and Bruce raised his head with firm eyes. "You're right, AFU. I need to get stronger. Help me find a full-body photo of Gino Luthor. Also, establish an anonymous file plan. Priority S. I have to get stronger." The top floor of Gotham Hospital. Gino stood on the rooftop, looking at the scenery in the distance. People are always dissatisfied. When you have $1, you want $10. If you have $10, you want more. Holding the cold green kryptonite in his hand, the deadly poison in the past has become an important substance for Gino to become stronger. They are nourishing Gino's body every moment, making it more powerful and terrifying. Da-da. The sound of heels hitting the floor interrupted Gino's thoughts. Talia wore black short sleeves and a black skirt, with light green lipstick on her lips. The woman looked at the boy. At this moment, Gino's back was turned to the woman, and the moonlight cast a slender shadow on his body. She flipped up her long hair and said, "The amber gold has been placed in the wine cellar of Elliott Manor." Gino didn't look back. He closed his eyes and felt his body. There was a faint heat all over his body, and the surface temperature of his skin increased. With his eyes closed, Gino seemed to be able to touch an intangible transparent film between his body and the air. "I understand, take your reward and leave." Gino didn't have the mind to pay attention to Talia. He had more important things to do now. "Wait a minute, you seem to be obsessed with that guy named Batman." Talia didn't want to leave. She was a little curious about why Gino let Batman go, and even gave him a bottle of amber gold to save Batman from dying. But Gino didn't answer her question. The young man frowned, thinking. The invisible membrane surrounding his body allows him to control it, but controlling this energy shield seems very obscure and unfamiliar. Maybe I should change my approach. Gino suddenly took a step forward. This sudden movement frightened Talia, and the woman quickly shut her mouth, fearing that Gino would use despicable methods to shut her up again. However, Talia found that she was overthinking. In her sight, Gino slowly stood on the rooftop steps, only one step away from the 18-story building where he fell. This caused an inexplicable excitement to burst into Talia's eyes. "If you rush forward and give it a push." The thought grew in Talia's mind, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. After witnessing Kino's horrific performance so many times, Talia knew that the man in front of her was as mysterious as the mysterious lake owned by her father. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, the woman Mingzi was very cowardly and gave up the plan of pushing her behind. She gritted her teeth and looked at Gino standing on the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the concrete road beneath her feet. Gino looked at the concrete pavement below. Looking down from a high place, cars and pedestrians look very small, just like squatting in an ant nest and watching the movements of ants as a child. If you jump from here, your feet will only hurt a little bit, right? Gino held his chin and stared at the tall buildings under his feet. Colorful lights are intertwined with orange fires that light up from time to time. Don't get me wrong, that orange fire is the American II shooting, that is a must-have for Gothamites every night. Taking a deep breath, Gino planned to force himself. He opened his arms, and then suddenly jumped in front of Talia's shocked eyes. Aha! The hem of his clothes brushed against the rooftop, and Gino completely disappeared from Talia's sight. "Is this guy crazy?" Talia exclaimed, running to the edge to see what was going on. Hoo-hoo! The howling cool wind flew past my face, and the dark glass of the high-rise building reflected that face. Gino slowly closed his eyes and let the strong wind blow through his body. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to sensing the mysterious position around him. Flow, control, take it as part of who I am. Gino manipulated the invisible energy awkwardly, trying to mobilize them. Hoo-ho! The wind in my ears is getting louder. Gino ignored it and still concentrated on mobilizing that mysterious energy. He must succeed. Very good. Talia's excited hands slammed against the wall, and the huge force made her hands turn red. Although it is not clear why Gino jumped from the building, from such a high height, even a man of steel would have suffered injuries from the fall. Fall quickly. Talia gritted her teeth, her fox eyes were full of expectation, and she had even planned to escape with all the amber gold after Gino fell and was seriously injured. 10 meters, 3 meters. When the woman saw Kino slamming into the concrete roadside, the huge force shattered the floor, and the surrounding cement road was also shattered and cracked. The terrifying force of the fall made it look like a cannonball hitting the road, causing a huge explosion. The dust is rendered an ominous red under the neon lights. When the smoke dissipated, only a bottomless pit was left. From a height, it looks like a dark ink spot. "Do you died?" Talia's eyes were filled with anticipation. She licked her lips and looked at the bottomless pit. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Time passed by, and Talia could no longer conceal her inner excitement. She opened her mouth and let out a cheerful sneer, ha 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 ha. The amber gold is mine. Her face burned with the desire called ambition, and she imitated the court of owls and formed her own group of assassins. Then, overthrow Lei Xiaogu and become the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Boom! Another sudden explosion interrupted Talia's vision of the future. She turned her head and looked down. What happened? In the dark night, through the moonlight, Talia did not see Gino's figure. Maybe something exploded, this crazy city. Talia comforted herself and turned around with a sneer. However, the woman found herself bumping into a solid body, as if she had hit steel. What? Before Talia could recover, an iron arm grabbed her neck. Feeling suffocated, Talia turned her right hand and pulled out the knife. I wouldn't do that if I were you. A familiar voice sounded, and Talia opened her eyes with difficulty, only to see a familiar face. Her long blonde hair looked a little dirty due to dust. Her originally fair complexion was covered in dust, her expensive white short sleeves were in tatters, and her shorts were torn. Gino was in an extremely embarrassed state now, but his light blue eyes shone with madness that frightened Talia. I heard that you want to steal my amber gold. Gino had a faint smile on his face, but the iron arm was tightly clasping Talia's neck. Looking at the smiling young man, Talia broke into a cold sweat. The woman had no doubt that if she didn't give a reasonable answer, she would definitely die here in the next second. Talia struggled to squeeze out the words from her throat. Of course not, I am loyal to you, and I plan to rush down to check on you. Loyal? Gino chuckled. You mean you are willing to do anything? No, that's right. Very good. Gino threw Talia away, and the woman fell to the ground in a mess, with her long black hair disheveled. Talia was extremely frightened in her heart. She heard Gino slowly say, in that case, then kneel down, and then crawl in front of me to prove your loyalty. Snapped. Her forehead hit the cold concrete floor. Talia endured the humiliation. Her brown hair obscured her face. The woman's voice was humble. Please, please forgive me. Looking at the femme fatale lying on the ground, revealing her perfect curves, Gino's expression remained normal, and he slowly walked towards Talia. A big hand gently pressed on the woman's head, gently stroking the silky long hair. Gino's voice was soft. Very good, my loyal servant. He slowly raised the woman's head, caressed her smooth little face with his fingers, and looked at the little faces that were trembling with fear. Immediately, Gino took out his mobile phone from his pocket and shook it towards Talia. Looking at the mobile phone in the boy's hand. What do you mean? Talia opened her mouth slightly, revealing her white teeth, and her little face was full of astonishment. Her eyes swept over Gino's playful eyes and the strong and perfect abs under the tattered clothes. She heard words like a demon whispering in her ears. Talia, I'm tired of looking at the last photos. I need some new photos to fill the album. Talia, cough cough cough. She looked at the young man with his back turned to her. He was now standing on the rooftop again. Talia, Gino didn't look back. Watch the next scene, and then remember it. The woman watched silently. Gino slowly closed his eyes. He spread his arms full of knotted muscles. The invisible energy field wrapped around Gino, as if another arm had appeared out of thin air. The young man controlled it to cover his whole body, as if he was wearing an invisible and intangible, emperor's new clothes. Buzz. The air is shaking, the ground is shaking. As the frequency accelerates, it seems to have exceeded a certain critical point. Talia opened her eyes wide and opened her small mouth. She looked at the scene in front of her and almost suspected that her eyes or maybe she had drank some hallucinogenic drug. All I can see is the edge of the rooftop. The handsome young man floated slowly off the concrete ground like Jesus walking on the lake, as if the invisible air was stepped on by his feet and became this man's stepping stone. Gino continued to float higher and higher until Talia had to raise her head to look at him. The bright moonlight shines behind him, like a god under the moon. Oh, God. He can actually fly. Talia heard herself admiring sincerely. She couldn't believe this. The anger and humiliation in her heart disappeared in an instant, and a different thought ignited in the assassin and woman's heart. If she could have a child with such a being, would her child inherit the father's genes and gain the same terrifying power as a god? Then, use this child to rule the world. Talia even regretted why she swallowed it just now. Wow! Gino controlled his position to weaken, and slowly landed on the rooftop. His light blue eyes glanced at Talia indifferently. This woman needs to be beaten from time to time, and the scene she just performed has been able to calm Talia for a while. Gino said to the woman, "Now, you can go." Talia left the rooftop with deep thoughts, and as she left, the fire in her heart became even hotter. She remembered that the League of Assassins had some special medicines, and perhaps she should prepare for future plans. The bright moon is in the sky, and the night is like ink. The cold wind blew gently and the traffic flowed continuously. Gino looked up at the night sky, a crazy plan growing in his heart. Call. Gino took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Bang! The invisible creature spread out, easily crushing the rocks under its feet, and a dull roar sounded in the air. The legs were slightly exerted, and the originally broken stone platform could not withstand the terrifying force and exploded, leaving a large footprint. Buzz. The air also seems to become thicker and tighter from a biological standpoint. The next moment, Gino suddenly opened his eyes. There was a bang. Centered around his feet, the cement around the rooftop was cracked. The boy was shot out like a cannonball. Under the moonlight, his speed continued to increase at thousands of meters per second. It was like a shooting star piercing the night, like a discharged bullet, breaking through the air and flying high into the sky with a harsh sonic boom. The biological stances split the air, rubbing against each other and igniting orange-red heat waves. Its speed is so fast that the surrounding environment turns into a colorful blur of light and fades backward. Gino continued to control the creature's position to change, its actions became faster and faster, and the distance from the city below became farther and farther. He breaks through the clouds and the troposphere. The Gotham City below has turned into a black city the size of a palm, and some vague scenes of high-rise buildings can be seen vaguely. The turbulence in the air kept hitting the biological stand wrapped in Gino, making a sound similar to hail hitting a car window. Gino didn't stop, his eyes were fixed on the clouds above his head. He wants to break out of the earth, and he wants to see with his own eyes the blue planet he lives on. And he can do all of these. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Wrapped in a biological form, he seemed to be wearing an invisible biological armor. He soared into the stratosphere, and his excellent eyesight even allowed Kino to see a civilian airliner flying over thousands of meters away. Higher. Gino gritted his teeth and urged the biological stance to lift him up and fly upwards. Boom. As the silhouette of the figure broke through the cloud waves, the boy jumped into the middle layer of the atmosphere. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the cold breath even caused a thin layer of frost to form on Gino's skin. However, it has no effect on the Man of Steel. He was still climbing, like the eternal spear Gungnir shot by the god Odin into the universe, and like the lightning Zeus threw into the sky, Kino passed through the middle layer of the atmosphere. The biological stance suddenly heated up. When Gino lowered his head and looked down, the original Gotham City had completely disappeared from his eyes, replaced by the extremely terrifying high temperature around him. They are like the Earth's last line of defense. Terrifying temperatures come from all directions, trying to burn the intruding uninvited guests into ashes. However, the biological position blocked these guards, and Gino's whole body ignited with hot red light. From a distance, it looked like he was trapped in a huge flame screen. Whoosh! The biological stance protected Gino, but he still did not stop and flew towards the dark scene above his head. He closed his eyes and just gave everything to speed. Boom! Like a violent bullet hitting a gun target, Gino felt as if he had broken through a thick film. The noise that had been ringing in my ears disappeared instantly. Silence, just deathly silence. Gino slowly opened his eyes. He found himself stepping on the biological standpoint, standing in a dark universe. The young man turned around slowly. Under his feet, a blue planet floated quietly in the vast and infinite universe, spinning faintly. Gino knows that 7.5 billion people are living under his feet. Earth, a beautiful planet inhabited by 7.5 billion humans. Gino couldn't use words to describe his feelings at this moment. A word suddenly sounded in his heart. Some people always focus on their feet, but never look up at the stars. He was a little curious. When a certain ancestor of mankind first looked up at the stars, would he have fantasized about what the night sky above his head was? A giant glass dome, or a black stain, Gino stood quietly in the universe, looking at the quietly rotating Earth. This was a scene he had never seen in his 20 years of life on Earth. Different from the pictures taken by satellites, only when a person actually stands in front of this planet can he feel the shock from the heart, and then he can understand the vastness of the universe and the infiniteness of time and space. It's so beautiful, Gino admired in his heart. At this moment, his heart was extremely peaceful. Gaze at the Earth for a moment. The young man's eyes passed over the Earth and focused on a huge star farther away from the Earth. From a distance, it looks like a huge orange-red fireball, emitting blazing flames and orange light. Just like an old-fashioned glass light bulb hanging at home, it faintly emits light and heat in the vast universe, dispelling the darkness. Sun, Gino admired in his heart. He looked at the star. This gas ball with a radius of 700,000 kilometers and a distance of 150 million kilometers from the Earth. It is produced by the reaction of hydrogen and helium and constantly emits terrifying temperatures. Surrounded by 8 planets, it is like the emperor of this universe. The stars surround the moon. The energy generated by the continuous nuclear fusion spread through the universe and spread around. Feeling this hot energy, Gino felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Get closer. Gino looked at the huge star with intense eyes. I want to fly to the sun. This thought rises like a weed from the heart. Tightening the biological position so that it is close to the skin, Gino's eyes gradually became firmer. Aha! He quickened his speed and rushed towards the sun. The distance between them keeps getting closer, and more solar energy shines on Gino. Every cell in his body was cheering for joy, and every hair on his skin stood erect. There seemed to be a burning energy flowing in his eyes. Closer. Gino gritted his teeth and sped up again until his field of vision was filled with fiery reds and oranges, until the dazzling light made Gino couldn't help but squint his eyes. The young man opened his arms, and at the same time, he seemed to hear something inside his body shatter. Buzz. Heat almost equal to that of the sun gathered in his eyes. The hot energy even gave Gino the illusion that his eyes would melt. Ah! He shouted silently, looking up into the depths of the universe. Boom! A pair of energy as hot as lava shot out from Gino's eyes. They skipped the deep black curtain, like 2 dazzling red arrows gradually disappearing into the depths of the universe. Heat sight. Gino looked at the dissipated energy beam in surprise. He tried to transfer again. Another familiar energy beam shot out from his eyes. Although it was silent, the light seemed so dazzling in the dark universe. The 5,500 degrees of heat from the surface of the sun nourished his body, making his already tall body become tighter and more powerful. Gino turned to look at the sun, opened his mouth, and let out a silent cry. I am the god. Chuji-like words floated out of his mouth, and he slowly opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire planet in his arms. Just when Gino accomplished the most shocking feat in human history alone. Far away on Alcatraz Island, Talia walked silently through the familiar cave tunnels. Leader. After rushing back from Gotham, she received a summons from Lei Xiaogu the moment she got off the plane. She lowered her head, but she could hear the heavy breathing on the large stone chair not far away. Talia. Lei Xiaogu rubbed the polished round armrests on the stone chair. His old face was hidden in the darkness, his thin body stood upright, and his dark green eyes stared at the daughter he had never paid attention to. What are you doing in Gotham? There was no emotion or anger in the old man's voice, but Talia knew that she had to be careful about this cold old snake. It was a shrewd hunter. Go investigate some things. Talia pursed her lips. I remember you always wanted to rid Gotham of this sinful city. Ha! Talia's words were interrupted by Lei Xiaogu, who narrowed his eyes. So I should thank you for sharing my worries. He clapped his hands. The next second, an assassin from the Assassin's League slowly walked out of the darkness in the corner. A trace of ridicule appeared on Lei Xiaogu's face. Talia, Wood has told me everything. Boom! It was like a thunder exploded in Talia's heart. Incomparable anger arose in the woman's heart. Her father actually placed spies among her subordinates. This old viper, what should she do now? So, Lei Xiaogu slowly stood up and picked up a samurai sword from the weapon rack. The old man walked quietly toward Talia. The woman felt the cold blade on her neck. Tell me all the information about that boy. Elliot Manor. When Kino returned to Gotham City and stood in a dirty alley, it was already early the next morning. Dee. Several text messages quickly popped up on the phone connected to the network signal. Kino flipped through the text messages. The first one was a text message from Thomas, his uncle, asking him where he went tonight and why he didn't come home. The second message came from Lex Luthor. His brother sent a photo of Lionel and Victoria having love together with a text message, "I sometimes want to kill him." Tisk. Gino was speechless. He could only say that Lionel had gone crazy in order to test Lex. He then flipped through the text messages. During this period, there were many greetings from former classmates. When Gino saw the message from Talia, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Talia, my father learned about the destruction of the Court of Owls and part of your strength. He planned to go to Gotham City personally to take over the city. Gino had a thoughtful look on his face. Is Lei Xiaogu coming to Gotham City? The leader of the Assassin's Alliance, an assassin with outstanding strength. Gino's thoughts moved slightly. Lei Xiaogu can be considered a supervillain, right? Calling up the system panel, Gino looked at the remaining 6,000 negative points on the system, and a plan came to his mind. Bring him here. Closing the phone, Kino turned his gaze to Wayne Manor in the distance. Hopefully Batcub is ready. He wanted to prepare a gift for Lei Xiaogu and Batman. The previous maze may still be picked up and reused. But before that, he needs a careful plan. Master Bruce, maybe it's time for you to rest. The underground caves in Wayne Manor were opened by Bruce to serve as his secret base. Large and sophisticated equipment are placed side by side, and a huge electronic display is placed on top of the equipment. Countless screens are recording various events taking place in Gotham City. There is a chair placed under the screen. The cold coffee on the armrest proves that the owner of this chair has left long ago. Master Bruce. AFU looked at the center and saw that Bruce was not there, so he walked towards the innermost part of the cave. There is Master Bruce's arsenal. As an all-round DC talent, Bruce also knows how to engage in scientific research and production of equipment. Ah Fu looked calm and stretched out his hand to press the screen on the iron door. As the red light on the device scanned the palm of the hand, the originally closed iron door opened with a buzzing sound. The blazing heat wave hit his face, and Ah Fu walked in without changing his expression. This is a dark room with all kinds of strange and special instruments and equipment hung around the walls. There was a cast iron table placed in the center of the house, and a tall figure with a bare upper body was pounding it with a hammer. The huge hammer hit a piece of hot red metal, causing countless bright sparks to fly. Master Bruce, I know you are very busy, but maybe you should take care of your body. Ah Fu frowned and said in a dissatisfied tone, you haven't eaten for a whole day. Bruce's dull voice came from under the welder's mask. I know Ah Fu, I will rest after I finish the work at hand. Ah Fu sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade Bruce, so he simply put the food on the plate aside, walked up to Bruce, and also picked up a welder's mask and put it on his face. Is there anything you need my help with, Master Bruce? Bruce pointed to a pile of objects on the iron table that were heated until they were hot and as viscous as lava. I need you to help me reheat this piece of metal. He put down the hammer in his hand and struggled to pick up a carved mold from another table, which contained the appearance of the bat suit. What is the biggest characteristic of Bruce Wayne or Batman? Perhaps it is his wisdom, perseverance, and never giving up spirit. However, the most valuable thing is that no matter how many times he is defeated, Batman can grit his teeth and endure the pain to stand up. No one can endure failure all the time, but Batcubs can. After being beaten up by Gino, Bruce learned the lesson and immediately decided to make changes. He decided to start with the armor first. As a man in Gotham, oh no, the whole world, who can compete with the Luthor family's financial resources, Bruce paid a high price to acquire a batch of precious promethium metal. Bruce had heard about this magical metal when he traveled around the world. It can absorb most forms of energy and uses it to feed back to the host to enhance its strength and speed. Of course, using only promethium metal would greatly increase the weight of the suit. In order to reduce the weight of the suit, Bruce also mixed it with intron metal, an indestructible and powerful metal to reduce the weight. Let's start. Bruce placed the mold on the lower end of the iron table. Ah Fu pressed the button, and with the roar of the iron furnace, the magma-like hot metal heated up and turned red again, and it seemed that it would explode in the next second, blowing everyone into the sky. Okay, AFU, turn it off. Bruce gave the order and reached out to press the green button on the iron table while Alfred pressed the red stop button next to the fireplace. Pooch. The heat wave carries the iron juice and flows into the mold along the carved railway. As the iron flow poured in along the lines of the mold, a majestic bat armor began to take shape. Bruce looked at the red-hot iron armor, knowing that he still needed to wait for some time for it to solidify on its own. Bruce picked up the warm bread and chewed it. He walked out of the equipment room, sat on the cold chair, and stared at the screen to monitor Gotham's every move. Master Bruce, maybe you should find some like-minded companions to work together. Alfred felt a little sorry for the boy he had watched grow up. Bruce shook his head. No, Alfred, I don't believe them. Since witnessing the list of members of the Court of Owls handed to him by the mysterious man, Bruce has been completely disappointed with Gotham's top brass. But, you once mentioned that Chief Gordon. He still needs to be investigated, AFU. Bruce shook his head. He would not trust a person so easily, even if the person seemed to be righteous. Control the mouse to bring up Kino's photo. Bruce squinted slightly and compared his figure with the unknown one he saw in the underground maze. However, the psychedelic drug mixed with the water he drank that day distorted the figure of the unknown man in his memory. As Bruce pondered, dee-dee-dee-dee, a clear bell rang in the underground passage. There's a knock on the door. Ah Fu glanced at the screen. On the large fluorescent blue screen, Thomas was standing outside the iron gate with a handsome young man. It's Mr. Thomas and his nephew. Bruce took a sip of the ice-cold coffee. His eyes fell on the young man behind Thomas. This was a good opportunity to confirm his suspicion. He immediately said, "Let's go meet them. Bruce is a very good friend, Gino. If your Luthor group wants to develop and work in Gotham City in the future, then cooperating with Wayne Enterprises is a good choice." Outside the iron door made of gargoyles, Thomas was introducing the benefits of Bruce to Gino. Maybe you should ask Lex about this kind of thing. Gino's expression was calm, looking at the message on his phone that Talia sent a minute ago. Lei Xiaogu has led 100 elite assassins to Gotham City. He plans to deploy a heavy dirty bomb to blow up the city. This was a crazy plan, but unfortunately, Lei Xiaogu was wary of Talia, so the woman could only get some information. Gino thought for a while and forwarded the message to a friend of his far away in Metropolis. Xiaoza, help me edit a message and send it to this mailbox. After copying and pasting the message from Talia, Gino took back his phone. At this moment, Thomas was also discussing Lex. Lex, forget it. Thomas looked at the iron door with a melancholy look on his face. That kid was infected by that lunatic Lionel and turned into a cold-blooded monster. Thomas often visited Leticia at Metropolis Nursing Home, but as far as he knew, Lex had never visited Leticia. Gino didn't answer. His relationship with Lex was still good, but his relationship with Lionel was very bad. That old guy is a typical refined egoist. There is no emotion in his eyes. If his loved ones are valuable, he will betray them to the devil without hesitation. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Kino, welcome you. The iron door slowly opened, and the old man of the manor, the loyal butler of the Wayne family, AFU, greeted him politely. Thomas asked anxiously, I heard that Bruce injured his ankle from upstairs. How is he? The news of Bruce's injury could not be hidden from Gotham City's upper class for long. After all, important invitations are waiting for Bruce, the richest man in Gotham, every day, so Bruce can only make up lies like, I sprained my foot when I went downstairs. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Thomas. He is much better. Ah Fu led the two of them into the living room. Different from the luxurious and ancient decorative style of Luthor Manor, the lobby of Wayne Castle reveals an ancient and gloomy feeling from the top ceiling to the furniture decoration. Gino even wanted to laugh in his heart. No wonder Batman is so dark. He has lived in this kind of environment since he was a child. It is difficult not to become dark. Hey Thomas. Bruce's voice sounded from the second floor as he limped down the stairs. Bruce, you should rest. Thomas stepped forward, hugged his old friend's neck, and said with a smile, but unfortunately, you may not be able to attend the memorial service hosted by the mayor tomorrow night. I'm sorry. Bruce smiled bitterly, as if he was very sorry that he couldn't attend such a banquet. Kino Jiraiya was sitting on the sofa, watching Bruce's performance, and secretly thought in his heart that he was indeed the darkest man in the 600th world, and his acting skills were perfect. Two men were sitting on the sofa chatting. They chatted about Thomas's work for a while, and then Bruce looked at Gino unintentionally and said with a smile, "This is Gino, right? Mr. Bruce, we meet again." Gino looked at Bruce, his two pairs of blue eyes facing each other. "Yeah, I still remember the question you asked me when we first met." Bruce took the coffee brought by Alfred, put it in his mouth and took a sip, and in a faint tone he recounted what Gino had said. "What do you think of the city of Gotham?" "I didn't expect Mr. Bruce to still remember." Gino smiled and took the coffee from AFU. The two looked at each other. "Just call me Bruce." "Okay Bruce, so, what are your thoughts on Gotham City now?" Listening to Gino's question, Bruce smiled and shrugged, looking frivolous. "What do you think Gotham is?" Gino also smiled and said, "I think Gotham is paradise." There was a smile in the young man's eyes, and he looked unpretentious. It seems like he really thinks Gotham is a paradise city. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air, and then, as if they had reached a critical point, they burst into light laughter. Bruce laughed as Gino answered with the same answer he had told him that night. But listening to this passage again, Bruce's heart was filled with bitterness. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. They laughed. Even the right hand holding the coffee was trembling, and some coffee slipped down the rim of the cup and hit the expensive carpet. Thomas looked at the two of them blankly. He couldn't understand what the point of the joke was, but he didn't want to be out of place, so he had to chuckle awkwardly. Laughter floated along the halls of the castle, until a text message alert interrupted the laughter. Bruce took out the text message on his phone from his pocket. And when he saw the text message on his phone, the smile on his face instantly disappeared like ice and snow melting. Lei Xiaogu, the leader of the League of Assassins, learned of the destruction of the Court of Owls and led the League of Assassins to Gotham City, intending to deploy a dirty bomb to destroy Gotham. Looking at this news, Bruce broke out in a cold sweat. Lei Xiaogu, he remembered this name, he was half his teacher, and he was also the most brutal and crazy assassin leader. Feel sorry. Bruce stood up abruptly. I seem to have thought that the company has important meetings that I need to attend. He couldn't waste any more time here, he needed to investigate immediately. It is impossible for the assassins to sneak into Gotham City without leaving traces. Those cameras all over the streets and alleys of Gotham City will be Bruce's eyes. Wait, Bruce. Thomas watched with confusion as Bruce limped and disappeared into the hall. He didn't understand why Bruce was so urgent. Maybe we should visit some other time, Uncle Thomas. Gino's voice rang in Thomas's ears. The boy stared at Bruce's leaving back with a smile on his lips. The curtain is rising. Gotham subway. The dark tunnel has always been the birthplace of various horror fairy tales. Buzz. An orange peel subway roared past the railroad. Luca Walker is a villain who came to Gotham from Ukraine. He committed a crime in his hometown and learned about Gotham from the internet. After coming to Gotham 4 years ago, he joined the Whispering Gang, one of the 5 major smuggling gangs that control the Gotham City subway. In the past few years, they have divided up railway smuggling and lived happily. However, this good life has obviously come to an end. Luca was lying on the edge of the corner covered in blood. His sleeves and cheeks were stained with blood, and his 2 thighs and hamstrings were picked out, making him look like a useless person. The boys in his gang had long been turned into lifeless corpses lying on the cold and putrid subway platform. Gotham's local gangsters are vulnerable to real gangsters. Sukabul. Looking at the group of masked assassins surrounding him in silence, a trace of bitterness appeared on Luca's face. This group of assassins seemed to fall from the sky, killing all his men and beating himself half to death. This is Gotham. An old voice sounded slowly. Luca slowly turned his head and saw. In the dark tunnel, a thin figure slowly walked out of the shadows. This guy had a long white beard and carried an exaggeratedly large samurai sword on his back. His green eyes were full of coldness. The old man was wearing green armor that seemed to be made of mithril. He glanced at Luca with disgust written on his face. Lei Xiaogu looked ahead with his eyes, as if he could see Gotham City through the thick walls. He said, "This city has long since perished in the long river of history, and my arrival will purify this rotten city." Squid. Knowing that he was going to die, Luca extended his middle finger towards this guy who looked like a leader. Gotham is beautiful, long live Gotham. Squid. Before he could curse more, he was answered with a bunch of pale white sword light. Pooch. The good man's head rose into the sky, and the headless corpse was filled with blood. Lei Xiaogu sheathed his sword indifferently. The old man looked into the distance quietly and waved slowly, forward, target, Gotham. Wow. The assassins beat their chests with their right hands, and then they walked towards Gotham in an orderly manner. The sun hung high over Gotham City at dusk, coating the tall buildings with a fine golden powder. AFU, report the situation. The roaring bat motorcycle carries a man wearing a black bat suit as he speeds through the streets of Gotham City. Ah Fu's voice came from the headset. The old man stood in front of the underground cave monitor. On the assassin's blue light screen, countless displays burst into a snow-white mosaic from time to time, which means that they have been forcibly destroyed and destroyed by humans. I'm sorry to tell you, Master Bruce, that they have already begun to take action. Ah Fu was a little surprised by the speed of the Assassin's League's actions. Efficient and concise, it is like an engine with clear division of labor, and every component is operating in an orderly manner. Have you found any trace of them? Judging based on the pattern of camera disconnections. AFU observed the screen and concluded. They are advancing from 4 directions in the city, and if the other party maintains this efficiency, then their target will be the assembly hall in the city center, where Mayor Mark has his office. I see. A solemn look appeared on Batman's face. He had received systematic training and study in the Assassin's League. Batman needs to know how the League of Assassins operates. When they want to invade a city, they disintegrate it from within like termites. Assassinate the political figures and departments that control the city, thereby paralyzing the city and public security, and then successfully destroy the city. Batman twisted the handle of the vehicle, and the Batmobile roared and sprayed blue flames from the tailpipe of the motorcycle, carrying him towards the city center. The original site of Wayne Tower. This ancient clock tower was built in 1880 under the supervision of Alan Wayne. There are a total of 12 gargoyle stone statues in the building, each overlooking an important thoroughfare in and out of the city. The 5 gargoyle statues on the first floor overlook Gotham's earliest gateway, 3 bridges and 2 tunnels. Cars come and go on the bridge. The chaotic Gotham is like a beautiful actress posing, attracting scum from all over the world to gather here. It also brings many unexplainable black businesses to the city. Buzz. A heavy-duty delivery truck quietly drove toward the Gotham Bridge. If Gino were here, he would definitely be able to see an exaggerated metal missile through the iron box, as well as the assassins guarding the dirty bomb all around. The assassins worked in pairs to monitor each other's scene on the glass outside the box. A black motorcycle passed by the window. The assassins looked at each other and immediately pressed their headphones to talk. Chief, we have found traces of Batman. He is riding a motorcycle and seems to be heading towards the city center. In the sewer under the city hall, Lei Xiaogu hung up the communication and glanced at several of his subordinates. They lowered their heads and turned to leave the tunnel, intending to lay a trap to stop the masked weirdo. Lei Xiaogu looked at a cement wall, with a ghost-like smile on his withered face. Batman, stupid name. He tightened the samurai sword behind his tight body and pressed the earphone. Ignore it, Batman will be dealt with by me. He is curious, what is the strength of Batman who has become famous in Gotham? The strong wind blew on both sides of the mask, blowing the black cape. Batman looked forward and controlled the motorcycle to rush to the council hall through a narrow alley. He must protect the city. This is his mission. The light of the setting sun swept across the building and spilled into the alley. The slightly dazzling light made Batman squint slightly. However, the angle of light refraction caused his eyes to catch something unusual. On the road that the locomotive must pass, a sharp steel wire rope with a cold light is waiting for a destined person. Batman recognizes this thing, a murder weapon often used by the Assassin's League. When someone rushes past at an extremely fast speed, the sharp steel wire will turn into a deadly blade and cut his body into pieces. Bruce didn't hesitate, immediately stepped on the brakes and put his foot on the ground. Using the inertia of the motorcycle, he kicked the vehicle's fuel tank with his other leg, and then rolled the shovel into the garbage pile in the corner of the alley. The out-of-control motorcycle suddenly hit the wire. Sharp wire ropes made of unknown steel were used to separate the vehicles. Boom! The high-performance motorcycle costing tens of millions of dollars exploded with a bang, sending hot air waves rising to the ground, illuminating the dark alley. Aha! At the moment when the vehicle exploded and set off raging flames, several assassins hidden in the darkness also launched attacks at the same time. 4 sharp samurai swords stabbed Batman's body from 4 directions. Stab! The moment the blade cut through the uniform, Batman also fought back. Bang! His thick and powerful arms clasped a ninja's wrist and threw him away while moving back to avoid the blade from piercing his chest. He raised his left leg and kicked an assassin hard in the jaw, causing him to faint. Then he turned sideways to avoid another round of fierce attacks. Quote! Quote. Batman groaned, rolled on the spot and flipped his wrist to shoot several batarangs. Ding ding dang! 2 assassins waved the samurai sword on their hands, and the blade collided with the dart blade. At the same time, the assassin who had been thrown away before staggered to his feet and rushed towards Batman again with his katana. The man noticed the blade slashing at his chest. He took 2 steps back, stepped on the wall with his right foot, and suddenly exerted force the moment the blade struck. He flipped back at an incredible angle and slammed his elbow into the assassin's neck in the air. Again, Batman rolled over and landed on the ground, picked up the katana scattered on the ground, and turned the blade towards himself. The 2 warriors looked at each other, then rushed towards Batman in unison. Bang bang! The back of the knife knocked the 2 assassins unconscious, and Batman dropped the blade in his hand. His super reaction and execution ability allowed him to easily resolve the crisis. But the corners of his mouth that exposed the lower half of his face under the mask were slightly pulled downward, giving him an unhappy expression. Batman was in a bad mood. The Assassin's League was able to send people to block him, which meant that they had discovered him. To put it simply, you have exposed yourself. I have to move. As a master strategist, Batman knows that he must move his position to prevent the endless stream of assassins from draining his strength. The sharp eyes under the bat mask glanced at the manhole cover on the roadside. He sighed, thinking that his cloak was going to be dirty again. This is not good. I remember Ah Fu nagging me for quite a while last time. And the smell of the underground passage is also very unpleasant. But for the sake of the plan, Batman still opened the manhole cover and jumped into the passage. Not long after the masked knight from Gotham left, a hunched Lei Xiaogu also appeared in this alley. The man tugged on his green cloak and looked at the unconscious assassin lying on the ground. He picked up the batarangs on the ground and looked at the footprints in the muddy alley leading to the sewers, and the smile on his face grew stronger. What a coincidence! Just as he climbed up from the sewer at the other end, the other party jumped into the sewer. Rotting meat. White plastic bag. From time to time, the remains of unknown creatures can be seen in the flowing sewage. As Batman strolls here, he can feel the foul-smelling water flowing from the sides of his boots. The air was filled with a pungent stench that was nauseating. But these can be ignored for Batman. His strong willpower allows him to endure fighting in any extreme environment. AFU, report the situation. Batman pressed the earphone, but the only response he received was the sound of electricity. In the future, strengthening the signal transmission range of the Batcave will be put on the agenda. Batman silently lowered his arms. Now, he was completely alone. Wow! The sound of water flowing behind him became more and more rapid. Batman stopped, sensing a problem, and turned around. In the dark tunnel, the bat goggles provided a good view of lighting. At the corner, he saw a stooped old guy walking slowly towards this side. Lei Xiaogu. A name popped into Batman's mind, and he was a little upset for a moment. This guy is definitely a troublesome character, and Bruce can also guess the other party's intention, to hold him back, and then let the assassins deploy weapons of mass destruction in the center of Gotham to send all Gotham people to meet the devil. Satan. Wow! Splashes of water lifted up the carcass of a dead owl. In the long, wide sewer that exuded an unpleasant smell, Batman and Lei Xiaogu finally met. The two looked at each other and neither of them spoke. On the pedestrian platforms on both sides, assassins wearing black cloths and ninja shoulder pads kept coming out. Each of them held a samurai sword and stood there quietly, staring at Batman with cold eyes, suppressing the atmosphere in the area to be cold and murderous. But none of them took action. They had obviously received the order and were waiting for Lei Xiaogu's statement. I heard people here call you the Dark Knight of Gotham City. Lei Xiaogu shook his head, his white beard fluttering in the wind, and he held the broadsword behind him with his back hand. Chang. The sharp knife was carried by the thin old man, giving people a sense of funny contrast. But the vigorous killing intent exuding from him is impossible to ignore, and he is undoubtedly a powerful opponent. The old man's voice sounded faintly, reaching Bruce's ears through the bat mask in the empty sewer. Lei Xiaogu stared at Batman with his eyes jokingly and said, "What kind of bad place needs a lawless person to protect it?" He saw something he hated in the city of Gotham, which was crime and madness. And these are the things he hates so much. Speaking of the story of Lei Xiaogu, it begins about hundreds of years ago. At that time, he was still a prodigal son traveling around the world. During a certain journey, he met an old doctor who was well known far and wide. The doctor had superb medical skills. He kept Lei Xiaogu on the condition of his knowledge and betrothed his daughter to him. After the old doctor died, he left a precious research material to Lei Xiaogu, which contained information about the Lhasa Road Pond. Lei Xiaogu and his wife finally found this magical pool of water on a small island that could cure people's diseases. He and his wife then used these magical spring waters to heal the surrounding villagers. Lei Xiaogu's fame grew until it reached the ears of a king somewhere, who spent a huge amount of wealth to ask Lei Xiaogu to cure the prince of that country. Lei Xiaogu's wife tried her best to dissuade Lei Xiaogu from saving people because she heard that the prince of this country was a lunatic and a pervert. But Lei Xiaogu finally went. He cured the prince and was rewarded, but the price was that the mad prince killed his wife and locked Lei Xiaogu and his wife in the same cell. It's exactly the same as most villain stories. Lei Xiaogu's faith collapsed, and his only goal in life was to destroy the world and establish an order he thought was perfect. Humans are just disgusting, despicable, hypocritical, ridiculous, childish creatures, full of madness and hatred. He should put shackles on everyone like animals, and then use punishment to teach these uncivilized lunatics to behave. He escaped and took the spring water to become stronger. Later, he used the wealth given by the king to recruit soldiers and horses, and pulled a group of people to destroy the kingdom. And this small organization gradually developed into the famous Assassins' League over the long years. In the past few years, Lei Xiaogu has been secretly carrying out activities to destroy the kingdom. From the fall of the Roman kingdom to World War I and World War II, we can see the active shadow of Lei Xiaogu and the League of Assassins. And in the past few years, Gotham City gradually became a thorn in Lei Xiaogu's eyes and a thorn in his palm. This is Lei Xiaogu's story, and why he hates Gotham so much. Batman stared at Lei Xiaogu silently, and he shook his head. Whether I abide by the law or not has nothing to do with you, but I know that I can't let you destroy this city. It's a pity. Listening to Bruce's answer, Lei Xiaogu grinned, revealing his pale gums, and shook his katana. I don't know how many people I have killed in my life, but you will soon be one of them. Before he finished speaking, the old man's figure surged up, like a bolt of green lightning rushing towards Batman. Soaking in the Lazarus pool gave him unparalleled speed, strength and reflexes, as well as powerful self-healing abilities. The long knife was raised and then slashed down suddenly, like a ferocious white stream of light falling down. Batman used his legs to dodge suddenly to the left. The sharp blade barely scraped the corner of his cloak, and the huge force hit the water, causing waves of sewage to splash everywhere. Bang! Amidst the splashing water, Lei Xiaogu turned his wrist again and turned the blade to strike at Batman's waist and abdomen. If he is hit by this knife, he can be beheaded from the waist with Lei Xiaogu's terrifying power. But Batman is worthy of being Batman. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it with his body, he took off the hook gun from his waist and pulled the trigger towards the ceiling. Boom! The modified hook spear pierced the cement, and the huge force pulled Batman upwards, narrowly escaping this fatal blow. You can dodge countless times. Lei Xiaogu fired a few hidden weapon darts without raising his head. As a remnant of the old era, he never liked using new, hidden weapons, like firearms. The poisoned dart hit Batman, and he quickly raised his cloak to block it, but it was obvious that the light and thin cloak could not block the sharp blade. They pierced the cloak. Several darts cut Bruce's arms and scratched the skin. Toxic attack. Plop. The severe dizziness caused Batman to fall into the pool in embarrassment. Lei Xiaogu held the long knife and looked at the large bat swimming rapidly in the sewage. Although embarrassed, retreating along the current is undoubtedly a wise choice. But I won't let you escape. Lei Xiaogu clenched the handle of the knife and chased the bat. Tonight, it's hunting time. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.